Right, the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, improve Nigeria's global image, Tinubu tells newly appointed envoys. Court bars journalist from covering trial of alleged coup plotters. Ukraine signals openness to future talks despite ongoing strikes, highlighting fragile peace prospects. And Iran says it will not resume formal talks while the blockade continues, highlighting stalled diplomacy. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
President Bola Tinubu has tasked Nigeria's newly appointed ambassadors and high commissioners with strengthening the country's global image and boosting foreign investment. Speaking at an induction program for the envoys in Abuja, Tinubu, represented by Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, said the appointments reflect confidence in the ability to advance Nigeria's interests abroad. He urged the diplomats to pursue strategic partnerships, attract foreign direct investment, and promote Nigeria's image through modern, results-driven diplomacy. Tinubu noted that shifting global dynamics, economic uncertainty, and security challenges make effective diplomatic engagement more critical, calling for stronger use of digital and public diplomacy. The president also announced a reordering of Nigeria's foreign policy priorities, placing greater emphasis on citizens and diaspora engagement while encouraging envoys to project the achievements of his administration. He stressed professionalism, accountability, and patriotism in carrying out diplomatic duties, adding that the world is closely watching Nigeria's global engagement. Former presidential aspirant Stanley Osifo has declared his intention to contest the 2027 All Progressives Congress presidential ticket, challenging growing endorsements for President Bola Tinubu within the party. Osifo made the announcement in Abuja, where he said he will purchase the APC nomination forms ahead of the party's presidential primaries scheduled for May 2026. His declaration comes as all 22 APC governors have reportedly endorsed President Tinubu as the party's preferred candidate for the 2027 elections. Osifo, however, dismissed suggestions that his ambition is backed by the president, insisting he is acting independently and in line with his constitutional right to contest. He said endorsements by party leaders do not override the APC constitution or electoral laws, stressing that any qualified aspirants can vie for the party's ticket. The APC has fixed its presidential nomination forms at 100 million naira ahead of the primaries. Opposition political parties and factions have rejected the Ibadan Opposition Summit, distancing themselves from calls for a joint presidential ticket ahead of the 2027 general elections. Several blocs within the People's Democratic Party, African Democratic Congress, Labour Party and Accord Party said they were not part of the Ibadan meeting. The opposition leaders reportedly agreed on plans for a unified candidate to challenge President Bola Tinubu. The PDP faction, backed by the Minister of Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, dismissed the gathering, describing some participants as imposters, and insisted the party had not approved any coalition arrangement. It maintained that the PDP remains focused on the internal processes and will field its own candidate for the 2027 elections, warning against misrepresentation of its leadership. The African Democratic Congress also split over the summit, with rival factions rejecting any agreement reached in Ibadan and reaffirming plans to pursue independent electoral strategies. The Labour Party said it was not involved in the talks, stressing that its immediate priority is internal consolidation ahead of its upcoming national convention. The Accord Party similarly denied participation, warning of possible legal action over what it called unauthorized use of its name and identity. Meanwhile, the All Progressive Congress criticized the summit, accusing opposition figures of political blackmail and warning against statements it described as inciting violence and threatening national stability. The Ibadan meeting had drawn several prominent opposition figures, but emerging reactions highlight deep divisions over the proposed coalition ahead of the 2027 elections. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has endorsed his deputy Obafemi Hamzat as his preferred successor for the 2027 governorship election. Endorsement was announced on Monday after a closed-door meeting at Lagos House Marina, where Hamzat formally declared his intention to contest for the governorship seat. The meeting was attended by members of the State Executive Council and key party leaders, including members of the Governor's Advisory Council. Governor Sanwo-Olu described the decision as unanimous, saying Hamzat is experienced, well-prepared, and familiar with the workings of the state government. He praised his deputy's loyalty, integrity, and long-standing working relationship with him. Sanwo-Olu also expressed appreciation to political leaders and President Bola Tinubu, crediting their influence in shaping the current leadership structure. The development signals early political realignments within the All Progressive Congress ahead of the 2027 elections. Journalists have been barred from covering the trial of 6 alleged coup plotters accused of plotting to overthrow President Bola Tinubu, raising concerns over transparency in the proceedings. The defendants were brought into the Federal High Court in Abuja under heavy security as the trial continued before Justice Joyce Abdul Malik. The federal government, led by the Attorney General of the Federation, Lateef Fagbemi, is prosecuting the case involving charges of alleged treason, terrorism, and money laundering linked to terrorism financing. All 6 defendants, including retired military and security officers, pleaded not guilty to the 13-count charge when it was read in court. Following their plea, the court ordered that they be remanded in custody of the Department of State Services and directed an accelerated hearing of the case. However, journalists were denied access to the proceedings, despite the trial not being officially declared a secret hearing, with coverage of the case now limited. The court adjourned the matter for further hearing as legal proceedings continue amid heightened security and growing scrutiny over access to the trial. The Kano State House of Assembly has confirmed Murtala Sule Garu as the new Deputy Governor of the state. The confirmation followed a screening by lawmakers during plenary presided over by the Speaker, Jibril Ismail Falgore. The nomination came after the resignation of the former Deputy Governor Aminu Abdul Salam Gwozo, creating a vacancy in the office. The Assembly Ad hoc Committee, led by Deputy Speaker Mohammed Bello, said Garu was screened in line with constitutional provisions and found qualified for the role. Lawmakers said he demonstrated a clear understanding of governance and outlined plans to support the administration of Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf. Following deliberations, the House adopted the committee's report and approved its appointment as Deputy Governor of Kano State. Overcrowded lecture halls, inadequate seats, and limited study spaces are conditions which nursing science students of the Faculty of Health Sciences and Technology at the University of Nigeria ENUGU campus have been confronted with. The situation has led to lack of concentration that directly affects academic performance and student well-being. According to them, the overcrowded classrooms have left them standing through lectures or scrambling across campus in search of chairs, missing critical parts of their lessons. But in a decisive response, the Faculty of Health Sciences and Technology at the university has taken a major step forward with the foundation-laying ceremony of a new faculty building. The project will house pre-clinical lecture halls, classrooms and laboratories for students in the 2nd and 3rd years. Performing the foundation-laying ceremony, the Deputy Vice-Chancellor Administration at UNEC, Dr. Josephat Omumere, described the development as a significant milestone that signals greater progress for the faculty.
On behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Simon Otranga, I, Professor J.J. Omumere, lay the foundation work for this great building which the faculty is trying to build. Yes, the Faculty of Health Sciences and Technology. We say this in the mighty name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Provost College of Medicine, Professor Hyginus Ezegwe, welcomed the initiative, calling it a much-needed relief for both students and the faculty.
The government cannot do it alone, so we needed collaboration for volunteers and non-governmental organizations. And the faculty has eventually reached out to the alumni and able to do so. I'm highly excited to bring the total relief to the entire faculty, even to the students and the staff.
The Dean of the Faculty of Health Sciences and Technology, Charles Ezema, expressed appreciation to the university management for allocating land for the project. He added that attention is already shifting towards the need for additional clinical structures for senior students.
The project is being sponsored by the alumni and staff of our faculties and friends of the faculties. So it's a privilege that the university allowed us to build by direct level. So the university granted us the land and giving us the approval to sponsor the project, so which is ongoing now. And today marks the foundation laying ceremony for the project.
Army says troops have recovered stolen petroleum products worth over 250 million naira in a major crackdown on oil theft across the Niger Delta. The 6th Division of the Nigerian Army, working with other security agencies, conducted coordinated operations between April 1 and 26, 2026, targeting illegal refining sites across Rivers, Delta, Akwa Ibom, and Bayelsa states. According to the Army, the operations led to the arrest of 9 suspects, the shutdown of several illegal refining camps, and recovery of over 130,000 liters of stolen crude oil, as well as 26,000 liters of automotive gas oil. In River State, troops intercepted a truck loaded with about 45,000 liters of stolen petroleum products along the east-west road in Ahoda East. Additional raids uncovered illegal storage sites and forest areas of Ahoda West and Omoko, where thousands of liters of crude oil and refined products were recovered and destroyed. Similar operations in Delta and Akwa Ibom states led to the discovery of tapping points, storage pits, and abandoned refining sites, with suspects fleeing on sighting troops. The Army says operations will continue across the region as part of efforts to dismantle oil theft networks and protect critical national assets. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo has again dismissed efforts to revive Nigeria's state-owned refineries, insisting they will never work, despite ongoing rehabilitation efforts by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited. Obasanjo made remarks during a televised interview where he said previous attempts to make the Port Harcourt, Warri and Kaduna refineries functional had repeatedly failed due to structural and operational challenges. He cited past efforts to involve private investors, including oil giant Shell, which he said declined participation due to refinery size, poor maintenance, and corruption concerns. The former president also recalled a failed arrangement with Dangote Group to take equity in the facilities, said the deal was later reversed after he left office. Obasanjo argued that Nigeria's downstream petroleum sector has struggled under government control and advocated for stronger private sector participation, pointing to the successful Nigeria LNG project as a model. His comments come as the NNPC continues efforts to secure technical partners to manage the refineries, with a target to finalize the process by June 2026. The NNPC has not yet responded to the former president's latest remarks. Nigeria and Saudi Arabia have moved to deepen trade and investment ties, following high-level discussions between the Saudi ambassador and business mogul Aliko Dangote in Abuja. The Saudi Arabian ambassador to Nigeria, Youssef bin Mohammed al-Balawi, hosted Dangote at his residence in Abuja's diplomatic quarters, where both sides discussed expanding cooperation in energy, industry, and infrastructure. Al-Balawi said the meeting reflects growing momentum in Saudi-Nigeria economic relations and a shared commitment to strategic investment partnerships. He noted that discussions also focused on opportunities arising from Dangote's recent visit to Saudi Arabia, as well as prospects for Saudi investors in Dangote Group operations across Africa. Dangote, on its part, expressed optimism about future collaboration, saying there is strong potential for partnerships that drive industrial growth and economic development. The engagement concluded with a dinner in honor of Dangote, with both sides reaffirming commitment to strengthen bilateral economic ties. Ukraine signals openness to future talks despite ongoing strikes, highlighting fragile peace prospects. And Iran says it will not resume formal talks while blockade continues. Details of these and more on our foreign stories.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
At least 42 people have been killed in eastern Chad after a dispute over access to water escalated into deadly intercommunal violence, prompting military intervention. Authorities say the violence began in the village of Igote in Wadifira province, near the border with Sudan. A disagreement between two families over water access spiraled into retaliatory attacks that spread across surrounding communities. Deputy Prime Minister Limane Mahamat confirmed that at least 42 people were killed, with 10 others injured and taken to a provincial health facility for treatment. Security forces were deployed as the clashes intensified, and officials say a swift military response has now brought the situation under control. Authorities have launched both a customary mediation process and a formal judicial investigation to determine responsibility for the killings. Intercommunal clashes linked to the competition over scarce resources, such as water and land, are a recurring issue in the region. Ukrainian officials say Russian drone attacks have again struck the southern port city of Odessa, leaving multiple civilians injured and damaging key infrastructure as fighting intensifies across several regions. Authorities in Odessa report that at least 11 people, including 2 children, were wounded after drones hit 3 districts of the city. Residential buildings, vehicles, warehouses, and a hotel were among the structures affected, while parts of the port and the funicular railway also sustained damage. Emergency services have since been deployed to manage the aftermath, with officials documenting what they describe as war crimes. In the southern eastern Zaporizhia region, local officials confirmed 1 fatality following continued shelling, with hundreds of strikes reported across dozens of settlements in a single day, causing widespread destruction to homes and infrastructure. Meanwhile, Russian-installed officials at the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant claim a Ukrainian drone strike killed a staff member at the facility, which remains under Russian control but is currently not operational. Across the border, Russian authorities also reported casualties and damage in the Belgorod region following alleged Ukrainian drone attacks. Iran's top diplomat has arrived in Russia for high-level talks as efforts intensify to revive negotiations and end the ongoing conflict involving the United States and Israel. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi visited Russia on Monday for consultations with President Vladimir Putin. Araghchi says the trip is aimed at strengthening coordination between Tehran and Moscow on both regional and global developments. The visit follows earlier talks in Muscat as Iran seeks broader international backing for renewed negotiations. Araghchi described his meeting with Putin as an opportunity to assess the latest developments in the conflict and explore possible diplomatic pathways forward. 5 activists accused of attacking a weapons facility linked to Israel are set to go on trial in Germany, in a case drawing attention to the country's response to pro-Palestinian activism. The trials began at centers on an incident at a factory in Ulm, operated by a subsidiary of Elbit Systems. Prosecutors allege that the 5 European nationals entered the facility in September 2025, damaging property and filming the act. The defendants linked to pro-Palestinian protest movements face charges including property damage and membership in a criminal organization. Prosecutors argue that the actions were driven by anti-Semitic motives and are seeking significant prison sentences. However, defense lawyers describe the incident as an act of civil disobedience aimed at opposing Israel's military actions in Gaza, stressing that no individuals were harmed and that the accused have no prior criminal record. The case has also raised concerns among rights groups, including Amnesty International, which warns of potential threats to freedom of expression and assembly. Critics argue that applying organized crime laws to protest activity could have a chilling effect on civil society. The activists, who have been held in high security detention for months, report strict conditions, including prolonged isolation and limited contact with the outside world. A court in Taiwan has handed down prison sentences and a multi-million-dollar fine in a major trade secrets case involving the world's leading chipmaker. The court in New Taipei fined the local unit of Tokyo Electron $5 million, while sentencing 5 individuals to prison terms of up to 10 years. The case centers on the alleged theft of sensitive chip technology from TSMC, a global leader in advanced semiconductor production. Prosecutors say former employee Sheng Lingming unlawfully obtained trade secrets in an effort to help Tokyo Electron secure more business from the company. Chen received the longest sentence of 10 years, while 3 other former TSMC employees were given jail terms ranging from 2 to 6 years. Another former Tokyo Electron employee was handed a suspension sentence. The case is one of Taiwan's most high-profile prosecutions involving the protection of critical technology, with charges brought under national security laws. And that's it on the international news.
Anthony Joshua is set to return to the ring on July 25 in Saudi Arabia as he begins preparations for a potential blockbuster fight with Tyson Fury later this year. Saudi boxing chief Turki Al-Sheikh announced that the British heavyweight will face Albania's Christian Prega in Riyadh as part of an eSports World Cup event streamed live on DAZN. The bout will be Joshua's first since his knockout win over Jake Paul in December, marking his return after a brief break from the ring. Joshua recently recovered from a car accident in Nigeria that claimed the lives of 2 of his close associates and left him with minor injuries. He says he's now fully back in training and has signed a multi-fight deal in Saudi Arabia, which could lead to a long-anticipated showdown with Tyson Fury. Joshua described the upcoming fight as the next step in his comeback, saying he's focused on rebuilding and returning to the top form. That's the size of our package. I am Barikumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when people see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of our numbers, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian
high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the meat market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obitupo from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
President Bola Tinubu has continued to engage with critical stakeholders, especially during the Ramadan and Lenten season. especially those he considered central to Nigeria's democratic and developmental processes. It was therefore the turn of leaders of the Newspapers Proprietors Association of Nigeria, the Nigerian Guild of Editors, and the Broadcasting Organizations of Nigeria, who joined the president in the interfaith breaking of the Ramadan and Lenten fast at the State House, Abuja. President Tinubu used the occasion to charge the media industry to help deepen the country's federal system by shifting greater attention to the activities of states and local governments, insisting that development must be driven at all tiers of governments. He told the media executives and editors that the recent reforms that guarantee direct funding for local governments have created a new opportunity for grassroots development, noting that the press must play a critical role in ensuring accountability at all levels. He added that state governments are also benefiting from improved fiscal space and must be scrutinized accordingly, as governance and national progress require collective responsibility among leaders, institutions, and citizens, describing the media as an indispensable partner in nation building.
Leadership comes with responsibility of taking decision at the time it ought to be done. Otherwise, it's a failure. At the time we have to confront the subsidy, Nigeria was teetering on the edge of bankruptcy. But having asked for the job and getting it, I can look back other than make corrections as I move along. Save the nation, bring it back from the brinks. Today I can stand proudly before you that we are back from that brinks. Can you imagine a nation that is owing the airline for reimbursement of their tickets and galloping exchange rates, galloping inflation? Yes, I accept the asset and liability of my predecessor because I asked for the job and it was given to me, right? So I have to do it. But if anybody tells you it's easy, it's a lie. You people are.
Earlier, the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, said the Tinubu administration recognizes the critical role of the media in sustaining democracy and national development. He disclosed that the federal government has already begun engagement with major technology companies such as Meta and Google over their impact on Nigeria's media industry and assured that the administration remains firmly committed to press freedom.
All the time, because it is easier for them to meet me. They say, go and tell the president about this and that. The president has done, go and talk this one. Today they have an opportunity and they have said what they want to say. And let me use this opportunity to tell the MPO that indeed the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation and all the regulatory agencies, relevant regulatory agencies, are already engaging with the big techs, Meta and Google. They are all in our offices and we have held meetings. We are already anticipating this and we are working on that. I believe that the president will not allow anybody to come here and just rip from our economy and go away. He will continue to do that. But let me also say that each time I go to see Mr. President to brief him or to receive directive from him, what he tells me is, how are your people? What are they saying? How are they doing? And I keep telling them, the message that you have for them. You Excellency, thank you for what you do for the media. Thank you for the kind of support that you have given me to drive this sector. And thank you for the kind of encouragement that you are giving everyone. You see, in 2023, when you took, or May 2023, when you took office, Nigeria was on the so-called gray list, meaning that it was difficult for people to do business in this country.
Speaking on behalf of Nigerian media industry, the co-founder and publisher of Business Day, Frank Aibogun, thanked the president for hosting the gathering and for his support for a vibrant and economically sustainable media. Aibogun said the media industry came to the meeting as partners in national development and raised concerns about rising operational costs and the existential threat posed by global technology platforms.
But as partners in the project of national development, and as an industry that remains indispensable to Nigeria's democracy, there are 3 issues in particular that we would like to raise very, very quickly. The first relates to the matter of, in fact, all of them relate to the matter of the survival of the media, but I'll be starting with the first one, which is around tariff and other costs inflicted upon us. We consider ourselves as sources for education and enlightenment in society. Import duty under government's tariff schedule, specified in the ECOWAS Common External Tariff CET, as adopted by the Nigerian government and listed under the Nigerian Customs duty exemption list schedule. I will leave all that. Please, sir, very, very quickly, is simply to passionately and to ask for your gracious intervention in ensuring that these tariffs, whether they relate to import duty.
The publisher told the president that the big technology companies and artificial intelligence platforms are increasingly undermining the business models of traditional media organizations.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the meat market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the full by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture exports. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the meat market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
No.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obitupo from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Good morning and welcome to Signature Morning, coming to you from Signature TV. Today is Tuesday, the 28th day of April 2026. I am Uchenna Chimdi Olwoha. And it's quite important to know, what is happening, particularly with Nigerians in the diaspora this time around in South Africa. There's been a lot of anti-foreigner protests that has, resurfaced in South Africa, causing a lot of tensions, and particularly for Nigerians. It seems that Nigerians are specifically being targeted for, certain reasons or certain accusations, true or false, we do not know. But it's important to note that the Nigerian Diaspora Commission has already told Nigerians to, stay away from these protests, be careful. So if you know anyone, in South Africa or in the diaspora, please continue to check up on them, continue to tell them to avoid all these dangerous situations and dangerous environments so that we can all be safe. And let us hope that these protests come to an end once and for all. Well, thank you so much once again for joining us this morning. Coming up next, we'll have our newspaper headlines and review in a short while, so do stay with us. Welcome back. Let's start with the Punch newspaper and see what we have on the headlines. On the Punch, it says jet fuel crisis, FG 630-day credit window for airlines. Government stakeholders set 1,760 naira to 2,037 naira per litre range. Airlines lament 7 million naira fuel spending per flight. Jet fuel exports drive record margins for Dangote. Beside the mass, South Africa FG demands protection after 2 Nigerians killed. States earn 1.18 trillion naira VAT under new formula. Dangote official says Nigeria's petrol, diesel subsidized. Coup court orders speedy trial tribunal resumes May. On page 5 it says Kogi school attack, 17 pupils rescued, 9 still in captivity. Pages 4 and 5, Lagos couple beat adopted daughter to death. Ekiti governorship, APC leaders back Oyebanji's re-election bid. And finally on the Punch, court hears ADC, accord deregistration suit, May 5th. Over to the Vanguard newspaper. Page 7 says paper mills collapse. Nigeria loses 674 billion naira annually to foreign producers. Benga Hashim to NLC, defend Nigeria's democracy. Page 19 says Zenith Bank launches Cote d'Ivoire subsidiary. Maya says how Nigeria can unlock $74 billion livestock economy. 50 killed in Adamawa, Benue, Plateau, 23 pupils abducted in Kogi. Lagos governorship, Sanwo-Olu Exco endorse Hamzat. And the Nigerian Tribune, we see that page 4, bandits abduct 24 pupils, wife of proprietor in Kogi orphanage. 15 pupils rescued, says government. Our students escaped, not rescued, says principal. That's the major headline on the Nigerian Tribune. Over to the Daily Trust newspaper. It says on pages 3 and 4, who is there? Core members' final words. Many children abducted in Kogi, Kaduna. Suspected meningitis outbreak kills many in Sokoto. Jet A1, one-way flight may hit 500,000 naira. Benga Hashim urges Labour to be active in saving Nigeria's democracy. Alright, that is it on the Daily Trust newspaper. Now on The Nation. The Nation says Sanwo-Olu Hamzat best to take over. Yowada, governors, others campaigned for Oyebanji in Ekiti. Zenith Bank launches Cote d'Ivoire subsidiary on page 3, and page 5 says Makinde's advisory council screens governorship aspirants. Now let's look at the Guardian newspaper. Page 6 says APC risks internal crisis as governors hijack nomination forms. PRP faction rejects Abuja convention, alleges ADC's plot to hijack party on the news, page 3. Alleged coup trial, court grants accelerated hearing, bars journalists from proceedings. On news page 3, Jonathan meets with Obi, others behind closed doors. Nigerian envoy condemns killing of 2 citizens in South Africa. Jet A1 crisis deepens as airlines warn of imminent shutdown. And finally on The Guardian, Zenith expands West Africa's presence with Cote d'Ivoire's subsidiary. And on the papers this morning, we see a press statement. It says of robbery, the false claims by a desperate drowning governor. So we've covered the major headlines we have on our newspapers this morning. We'll take a break, and We'll come back for our newspaper review shortly. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Popular media personality Robbie Ekpo and his ex-wife Mayowa Lambe has currently embroiled in public and legal disputes following revelation about their past relationship and her recent remarriage in the United States. The controversy began after Ekpo's emotional appearance on the Honest Bunch podcast, where he reacted to reports that Lambe had married another man abroad without formally dissolving their marriage. He expressed shock over the development, maintaining that they were still legally married. Ekpo also recounted how he supported Lambe's relocation overseas and claimed he continued to assist her financially, including allegedly purchasing a flight ticket for her during a recent visit to Nigeria. He further alleged that throughout their 11-year marriage, Lambe secretly used contraceptives while he sought medical help over fertility concerns. Ekpo also claimed to have evidence that he was sending her money without knowing she was living with another man. He described the situation as painful, stating that he discovered her remarriage through videos and photos circulating on social media. The interview sparked widespread reactions online, with some Nigerians criticizing Lambe while others called for her side of the story. In response, Lambe, through her lawyer Chinedu Nwaneli, issued a cease and desist notice to Ekpo. She demanded that he take down all related posts, retract his statements, and issue a public apology within 48 hours. The notice also includes a demand for 100 million naira in damages for alleged defamation. warning of legal action if the conditions were not met. Lambe maintained that their marital relationship had been mutually terminated in May 2025. Challenging the notice, Ekpo, through his legal representatives at TAP Legal Services, described the 100 million naira demand as excessive, unfolded, and premature. He insisted that his statements were based on personal experiences and not made with malicious intent, adding that he was prepared to defend himself in court with evidence. Ekpo also revealed plans to petition the United States authorities over alleged marriage fraud, stating that he would submit all relevant evidence as part of his case. R&B singer David is facing serious criminal charges in the United States over the death of teenage girl whose decomposed body was discovered in his vehicle. Prosecutors allege that the 21-year-old artist born David Burke murdered 14-year-old Celeste Rivers Hernandez and dismembered her body, leaving the remains in bags inside his Tesla. Authorities claim the incident occurred in April last year, and her body was later found at a tow yard in September. While the preliminary hearing in Los Angeles, prosecutors revealed that a search of Burke's phone allegedly uncovered a significant amount of illegal explicit material involving minors. They did not clarify whether it was connected to the victim. Investigators believe this teenager had been in a relationship with Burke and allege he killed her to prevent exposure. An autopsy later confirmed she died from multiple injuries, with drugs and alcohol also found in her system. Burke has denied all charges, including murder, sexual abuse of a minor, and mutilation of human remains. He remains in custody as the case proceeds. American rapper Kanye West is set to perform in Prague this summer. According to event organizers, Zuzana Rambova, director of the Churchill Arena race course, confirmed that the concert will take place in July 25th, although further details about the show has not been disclosed. Czech media reports indicate that the event is being organized by Hugo Production, a company reportedly owned by Slovak entrepreneur Hugo Varga. The announcement comes after a previously planned performance by the rapper in Bratislava, Slovakia, was cancelled last year. The cancellation followed controversy surrounding a song he released on May 8, 2025, coinciding with the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II, which sparked public backlash. Thousands of people had signed a petition opposing his scheduled appearance at the Slovak festival, leading organizers to call off the event. That's the entertainment news. Queeneth Mokunta, Signature TV News.
The Abuja event by the National Human Rights Commission was to confer its 2025 Human Rights Partnership Award on the Ford Foundation for decades of support in advancing justice, civic engagement, and human dignity in Nigeria. The West Africa director of the foundation, Catherine Anyagolu, used the occasion to point to threats to the support for Nigeria's electoral process.
I have to be honest that the outcome of the last elections were not one that the world felt that was in a way that, not who became president, but just the outcome of it was challenging. And I think the problem we have at the international level is that when people don't understand the process, to fund it again becomes a problem. So there might be a challenge with that.
Executive Secretary of the Human Rights Commission, Tony Ojukwu, had earlier said that the partnership with the Ford Foundation has strengthened the Commission's capacity to respond to human rights violations and expand access to justice.
The Ford Foundation has demonstrated unwavering dedication to support this institution to deliver on its mandate. The Foundation has been recognized for strengthening democratic values, supporting justice sector reforms, and promoting the dignity of all persons, particularly the most vulnerable. At a time when the human rights defense landscape continues to evolve with new and complex challenges, the Foundation has remained a reliable ally, providing not only financial support, but also thought leadership and institutional capacity development. Through its interventions, the Foundation has contributed significantly to expanding access to justice, enhancing civic engagement, promoting gender equality, and supporting initiatives aimed at combating human rights violations in all its forms.
Ojukwu noted that collaborations with development partners have played a critical role in promoting gender equality, supporting electoral reforms, and tackling human rights abuses across the country.
This partnership with the Commission has strengthened our ability to respond more effectively to the needs of the Nigerian people. One of the most recent and notable examples of this collaboration was the enduring 2025 commemoration of 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, where the Foundation provided the critical support to LEDAP and the Commission that enabled us carry out our activities across the 36 states of the Federation. The Foundation supported the Commission in the MOVE project, which was targeted at mainstreaming human rights into electioneering, election campaigns, as well as elections during the 2023 general elections.
But while receiving the award, Ford Foundation's West Africa Director, Catherine Chinedum Anyagolu, struck a more cautious tone. She warned that shrinking global funding and increasing demand for support are putting pressure on organizations working to promote human rights.
You can imagine that with the closure of USAID and so many organizations reducing their funding, so many organizations are coming to the few of us that are remaining. And so it's important to get requests on time.
Anyagolu also raised concerns over Nigeria's justice system, noting that awareness alone is not enough if institutions responsible for protecting rights fail to deliver justice.
With society is that the best way to uphold civil society is actually to uphold the rights of people when they seek justice. And so it's, to a certain extent, it's important for people to know their rights, but if the supply side, the people who are actually supposed to uphold those rights are not doing it, then it's challenging to be able to, it's about you create a double frustration, because the person who doesn't know their rights doesn't know that they're being abused, but the person who knows their rights but then can't get justice from their rights is doubly frustrated. So I think maybe what we need to be looking at, how can we have the supply side, the side that is actually responsible for upholding human rights, the police, the justice system, how can we get them to actually work?
While both parties reaffirmed their commitment to continued collaboration, the message was clear. Without stronger institutions and sustained support, the protection of human rights in Nigeria may remain a difficult task. In Abuja, Chimize Nzadima reporting for Signature Television.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
The ENUGU state government is intensifying its efforts to go into strategic partnerships that will position the state as the hub for global investments. The state governor Peter Mba, who played host to a high-level delegation, urges the Chinese government to explore the possibility of establishing a Chinatown in ENUGU and citing major international business headquarters in the state. The governor told the delegation from the People's Republic of China, led by Consul General Yan Yingshen, which included executives from China Communication Construction Company and China Civil Engineering Construction Corporation, that ENUGU is ready for large-scale investments. He informed the delegation about the improved security, modern infrastructure, and investor-friendly policies, highlighting flagship projects including the new ENUGU City, smart green schools, expanded road networks, and a modern transport system.
We also felt that we need to have a modern city with modern facility and to make it also smart, since that's the direction the world is going. And we're happy to be partnering with a Chinese company in the development of the new city, the CCCC, China Communication Construction Company. So we have also visited their headquarters in Beijing, and we believe that it's a company with the capacity to meet our desire for a new city.
The Chinese Consul General commended the development vision of the state government, describing ENUGU as a city of opportunities. She assured of China's commitment to deepening collaboration in infrastructure, technology, education, and industrial development.
In China, we have experience. If you want to be rich, you must first build road. So I think that infrastructure, yes, is already our traditional area for cooperation. But in the future, we should develop the digital economy and also like agricultural modernization or industrialization, and especially the talent development. All Chinese people we know, Igbo people do business the best. Yes. So really, I think that here we hope, yes, to develop the corporate in vocational education.
For residents and investors alike, expectations are high that this partnership will translate into concrete projects that will not only shape the commercial landscape of the state, but also reinforce its emergence as a preferred destination for business and innovation in Nigeria. In ENUGU, Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obitupo from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion
for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Our mainstay was to export crude oil, and east still to export crude oil. But we reserve a certain proportion of those crude oil that we are drilling for local consumption. So we refined, used locally, and we're able to sell to our neighbors. Benin Republic, as far as Togo, Cameroon, and Chad, Nigeria, and all those places. Now, when the government now failed, when our refineries died and government failed to produce, governments now said, okay, we will now go outside the country, produce. That is the most idiotic economics I've ever seen in the entire life. Where you carry crude oil from your land, you have refineries, you have technology, have even provided what we call modular refineries. You have not made it conducive for people to bring refinery. You take your crude oil outside for local consumption outside the country. You pay dollars to do that, in dollars. You now refine it paying in dollars. You now bring it back using dollars, and then you are selling in naira. Therefore, the differentials in the financial outlay was too much. So the government asked, okay, we'll subsidize. You know, that is one of the craziest things that happened to us. We subsidize because of their inability. Meanwhile, people every day, we see the Nigerian military, joint task force, going to Niger Delta, saying that burning down illegal refineries. What does that suggest to you? It suggests to you that the technology of refining crude oil is simple. If people can do it in the creeks in their backyard, if people can do it back of their kitchen, during the Biafra War, people were mobile refineries. We were moving it and producing fuel for their armory, for their vehicles and everything. So it's not rocket science to refine oil. So why is Nigeria not refining oil?
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Welcome back. You're still watching Signature Morning on Signature TV. And as we're looking at 2027 election, we're also looking at INEC and the public trust of electorates. And we have joining us via Zoom this morning, Caleb Okeke Enyobi, who is a broadcaster and also a public affairs analyst. Good morning, and thank you for joining us on the program.
Good morning to you, and good morning, Nigerians.
Thank you so much for joining us. Now, talking about, the 2027 political build-up, first of all, I want you to tell us, what do you think about INEC and its relationship with the electorate in terms of public trust and public perception?
Well, INEC, in its recent foray, especially under the newly appointed boss, has not had a very smooth one with Nigerians. I believe that the relationship between Nigerians and INEC has since deteriorated, especially it was heightened at the time when there was the rumors that the current INEC chairman, it came out on the media that he must have been partisan in as recent as 2023. I think nothing has done more damage to the relationship between INEC and the electorate than that piece of news. Though INEC has gone on to debunk it, they've gone on to do their independent verification and investigation. I think that the reports had even made everything compounded because a lot of holes have been poked into it. To summarize the relationship between INEC and the electorates, it's just to say that Nigerians are apprehensive about INEC. It's almost there's this apprehension, and it shouldn't be so. I mean, considering the level of work and resources that have been put into INEC since 2011, leading up to 2015, and then now, one would expect that those resources would have culminated into a better relationship, but that is not what we have today. What we have today is serious apprehension on the side of the electorates about if INEC is going to live up to its fundamental principle of independence, especially as we move on to 2027 elections.
And that brings me to ask you, what would you say is INEC's biggest challenge or INEC's greatest challenge that is causing this apprehension, as you say, among the electorates?
Of course, the very first thing, INEC says the very first word in its nomenclature is independence. It's the inability of INEC in recent times to show their independence from the executive arm of government, especially from the one who pays the piper, that has resulted in this. I think that public perspective is shaped by whether the official communications, which at times we find that some of the appointees of the executives in this particular administration, the President Tinubu administration, seem to be ahead of INEC in terms of, we saw a situation where a government appointee made a public post, and then hours later, INEC then made the same post on their own page. Such optics does not enable the belief of electorates in the independence of INEC. So their singular most biggest challenge right now is how to manage to convince Nigerians that the I in the Independent Electoral Commission, National Electoral Commission, is not silent at this point in time. That's the biggest challenge, and that has to do with people, the people who are at the forefront of running the institution, and as well as the body language of the appointees of the present leadership of Tinubu, because the way and manner in which the government and its appointees are acting as though INEC is an appendage of the federal government, or acting as though INEC is an extension of the All Progressives Congress. It leaves nothing to be desired on the side of the citizens who are awake and alert at this point in time. If you add that to the misery index of the country and a good preponderance of Nigerians who are hoping, who are thinking that the status quo needs to change, you find that it does not provide a very conducive environment for people to have any trust in INEC whatsoever. So the biggest challenge is INEC trying to convince Nigerians that are independent as we go into the 2027 election. I think that has a lot to do with the psychological messaging that Nigerians are getting at this point in time, especially with INEC actions and, of course, the actions of the ruling All Progressive Congress.
Exactly. Now, speaking of, political parties, I mean, recently we've seen a lot of internal party dynamics and disputes, and we've also seen INEC, at the forefront of the involvement with these issues. So how do you think that this is also impacting on the public trust of INEC, particularly seeing that the political parties themselves are also having problems with fielding, candidates, or, how their candidates emerge for these elections? How do you think that these things are interconnected with how INEC is faring currently?
All right. The litmus test for how well INEC is doing is, of course, how political parties themselves as entities feel about INEC. That's one of the easiest litmus tests to check. If we say on the one hand that citizens are maybe that the messaging that they are getting from INEC and from the government is a bit conflicting. Then you can now say, okay, the last line to say if there is still trust in INEC will be to see what the political parties are thinking of INEC. And I think at the moment, there is a lot of lack of trust and suspicion, even by political parties, on the part of INEC. And this is not, sorry, it is not unfounded because prior to this time, we've not seen INEC so proactive in making political parties look like they are not on the same footing. All parties are not equal. I mean, it's expected that every party, registered party in this country, should be seen as equal in the face of INEC. But that is not so because the conduct of INEC recently, especially with the way that they have gone with the ADC and the way they have done with the Labour Party, if you compare that with how they also treated the APC when they had their crisis, you find that it is not an equal treatment. And that compounds the problem. It doesn't make it better, it compounds it. Because if political parties who are the first clients of INEC are not feeling that the services that INEC is giving to them is it's quality enough or it's impartial, I think that leaves so much to be desired on the part of the institution of INEC. And it is also presents a very potent danger, where INEC has now been openly accused by political parties as wanting a coronation, not an. I mean, political parties. This is the words of political parties or actors in this instance. I think I'm quoting Senator Daniel Melaya in this instance, where they have accused INEC of wanting a coronation of the Progressive Congress in 2027. Such words and such utterances from political parties and politicians, even though they may be viewed as political, but they hold some weight, especially when you look at it, if you compare the treatment that INEC has given to these parties who are aggrieved with the ruling of Progressive Congress. I mean, within the same political cycle, 2023 up to now, it gives cause for any keen mind to suspect that all is not well within the INEC and that the political parties may have, of course, serious ground for their suspicion of INEC's culpability in the problems that they're having today.
Now, earlier on when you talked about the challenges, you mentioned the issue of appointments. So I want to ask you, what alternative do you see as opposed to appointment of, the INEC chairman? What other alternative to choosing the head of INEC should be put in place to solve that problem, which seems to be the biggest challenge that they have now with getting public trust?
Okay, I think that Nigeria should have an integrity rating in its public service. There should be an integrity rating in Nigeria's public service. Whereas potential candidates for INEC should be coming from those who are scoring highest on those ratings. I mean, if you look at cognate organizations that people who work in those organizations may have some experience, some cognate experiences, with running INEC. I mean, organizations like, of course, institutions like federal institutions like universities and all that. There should be an open source integrity watch on public service in Nigeria, where those who have the highest points scored on integrity, due to their lived experiences, due to the testimonials, public testimonials on their behalf. I'll set a very simple example. When Dorakli was appointed as the chief of NDLEA, you find that, as well as not NAFDAC rather, you find that there was an anecdote that would always be quoted where she returned money after she was given money by the federal government for surgeries abroad. So we need people like that. We need anecdotes like that about our public servants, and our intellectuals, so that when the country needs an appointment, that rating, that public rate, that integrity public rating of public servants, will be called in the in forming the short lists for who should preside INEC. Also, another easier way to get an impartial Nigerian to run the affairs of INEC is to look at the institution itself. The institution should be able to rank its members and know who is always doing the right thing and who has more integrity within the organization. Names like Mike Igni, names that would come up in that instance, because we found that even being a part of the system, has been someone who has been very vocal as to the challenges and difficulties that they have faced in transforming elections in this country. So it's either we poll the candidates or the prospective candidates for INEC chairmanship from the general Nigerian civil service using an integrity watch, where civil servants will score points, and the highest scoring people in that instance would be potential candidates to be confirmed by National Assembly for the post of INEC. It shouldn't be at the whims and caprice of the president, to just pull anybody, without any metrics, to become INEC chairman, because that is where we run into trouble of what we saw with the ex-posts of the person who is there now. These things do not encourage trust at all. So we have to have a more refined and pragmatic approach to knowing who should be qualified, so that at some point those scoring highest in that integrity watch would be picked, and then from there they can now be screened, and further somebody can be selected to head such a sensitive organization. I think that politicians should have nothing to do with it whatsoever.
And there have also been, several reforms, particularly, with INEC, a number of reforms and revised regulations for political parties and all that. But somehow we also see that these reforms or revised regulations, we still see that there are lapses and we still see that there are gaps when it comes to implementation. Why would you say that could be the reason why those reforms seem not to have yielded as much result as Nigerians would have expected?
Well, it's a case of taking one step back, one step forward. The reforms, that you are alluding to. It's a case of taking one step forward and taking 3 steps back. That's what we've seen. I was very opportune to listen to a former member of the INEC, Mike Igni, in his analysis of what has gone wrong with the present electoral reform. He mentioned a number of things that had been before now taken care of by way of reform that have now become reverted or even made worse than they were before. He mentioned sections like Section 63 that talks about the validation of ballot papers, which is of course a primary concern, where a presiding officer will be able to allow or accept a ballot paper that has no INEC security features on it. This presents a danger for ballot stuffing and all that, for politicians to print their own ballots. It's also been called to action. Section 137 has also been called into question, which leaves an accountability gap, for the INEC officials, from those who conduct elections, that is the presiding officers and those who handle INEC instruments on the days of election, from being joined in suits, in tribunal suits, to come to account for their actions and inactions on election day. So, and of course, the grounds of petition, the section 138, Igni also argues there that it provides room for rigging. So all of these things, if you put them together, you find that's why I said in the first place that our reforms has been 1 step forward and 3 steps backward. And one would think that all of these issues, all of these technical issues that have been noticed over the years should be the grounds on which reforms should be made. But for them to have been done safely in 2015 and now in 2023, we are now going back to putting clauses that are that would affect the integrity of our elections. It tells something about the sincerity of the National Assembly to move us forward in terms of our election and to provide a more safe elections for Nigerians and credible elections for Nigeria. And that is the thing. When you leave politicians, when you leave this job to politicians, That's what happens. I believe that politicians should not do not have overwhelming inputs, as to how our electoral laws regulate. But of course, if you look at it very well, the National Assembly is under the Constitution, taxed with that rule. But how well they have done it, we've seen that they have not done it well. And with these new insertions into the new electoral law, it gives a lot of issues that, one, Nigerians would not want to come out to vote, because what is the point if all of these issues are hanging? And so, to answer your question directly, I think that we have not reformed properly. We have retrogressed when it comes to electoral reforms, with what we have seen today with 2020, the amendments to the electoral law. We have retrogressed in terms of reforms.
Now, you mentioned something about, the technical issues, involved with election, and, how that also affects the integrity. And a number of people are of the opinion that Nigeria and INEC is not at that level yet, or at that point where they can handle things solely electronically, or, using technology as a result of, or, due to a number of issues, for instance, cyber security fears and what have you. Do you share the same sentiment or ideology? Do you think that we are at that point where we can say that we can fully 100% trust the technology that we have and the people who also operate these systems to give what it is supposed to?
Well, if we don't trust technology, that means we have to trust people like the INEC chairman. I mean, I would rather trust technology than trust those who may have a preconceived notion about the election before even and holding high offices may influence, may force their notions into becoming reality. So I think that we have less danger with technology than we have with the manual ways that we are being forced to go back to. The point being that the beavers has been a singular most biggest reform we've had in recent times, and it has curbed a lot of issues, multiple voting, it has curbed a lot of issues, ballot box stuffing, and so many things. I think we should just add to it. We should just add to what has been already established. When you talk about cybersecurity and all that, is it not, when we talk about cybersecurity, is it not this same government, the same government who is talking about cybersecurity, and this same INEC, who came out after the 2023 election and said that the beavers had a glitch, and the service provider, Amazon, came to testify that they had not had a glitch in donkey years. I mean, so who is deceiving who? I believe that technology is far more reliable, whether even we're considering the risk of cybersecurity, than leaving things to the discretion of human beings, especially as we've seen how Nigerians are wont to be very corrupt when it comes to them being solely in charge of getting things, doing things the right way. So the argument for the non-adoption of technology does not hold any water, especially if you see the reality that technology is being applied in so many other. We see BVN, nobody is afraid of. We've been using technology for banking for how many years now? Nobody's afraid of the fear, even with the present fear of hacking. Nobody has been saying, nobody has said we should revert to days of ledgers and manual inputs of keeping balances in banks. So if we can be able to trust our monies to technology, I think we should be able to trust our votes to technology too, because increasingly that seems to be the only way forward. The issue of character question of Nigerians, no matter where they come from, whether they are from the east, from the west, or north or south, we can't rely on individuals to tell us what the votes or the results or the scores from the votes are. We must incorporate technology increasingly in our electoral experience here in Nigeria, because the alternative is to just have a very shameful display of orchestrated outcomes, which I'm sure it's what is responsible for the voter apathy we have presently in our polity.
So looking at 2027, I mean, we're already seeing a lot of build-ups with political parties and what have you leading towards the election next year. And with what we've just spoken about as regards to the public trust of the electorates and INEC, what do you see happening in 2027 as regards, voter turnout and active participation in the elections next year?
First, I would just say that quickly, INEC should move immediately to resolve all pending issues. All, INEC and the courts especially, not just INEC. The courts and INEC should move immediately to resolve fastidiously all issues that have to do with political parties that are pending before any of the courts, whether the High Court or Appeal or Supreme Court. They should do that as soon as possible. That is the very first step that would ensure that there will even be 2027 elections in the first place. Because when parties are not on the ballot, I mean, how do we then have an election? So that's in the first instance, that has to be done. And when parties are now wind of all of these problems, then the issue of the impartiality of INEC's chairman would now be called into play, because these are issues that will cause apathy next year. I foresee that if these issues are not handled, there will be a lot of voter apathy in 2027 because these issues, nobody wants to go and stand under the sun or under the rain and discussion economic reality of January to do an exercise that will amount of utility. So INEC and the courts have their role to play, to see that Nigerians would make that effort again to come out 2027 to vote. As to what is going to happen if these conditions, if these basic things are done, I believe that Nigerians are primed to participate and to engage the democratic process that is by way of coming out for elections. But what remains is what the institutions do to make it possible for Nigerians to do so without having, preconceived ideas that their efforts would amount to nothing after they have done their own part as citizens. So INEC has a role to play in that, the courts have a role to play in that, and the politicians themselves have a role to play in conducting themselves properly and in discouraging the level of hate speech and the level of bigotry that we are seeing in this particular period, because we saw what the result of it was in 2023, and it will be very unfortunate if the politicians do not put their supporters in order and get their messaging right as we go into 2027. It may be a recipe for disaster in 2027. So these are the issues that are most crucial as we look forward to 2027 election.
A very big thank you to you, Caleb Okeke Enyobi, for joining us on the program this morning. It's always a pleasure to have you.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Nigerians.
Well, Caleb Okeke Enyobi just spoke about the 2027 political build-up, INEC and public trust of the electorate. Signature Morning will go on a break and we'll be back shortly. Do stay with us.
We are local.
The international community is observing every...
Just finished the
Right,
the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Welcome back, and we're back with another discussion, very important one at that, which is the quest for uninterrupted electricity supply for southeast zone of Nigeria. And we have in the studio this morning Reverend Dr. Okechukwu Obioha, who is the National Chairman, Southeast Electricity Consumers Association. You're very much welcome to Signature Morning.
Yeah, thank you for having me this morning. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, our audience.
Now let's talk about, what is really on ground when it comes to this electricity supply. Now from the data from your association, from what you people have observed on the ground, can you speak on the electricity supply in Southeast? Can you talk about what is truly on ground, realistically, when it comes to how Nigerians in the Southeast have access to electricity and the quality of electricity supply?
Thank you very much for this, inviting me to your studio to talk on this a very important topic on electricity, and particularly to the Southeast. Then asking me to assess the degree, the services of electricity, or the outcome, or the supply, or the push. I would say it is zero. And it's unfortunately that it is zero. And when I mean zero, it is zero. The Southeasterners are very much disadvantaged and very unfortunate, very unlucky that we are in a situation that we're in now. When they came up with the electricity distribution, as it were, by NEPA, after ECN, then from there to PSCN. Then we had that word that was easily used and even used today, epileptic. People were using that, epileptic power supply. Then because of the worry and a very good intention of the movers, shakers of the industry, or the policy makers of the government, they felt they had to privatize the distribution of the energy sector, particularly electricity. And that was why they did the privatization and then split NEPA into about 18 discos, and then transmission, and then the generation. The aim actually was to improve the power supply. If we can get from that word, epileptic, to something else better than that. But unfortunately, when those discos were given out to private individuals, the Southeast became very unlucky. That even while, as the time went on, other discos in other parts of the country were doing very much. It appears that there was a very deliberate act or policy to keep the Southeast down in darkness. Because even when they started up about 11 years ago, or even before 11 years ago, meters were given free, transformers were given free, poles were mounted by the PSC and as it were, because these are equipments in the chain of distribution of light and getting to the consumers. But immediately they took over. EEDC took over for whatever they did, because a particular company won that contract earlier. And that's Professor Barton Naji and his about power now, that is where, or geometrics. Somewhere there along the line, something happened which we knew. We want to begin to talk about it because Sam Amadi was the chairman of NEC at that time. It was a kind of surprising to a lot of us that they changed the company and it became EEDs, and the EEDs took the distribution ship of Southeast. But instead of getting better, we got from pan to fire. Because from that 11 years that EEDs have been there, we have been bedeviled with darkness in the Southeast. As it was a kind of planned thing to make sure that EEDC or the Southeasterners are in darkness. So that's what we saw ourselves. From buying posts, we went into scarcity of prepaid meters before prepaid meter came in vogue. And then from there we went into buying transformers. Communities will be told to buy transformers, individuals will be told to buy transformers. And then you now write a letter to EEDC donating it, which was fraud, total fraud. Because these are equipments. And for crying out loud, the understanding is that when you bought the power hold, the PSCN, you were privatizer giving the whole of distribution of light to Southeast. You bought the liabilities and assets of PSCN, which was very humongous. But from that 11 years till now, EEDC have not been able to add any value or any equipment to what they made. Rather, everything is getting dilapidated and getting so bad that people in Igbo land say, because they now ask communities to buy transformers, which is supposed to be part of the equipment in distributing light. So coming from there till today, as we're talking, that's why we're in total darkness. They were all giving excuses that generation companies were not generating enough. Yes, we can. When we come to that, that's another minus on the power sector, on the leadership of this country. That we started in 1960 from 3,000 something megawatts, and then today we are still, when we have ability or capability or capacity to generate up to 11 or so, but we are still generating wobbling between 3 megawatts to 6. The highest have been 7 some time ago. And they will keep giving excuses. Something happened the other way. People did this. These were all before these bandits. So let nobody tell us that bandits, they went and caught a high tension wire and all that. But coming to the east, we don't have bad bandits. So we got to a point that we say, no, let's in a collective, instead of individual complaints, go to form an association. And we form an association. Southeast Electricity Consumers Association. And we kept on moving like that. And I don't want this logo to be shown there. here. Because this logo, they are fraudulent. We have complained to CAC, and CAC has queried them. Because coincidentally, when we started giving the consumers their rights and obligations, consumers of electricity in the southeast, we also started to stand in the gap of the discourse and the NEC, helping NEC to regulate well, and telling this EEDC to do the normal thing by not giving the excuses and going to NEC, claiming that they are allocating 50 megawatts or 60 megawatts to them. And we said no. They are generating, and anything that has to do with power, you don't generate and keep in store like water. They are complaining, the electric companies are complaining that you don't buy enough light. These schools don't collect what they generate. So ENUGU, go and collect these things. Don't tell us that. I went to all the televisions, Mafia TV and all that, many of them went on that. Then this felt bad and sued me and Sika to court, claiming 5 billion. We went through that route for 1 year, and we won them at the Federal High Court. They went into appeal, which they are all there now. What the EEDC did was to go in between while the case was on, which is something else that's going to come up, not on the air now. They went and they registered. We went to register with CAC. We had already registered, opened an account, as it were. Then they went. We now found out that the name had been reserved by EEDC. Why did we know? Because we went and made an objection. Finally, they gave a certificate to what they call SICA with this logo you are showing here. And we found out the address, stupidly and ignorantly and whatever, is 62, the headquarters of EEDC.
All right.
So I don't want to go. What brought about this is that showing logo of fake, fraudulent individuals, the same EEDC, going to float SICA, and they cannot get any SICA. SICA was, by the grace of God, by concept. The name was by concept. The registration was all that we did, and we did that. So all I'm trying to say is somebody what to say. What brought about this additional stuff that I do to talk with them, because I treat them with reckless abandon. And we're meeting them, and when we're meeting them, we're going to meet them. We're already meeting them now with CAC because you show the logo. That logo is fake. Fraudulent. So we don't have light.
Yes.
The answer to your question is that quest for electricity is that we are at ground zero in the southeast now. And that is why there's no improvement.
You mentioned that the southeast has been disproportionately affected.
Yes.
It seemed like it's a deliberate action.
Deliberate by
so
EEDC.
I want you to speak on why. So are you saying that the EEDC is why would the EEDC deliberately want the southeast to be disproportionately affected with this light issue?
Well, that's what we're asking them. We asked them. We went personally to them. At a point, yours truly here. When I raised an objection, when I raised an issue at Likelek, they had a seminar about whatever. I went to Likelek, that was 10 years ago. And when I raised something there, they now came up and invited me. I went there, I don't want to mention the executive director, and I told him certain things that we done right. From there, they said, you are going to be EEDC ambassador. And I became EEDC ambassador. They were all calling me EEDC ambassador. I was intervening between the consumers and whatever. Have a problem in Aba, have a problem in the Olo, I will also intervene. But when I kept for 10 years and we were getting from epileptic to kwashiorkor reading electricity supply, I told them, I don't want your ambassador again. I want to remain with the consumers. That's how we came up to form SICA. So that is where we are now. The EEDC deliberately, I'm saying it openly here, they deliberately, because transformers are dilapidated, they are abandoned in all the various communities. If it was when we were in the PSCN, in fact, PSCN will have a signal that the transformer is bad. Within 1 week, they'll come because it's their responsibility. It's equipment in the distribution line. But immediately you go to EEDC, EEDC will not only not come to repair the transformer, they will tell you to inform them, and when you inform them, they also, when you now inform them and their incapacity to give light to people, that's what we have said. EEDC should have been reduced to local government to supply light, and we're still calling that. ENUGU EC, we are calling you, the leading electricity distribution. Reduce EEDC distribution to one local government. They are not capable. So I'm not here to whatever. What I'm saying is that we are more worse. I'm here to tell them, they don't buy enough light that is given out, they give excuses, and the equipment they have not maintained. The equipment is giving light. The prepared meter they said they should give free. Before they started talking about they started talking about band A, band B, Kokoma, and the Oriental Brothers, which is a total confusion. All of them, both neck, discos, and all that, they're in a state of amakeme. They're in a confused, dilapidated state in terms of electricity supply. They now came up with band A. You're not giving people enough light. They're talking about band A, band B, band C, all in total of confusion. In a complicated confusion. So that's why I tell you that's my word. In a state of ama and kage, they are confused in their brain, all of them, because Nick had always been compromising with the discourse. That's why the Southeast is in darkness, and that's why we are coming up to what we're talking with. I will tell you about the summit this week. We want to see an alternative, and we had already gone to air to say what we had expected by October. You started last year, is to give out other, license other discourse, so that they can now distribute light and compete with EEDs because they are in total monopoly.
Now, you mentioned this issue of band A, band B, and the like. So I want you to talk about that because there's been a lot of controversy on it. A lot of people are saying that even with the band A, band B, that they are billed for services that they do not receive in these bands.
Those people who are, but when they started, we're not talking about band A that you have up to 20 hours of light and so on uninterrupted, and they said now, if you don't have up to 20 hours, you now come and write and complain to NEC. Where do you see NEC? They are in the spirit. You don't see them. Even if the address is here, they are inefficient. National Electricity Regulatory Commission. Thank God they have now moved even to ERC now, ENUGU Electricity Regulatory Commission. They have decentralized whatever by the Electricity Act of 2023. States are given empowered to whatever. And our amiable and working governor went immediately, the first governor in the South East that went and pulled that and established by a National State House Assembly. Kudos to them. They have ENUGU Electricity Regulatory Commission, the first regulatory commission in the South East, so that they can decentralize and get off from the neck bottlenecks. Now ERC is doing something. And that neck has streamed something then. That still thing that is there. That still cabal, that fraudulent whatever, that EEDs have been known what, which is in their DNA. Not only with the consumers. They are now having problem with ERC. Because they started billing people, apart from the band A. They give you band A, you don't get 20 hours light. They give you band B, you don't get light at all. At times you will be in band B, and they'll be charging you band A. Total confusion. That's what we say, if there's any possible, let there be a kind of dismantling the whole system. Dissolve everything. And the ERC is now in ENUGU by Chairman Chijoke Wankwa and his colleagues doing a lot of things. But EEDs is now trying to checkmate them. This is a thing that a private company that's licensed, registered to make profit and all that, is, like that, dragging with the government of the day, statutory government body. That is like challenging the state of the government. You know what you are charging them, charging people. They have calculated everything technically and say you should be charging them 160 per whatever, and then you say you are charging them 200 and something. You don't take to, they are in court now. The EEDC is in court, just like they were in court with NEC. Because these things are coming to limelight. Because SICA came to say, man, this thing that is hidden should be open. Give us light, there is light. EEDC felt bad, because they felt like a challenge from SICA. We don't have any other SICA. The one you're seeing there is the one that EEDC went and registered with cronies or whatever to CAC. And then, stupidly, I use the word, I'm sorry, this is a public something, ignorantly, mistakenly, they went and used 62 ZKV at Urban Avenue, the same headquarters of EEDC. So you don't want any pressure group to tell you this thing you are doing is not right. You went you cornered and then registered SICA with a different logo. But we have already operated for more than 2 years and gone to court with them. They are confused. So that's the bane of the problem of Nigeria. Southeast in particular, is EEDC that took up this thing. That was why they delayed and they made sure that Abba Power did not take off after 9 years of being
So you're
licensed.
saying that they should dismantle everything. So if it is dismantled, what is the alternative?
No, the dismantling is that to be able to license more discourse. The understanding we have now is that apart from the 6 months probation, they get to EEDC. They now license them again, I think, for about 20 years again. How would you do that? Get other discourse in ENUGU. Get other discourse. Because the thing is that if you say you are manpower,
Manpower is a subsidiary of EEDC. So it's like putting a new wine in old wine skin and it will tear. That's what the Bible says. That's what is tearing. That's why we are on it. Because the DNA, the same DNA that is in the Manpower, is the same thing as EEDC. It's the same thing as the first power. It's the same thing as second power. Whether they call it second power or distinction power in Igbo. And all those are all subsidiaries of EEDC. How can we survive like that? And they know too well. That's why I said it's a deliberate something. If the Southeast is empowered and electrified, and we have even 50% of electricity supplied to our people, this place will open up industrially, because that is the electricity and power or generation or whatever supplied to people is a lifewire of every nation, economically and otherwise. These artisans will wake up. Everything will be moving on very well. You cook your soup, you calculate yourself, you work yourself, and so on and so forth. There won't be these losses that we're having. There won't be this criminality. Because an idle man is a devil's workshop. If there is power, all these artisans, everybody will be busy. And the ingenuity in Southeast. That's what I'm telling you. This is not from only within, it is without. Because if we are empowered, that's why we talk about the Japan of the new Japan or Dubai. Because the Southeast will explode like nothing else. People will be, in fact, very soon, if there is anything like whatever, and there is a kind of visa to come to the Southeast, to get a visa to Southeast will be very, very difficult if you give us power. Give us power today. That's why we're having the summit. We want to say that you talk about the gas turbine or hydro, whatever. The authority to power. And then who is situated with the finest coal, the highest quality coal in the world is in ENUGU. And the biggest power plant in the world is powered with coal. The majority of power plants in the whole world, majority is powered with coal. South Africa, so on, China, India. Forget what I'm talking about here with respect to those who are talking about climate change, ozone layer, and so on and so forth. That is for the industrial and Western world. Here we've not even started doing anything in terms of reducing emitting things on the air. Look at the kind of this war within America and Iran. Do you know the kind of those bombings and so on, the thing that went to the cloud? It's more than, in fact, if we start even emitting and using coal and other things here to emit even our gas, in 50 years we'll not be able to raise to the ozone layer what happened in Iraq, all the blowing and all that. So we are saying, please, calm down. Our governor here, you are doing a lot. Tap into, you can generate a lot of revenue. Even this is a cloud about high weightage taxation here. There is something we have that God has given to us. Even though that this thing is, coal is still in the exclusive list or whatever of the federal, arrange with them. Let there be a power plant that will be powered with coal, which is done all over the world, and will have more light in ENUGU and be able to sell out.
Apart from the ENUGU state government, what about regional power collaboration? What about the other governments?
That is the reason. Document. That's the reason why the summit that is coming next tomorrow by 10 o'clock at Villa Toscana, we sent invitations to all the GOC, the paramilitary in ENUGU, all of them, security agencies. We sent to the governors of the whole Southeast individually. Personally, we sent to them. Speakers of the House of Southeast, then the chief judges of the Southeast, the whole Southeast, wanted to collaborate with the government of ENUGU and work with them. It's not just answering a Southeast Governance Forum. The only forum you can give that will be meaningful to the people and get down to the lives of your individuals is to give them light. Why don't you use, because what you're looking in Sokoto is in Sokoto. ENUGU is embedded. ENUGU is, concentrated with powerful coal that can be used in generating power, and that ENUGU will use enough. Because if you go by average, by our calculation, if ENUGU have to 247 now, they will only be using about 90 megawatts. Because at times the EEDC will buy 50 megawatts and send to the Southeast. That's why you see the thing making its eyes like this every second. 20, you don't have light. They buy 50 megawatts. But 90 megawatts will serve ENUGU. And the remaining, if you get a power plant that can generate 700 megawatts by coal, which will be good and neat, you will be selling to Anambra, selling to whatever rate, and it will be the kind of money ENUGU will have. If you put it in calculator, the battery will say, excuse me, to develop ENUGU.
But what about the Aba model?
Our model is there, but relying on gas turbine. Today they will tell you the gas, because it can still be, I don't want to say it here in the public space, but a lot of things are being manipulated and checked by whatever the factors that have been bedeviling the East. They also cry about turbine or maybe gas turbine and not whatever. We want to shift a little bit to have an alternative to gas turbine electricity generation. Let us go to coal. If we can get coal and we'll have them in abundance here in ENUGU and sort out with the environment and with all the environmental challenges we have other places, you buy into it and know what will you do. All the communities are here. There will be very much, there will be life in ENUGU, there will be life in the Southeast. So the whole Southeast, we are calling all the governors. If it is only what we will do for us, it's not entering into APC. Use the APC because it's an exclusive list. Get arrangement with them, get us what we want, give us light. And when you give us light, forget everything. Everything will fall in place if you have light in the Southeast.
Now, just before we go, I want you to speak on consumer rights, because when you spoke earlier, you mentioned about informing people and telling them about.
Yes, so their rights to the
but a number of people do not even know that they have these type of rights, particularly when it comes to electricity. So can you also speak on that?
Yes, you have rights. One of your rights is that you are entitled to have light. It is your bona fide right as a citizen of Nigeria to have light sufficiently. You see, then you talk about it. Then also your right is that look at the Electricity Act and so on, and what is holding there. Know what you're supposed to do, like your obligations. Well, number one is that you don't tap the light. Don't go and change your light or whatever, tap light. That's one of the obligations. Allow the EEDC or the distribution company to work. But your bona fide right is that the equipment that is supposed to be used to supply electricity to you is not your responsibility. The poles you buy, those years, if you designate an area, NEPA will come and line up poles for you. But the poles you are buying, the wires you are buying, the meters you are buying, which you have talked, federal government will come, even this minister that left today to go and take ownership, they all talk. It's a free meter. It means free meter, you're supposed to have a free meter. You're supposed to have a transformer. That is the equipment of the distribution companies, in particular EEDC. So if your transformer is bad now, that is the reason why we have this EC now. Go to EC. If you don't, get to SICA. We will direct you the address of EC. It's an independent lot. From Park Lane, behind Park Lane, you see the office there. Take it, even if you have bought a transformer in your community and you have a receipt, take it to them. EEDC will be compelled to pay you back. Stop crying. You keep on bemoaning. You don't want to make any step. If you have a transformer, and this transformer is again, don't buy again. It is free. It's supposed to be given by the company. They have come to make profit and to also have losses, but they have a lot of profit because PSC gave them humongous assets. But they will be using the assets and shifting the liabilities to you, responsibilities to you to go and buy power, buy poles, go buy power. Look at what they do. They don't even give you notices as what it's supposed to be before they disconnect your light. People are all in estimated light, estimated bill. For years we're crying about it. And this estimated bill is what they're using to kill, to stifle, to exploit the citizens of this country, Southeast consumers. Because everybody is supposed to be metered. So that you'll be able to measure, to calculate and measure the energy you are using. You manage it. But they don't want to do that. They don't want people to be on estimated bill and all that. So what I'm saying is that your right is that do not buy these equipments again. Governor Peter Mba has made effort and registered and have a regulatory commission. Engineer Chijo Kokonko is very capable. Go to their office and then report your transformers and so on. They will tell you, first of all, you have to write, according to the new law, write to EEDC or manpower as it is now. 30 days, if you don't respond, take that petition and copy it to the EC, what I call shortened form of ENUGU Electricity Regulatory Commission, behind Park Lane Hospital. Give it to them. They will not compare the ENUGU Disco. I'm telling you what has been going on. You don't know. They will compare ENUGU Disco, which is a manpower now. It is a Irufan Topakuk. They are EEDC. Whatever you call them, it is the same thing. Go and they will compare them to come and put your transformer in your community. And if you have bought a transformer, if you have your receipt, take it to EC I mean, right to, first of all, right to, that's regulation, right to manpower. Tell them, receipt you bought 5-10 years ago. Please, this is the receipt, pay me back. This is the payback time. Then if they don't do that 30 days, the right to EC will now compel them to pay you that money. I'm telling you what is going on. You don't know.
Okay, thank you so much.
We're informing you, and they will invite you to come to Sika. There, everybody's coming. The keynote speaker is Professor Chinedu Nebo, former power minister. He'll be there at Toscana, Villa Toscana. The royal event of the day is Igwe, Ambassador Agubusu. He's the whatever, many of them.
Of course.
So they are going to come at 11 o'clock next tomorrow. You hear us talk to you, and then you hear the responses. You make your own responses, reactions. We compile it. After that, we'll take it to the governors of the Southeast. This is what is feasible, what we can do to empower ENUGU. You are calling people to come from Lagos or whatever. You don't need to call anybody. Give Southeast power now. The whole of these people will start coming from Lagos, from all the Igbos. There's nothing like Akoruna. Akoruna will be something to attract them to come back.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Reverend Dr. Okechukwu Obioha, National Chairman, Southeast Electricity Consumers Association. It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you very much.
This conversation with us, talking on the quest for uninterrupted electricity supply for the southeast zone of Nigeria. You heard what he said. You have your right. So if you bought your transformer, if you bought your meter, make sure to write a letter to EEDC. And if they don't respond to you, you go to EC. All right, thank you so much once again. All right, we'll go on a break and we'll be back shortly. Do stay tuned.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox. It's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours. Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Thank you so much for staying with us on the program. And now I'm moving towards the health sector, talking on the rights of patients in hospitals. Joining us via Zoom this morning is Dr. Temitope Oyetunji, who is a consultant family physician, an author, and founder Patient Doctor Forum. You're very much welcome to Signature Morning. Thank you for joining us. Now let's talk about patients' rights. I mean, we hear that we have, a number of rights as patients, but most of us don't even know what those rights are. So can you put us through and enlighten us, firstly, what the rights of patients in hospitals are? Dr. Oyetunji, apologies for interrupting you, but can you please unmute your microphone? We can't hear you clearly. If you can hear me, kindly unmute your microphone. If you're wearing earpiece or any kind of earpiece or device connected, please take it off so that we can hear you and hear you clearly. All right, it seems that we still have issues hearing Dr. Oyetunji, but let's go on a break, and when we return, we'll continue this conversation.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We're back, still talking to Dr. Temitope Oyetunji. Dr. Oyetunji, if you can hear me, please speak to us so we can hear you as well. You're welcome to the program once again. So sorry, we still cannot hear you clearly. We still can't hear you. I don't know if if your audio is unmuted or if you're using any earpiece, but kindly unmute so we can hear you. While we wait for you to do that, let's just take a break, and when that is rectified, we'll come back to you.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
Oh.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
We deeply apologize for the network issues with connecting with Dr. Oyetunji, but I don't know if you can hear me. Please speak to us again. Welcome. Dr. Oyetunji, can you please speak so we can know if we can hear you?
Okay. Good morning. Thank you for having me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly now. Thank you so much for staying with us. Apologies once again for that. But, you know, just before we had that mix-up, I was asking you about, you know, telling us what these rights of patients in hospitals, what it entails and what they're about.
Yes, thank you. I said that's a very important question because not so many patients actually know what their rights are. And it's important for patients to know because if they don't know, they can't exercise it. So talking about patient rights, we have the right to information. Patients have a right to information. So When patients go to the hospital, they have a right to know what their diagnosis is, what they are being managed for, any procedures that was to be done for them. They have to have an understanding of what it is. It has to be explained clearly in a way they can understand. So they have a right to information. Another right is the right to respect and dignity. So patients have a right in the hospital to be treated with respect, regardless of their age, gender, social status. So they should actually be treated with respect. Another one is the right to consent. Before any procedure is done, a patient has to consent. And this is a very big issue when it comes to medical legal cases and all that. So if a procedure is carried out without consent, that is actually a big legal risk for the doctors. And patients should know that. No doctor should just say, okay, we want to do a procedure without consent and just go ahead. So patients have a right to consent. They also have a right to confidentiality. So anything you tell your doctor in the consulting room is actually confidential. You're not supposed to disclose it to a third party, right? So patients also have that right. They also have a right to quality care. They have a right to safe care. So when it comes to patient care, there are actually about 10 of them that are rights that patients should know. But if they don't know these rights, then it can become very easy for those rights to be trampled upon.
Now you've mentioned, quite a number of these rights, but I mean you're a you're a doctor and you're in the health space in Nigeria. So I would ask you, would you say that these rights are very much obtainable in our hospitals here? Particularly, you mentioned respect. You also mentioned information and a couple of other things as well. Looking at what we have, in the hospitals here in Nigeria, do you think that those rights are being exercised by the healthcare professionals?
Yes, yes and no. To an extent, it is being, followed, especially when you go to private practices. Yeah, so there's usually a difference. I've worked in the private setting and I've worked in government hospitals, and there's usually a difference between what you have in both places. And I think the reason is obvious because in the private place, you have to, you are being evaluated, you're being monitored, complaints attract, sanctions or other punitive measures, which you don't have in government hospitals. So I would say yes and no. It is being followed to an extent. To an extent, healthcare workers show respect, they give information. It may not be adequate like we ought to have it, but I believe with education, educating the patients, not that when they get to the hospital, they now begin to fight or insist on their rights, but just to be aware of them and to call attention to them. So if patients are aware, and doctors and healthcare workers are also reminded from time to time, trained on these things, I think we can. So we are not there yet, but we can improve.
And that brings me to ask about ethics, because you mentioned that it's different in the private sector and in the public sector because there is monitoring, there is evaluation, and what have you. And I want to believe that medical professionals cutting across all the aspects of medical and healthcare services should be taught on the ethics of the profession. So whether or not they are being monitored or evaluated, like the public hospitals, they should do the right thing regardless. So that I want to ask you about the ethics then, because if there is an imbalance with how patients are treated depending on where they come to for their health care, doesn't that speak on the ethics of the Nigerian medical or healthcare professionals and how they carry out their duties?
Yeah, thank you for that. That's an interesting question. Okay, so there are ethics. Doctors are supposed to abide by code of ethics. Yes, but doctors are also humans. They are not robots, right? So regardless of what your intentions are, there's a way the system in which you work affects whatever you do. Let me give you an example. So you are a doctor in a government hospital and you have to see maybe 40 patients in a clinic day, just within a few hours. Okay, so no matter how good your intentions are, you are human. And at some point, that fatigue or that fact that you're a human, it will come out, regardless of what your training is, regardless of what you yourself intend to do. There are some systemic issues that will just affect that. So that is a very important thing for us to know. So yes, ethically, it is taught, right? But these things, that's why there's supposed to be a training and retraining, because humans are not robots. They don't follow rules 100%. So that is why they need to be trained and retrained, and they need to be reminded. And then the system issues that cause deviations, all these deviations from the expected, should be handled as well if we are going to have doctors actually follow these ethics. I'm not saying that the ethics is conditional, right? I hope you get my point. What I'm just saying is there are other things that are affected. It's not an excuse for doctors. It's not an excuse, but it still affects the way they act in the hospital.
All right. And another thing you mentioned that caught my attention is consent. And I think the issue around consent, it seems to be dicey sometimes, particularly when, there have been situations where maybe there is no one, maybe the patient is not capable of giving consent at that moment, or there's possibly no one around, or, it's a life-threatening situation and something needs to be done at that moment. So I also want to understand how that is being handled, and also, what could possibly be the consequences if a medical personnel has to take that initiative to save a life, or something along that line.
Yes, so consent, there can be so many scenarios. Okay, so in a patient that is unconscious, for example, maybe a patient is involved in an accident and they're unconscious. So unconscious means they are not aware and they cannot give consent. So in that case, if there is a relative around, there is a next of kin, that relative can give consent on their behalf because they are not in a position where they can give consent. But in a place where there is no relative around or next of kin, then the doctor can still go ahead and assume what we call implied consent. So that is actually possible. In order to save a life, maybe somebody has a bleed in the brain and you have to do something, or that person is going to die. So you can do it, especially if you don't have the patient's consent or anybody's consent, then you can assume implied consent and go ahead with the procedure. And that is actually legally right.
What about issues of confidentiality as well? Because sometimes we find medical personnel having to call their colleagues to ask questions or to tell about a particular patient that has a particular illness. So how does that work as well, so as not to breach patients' confidentiality?
Okay, so confidentiality has to do like a third party who has nothing to do with that case. For example, if you're discussing with your senior colleague or another doctor, that is not breaching confidentiality. You're trying to, it's something we do regularly. So you're just discussing the case. It has to do with the care of that patient. So that is not breaching confidentiality. When confidentiality is breached is when you're talking to a third party who has no a role whatsoever in that care or taking care of that patient. So that is when you can say that confidentiality is breached.
So let's talk about something else, which is, when it comes to the financial transparency or the billing process in hospitals, because we also see that this affects how patients are being treated or attended to when they come to the hospital, particularly the issue of payment before they are being cared for or before they are being attended to. I want you to, talk about that as well, because isn't that also a form of breaching patients' rights in the hospital when they have to pay before they are being given attention or medical care?
Yeah, I'm glad that you touched on that, because that's another right patients have, right to emergency care. So that's another right. So yes, ideally, in any setting, even if it's in a private hospital or a government hospital, when a patient comes in as an emergency, it is the duty of that hospital to provide emergency services, just at least to keep the patient alive. If it's a critical case, they have a duty to attend to the patient. So even if the patient is not so able to pay, for example, okay, for example, let's say a patient goes to a private clinic and maybe they are not able to pay. So what that private clinic can do is at least to give them first aid or resuscitate them and then transfer to a government facility, which may be more affordable for the patient. So, but in the initial instance, every hospital actually has that duty to provide emergency care, life-saving care to somebody, whether or not they can pay. So that's a very important one you have mentioned. Patients have a right to that. And it is something we continue to say, continue to educate healthcare workers about so that they know that when a patient comes, whether they have money or not, at least emergency care should be given to them. And then afterwards, they can now be transferred to another facility, preferably maybe a government facility.
Now, we've spoken about, the rights of patients and how medical personnel are supposed to respect those rights. But let's also talk about patients and patient responsibility, because with rights, of course, come responsibility, and patients as well also have a responsibility when interfacing, the medical personnel, whether the doctors or the nurses. I also like you to talk about that. Do you think that sometimes patients as well could undermine their own care or their own rights when they come to hospitals and when they interact with the medical personnel?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. So with the patient's rights also come patient responsibilities. And funny enough, one of those responsibilities is actually responsibility to pay their bills. So patients have that responsibility. When healthcare workers have given you the care, then you have the responsibility to pay your bills. Another responsibility that patients have is responsibility to not withhold information, which is something patients often do, because they think maybe the doctor is going to judge them, maybe they've been taking herbal medications, and then when the doctor asks them, they don't volunteer that information. So that is not a good thing to do when you go to the hospital, because every information you withhold affects your care. Yes, some people take medications before they come to the hospital, but when they get to the hospital, they don't disclose those medications. So when the doctor prescribes another drug, so there's that danger of drug-drug interaction or taking the same class of drugs that has two different names, right? So these are some of the things that patients need to also be responsible about, giving the full information. And then, very importantly, they also have a responsibility to respect the rights of other patients and then the right of the healthcare workers. So healthcare workers too have a right. For example, if a patient goes to the hospital and they are being disruptive, they are threatening the staff, they are being violent or being physical with the staff, the staff of the hospital or the healthcare workers, even though they have sworn an oath to save lives, they also have the right to refuse to attend to that patient. So those are some of the responsibilities. And as much as patients should be aware of their rights, they also should be aware of these responsibilities so that there is less friction in our hospitals.
Of course. And one more thing, earlier on when we spoke about ethics, you mentioned that doctors and healthcare professionals are human beings as well, and sometimes, may not be able to be as accommodating or, depending on a number of reasons. And so I want you to also talk about that. Would you say it's an issue of burnout or something of the sort, or I want you to talk about that particular issue and how it also affects how these healthcare professionals attend and handle their patients.
Yeah, so it's a combination of things, burnout, poor remuneration, this jackpot phenomenon. Yes, so it's a whole lot of things. And when people always have good intentions, it's my belief, and that is what we talk about patient doctor for Nigeria. Most doctors, when they come, they have good intentions. No doctor comes into the profession and says, okay, I want to be mean to patients. But there are some systemic issues, like we have said, and that burnout you have mentioned is top on the list. Is top on the list because every day that we're witnessing this brain drain, it means that the very few doctors we have in the first place are having to deal with an increasing number of patients. There is no how you're going to have that and please to still have quality, right? So that is a very big issue. Another issue is the nobody does anything for free. Every one of us, whatever we're doing it for what we can get from it. So doctors, yeah, they saw an oath to protect, they saw an oath to save lives, but they also have families, they also have needs, right? So that job for them, if it's not fulfilling those needs, it affects the way they work as well. So remuneration, yeah, people say that doctors talk too much. They talk too much about their pay and all that. But when you consider the work, the amount of work they have to do, they go to work, they do calls, they have to make decisions, life threatening, as in life affecting decisions, decisions that affect life. So these are not small responsibilities. And then the remuneration should be at the same level, should be commensurate to that kind of service that they are rendering. So that's some of the things. And as a nation, as a people, we need to consider these things and make sure that we put things in place so that these people are encouraged as much as it is their duty and responsibility. They are also they have that environment, the enabling environment that helps them to fulfill their duty.
So, in your opinion, that what would you say that needs to be improved upon when it comes to patient-doctor relationship, so that when we get to the hospitals, we will not have cases of patients complaining of rights being breached or medical personnel complaining of. So how do we bridge that gap between patients and doctors to create that comfortable environment for both parties to be able to interact with themselves and get the best of, whatever it is that brought them there?
Yeah, fantastic question. And that is exactly the question we are answering, or we are solving at Patient Doctor Forum, right? So to answer your question, patients need to be educated. So we have talked about the rights of patients today. For how many people know these rights? How many patients know these rights? So patients need to be educated. Apart from their rights, they also need to be educated on the best way to interact with the healthcare system. So in Nigeria today, there's a lot of distrust in the healthcare system. I'm sure have all heard so many stories in the news about how maybe doctors did not do what they were supposed to do that resulted in loss of lives or injury or harm. And those kind of news actually affects us without knowing it. So by the time you go to the hospital, you go with that, thought or that distrust of the system. And that distrust actually can also affect the way you interact with them. It can affect the way you receive care because of that distrust you already have unconsciously. So some of these things we need to disabuse ourselves of it, because most of those stories in the media, they are not really told correctly or accurately enough, right? So we need to educate the public on how best to approach the healthcare system to get the best out of it. And then for the doctors, they also need to be trained and retrained on these ethics we're talking about, their responsibilities, and communication skills. Because, like I said, in a situation where a doctor is overworked,
what is usually sacrificed first is communication. So you just want to do everything fast and discharge everybody. So communication is often the first thing that suffers. But we know that communication is actually very important and it affects healthcare outcomes. So communication trainings for doctors is also a must. So if we do this on both sides, for patients and for doctors or not other healthcare workers as well, I think we're going to have an improvement in the healthcare outcomes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Temitope Oyetunji, for joining us this morning on the program. It's a pleasure to have this conversation with you and also to enlighten the public on their rights as patients and also as medical professionals. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Temitope Oyetunji is a consultant family physician and founder Patient-Doctor Forum, talking on the rights of patients in hospitals. And that brings us to the end of Signature Morning from our ENUGU studios. Don't go anywhere, as our Abuja studio will be coming up just shortly to bring you more conversations and more packages. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
29, 2023, when President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was being inaugurated as the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The very first statement of promise he made, can I quote him? Subsidy is gone. By that presidential pronouncement, the president changed the dynamics in our oil industry calculations. Let me not go any further. I'm not competent really. I've just raised these issues and allow those who know to help me this morning. Issues in Nigeria's pump pricing of petrol. That is the topic of our conversation this morning. I'm a guest, Madaki Ame. Now, I will introduce Madaki Ame really as a public interest defender. That is what he is, a lawyer, public interest defender. But he is brewed, baked, buttered, and sandwiched in the oil industry. So he knows the game. He knows how it operates. That's what brought him here. And that's what has brought him where he is within the Nigerian public sector, or within Nigerian public view. Madaki, you are welcome to the first edition of Signature Morning from Abuja this 2026.
Always a pleasure, let me tell you.
Madaki, you see, I'm raising an issue of concern to me even as an ordinary citizen. The controversies, the conversation going on in the pump pricing of petrol in the country. And as I said in my introduction, I want us to start this conversation right from 29th of May 2023, when the president said, I have removed subsidy. Subsidy is gone. Madaki, think about that statement. It was weighty for the oil industry. Do you think that statement was well thought out? Was it roundedly thought out before the president made that pronouncement?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chief Njoku. It's always a pleasure to be here. And one of the reasons why I've never declined your invitation to be on your program is because, I don't know how you do it, but you bring a lot of fervor, a lot of intellectualism into the conversation, and unless the person interviewing you is actually really good and sound in the topic, and he has done some research, if the questions are peripheral, the answers will also necessarily be peripheral. You get the point. So that said, I think that statement, subsidy is gone, was a totally irresponsible statement, by the president. And I say this without any form of fear of contradiction, and I do not say this lightly, because government policy as I know it, in a structured country, should not just be made, by official declaration, just because somebody feels he has just acquired power and then he can inflict pain, on the people. That singular statement, subsidy is gone, took the pump price of petrol from 190 naira, I think, that it was that morning, and I even bought at 190 naira. But as soon as the speech was made and it said subsidy is gone, the pump price adjusted itself to about 680 naira or whatever it was at that time. And you can just imagine the jump. You can imagine the pain. Every country exists to serve the interests of the people and not to cause them pain. But if the president comes and says, well, I'll take bold decisions, it's good for a president to take bold decisions, but if those bold decisions are taken without having thought through the consequences for the people and without having a clear knowledge of the end from the beginning, and you say, well, let's model through. After all, for too many decades we have been talking about subsidy and subsidy. I am that president that will take the decision to remove it, and you are plucking it out like a dentist who will pluck out somebody's tooth without any form of anesthetic or sedating the person. Just imagine you are removing all the incisors of a human being and you say you are just doing it because you are a bold dentist, I think you are just almost a demon. You get the point? And look at the pain, look at the impoverishment of Nigerians, ever since Tinubu became president. Whatever experimentation his economic team, I don't even know whether he has an economic team anymore, came on board with, has not translated to any result that anybody can monitor. Today they say they have met their revenue target and exceeded it. The very next day they are borrowing money for frivolous things that nobody sees the impact on the economy. Money that will still be paid from this same hapless, low income earning economy.
I must make a case here for the Minister of Finance and Coordinator of National Economy. As politicians say that they have met their revenue target and exceeded it, that minister has been consistent in his saying the figures don't add up. That the figures don't add up. And if the figures don't add up, it then means that the figures being bandied by politicians are just to a political impression. Let us impress the public. But the economic minders are giving us the facts that in fact is not all rosy. And that is why they want to bring in more people into the tax net, just to make the case for the minister.
Yeah, I hear you, but thank God you're not the minister's spokesman.
No, I'm not.
And then what you have just said is even a manifestation of a much deeper problem in the Nigerian economy. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy cannot be saying one thing, and then the President, who is supposed to be taking economic advice from the minister, will be saying another thing in order to look nice for the optics. You get the point? That then confirms the feeling that most Nigerians have that this is a lie government.
No, let's leave that. Let's go back to the oil.
Let's make this point. Because if the Minister of the Economy, who is coordinating the entire economy, who is more like Minister, extraordinary and plenipotentiary, as far as the economy is concerned, and supposed to coordinate activities that would lead to the progress of this economy, says we are not meeting revenue target. In fact, that's why we are borrowing. And then the president goes in another vein and says, we have exceeded our revenue target. Money is not our problem. It is how to spend it. It means that you have an Idi Amin situation where the central bank governor said, man, if you print more money, this thing will become like tissue paper. And the man says, okay, like Uganda money is tissue paper, take him away and do to him what they do to tissue paper. You get the point? See, I really don't know what we are doing. So when economists come to on this program and other programs on channels and whatever, and they are talking, I feel sorry for them because I'm not an economist, I'm a lawyer, but over time I think I see myself now more of a petroleum economist. You get the point in a way, because economy is actually common sense. If people who are the managers of the economy have refused to apply common sense, to the management of Naira and Kobo, as it affects you and I, and they are doing it with impunity, they are also doing it without listening to any form of advice or professional advice, and then they just do it with impunity and they don't care what the outcomes are. Then we are doomed as a country. And quite frankly, you and I, thank God you've been around much longer than myself. I don't believe your age, but the truth is because I think there is some part of your DNA that you must share with us. But the truth of the matter is that because you have seen so much more in terms of life than myself, that means you have actually witnessed this frustration much longer than myself. I'm astounded every time I listen to government officials. Where do they, what drives them? How can they run a country like this? You get the point. Even if you run your nuclear family the way Nigeria is run, the Nigerian economy is run, you will run that nuclear family aground. You get the point. And nobody wants to see his children starving.
Okay, let us begin to look at why we made this issue a matter for conversation this morning. Now, before I get into what Dangote have been saying about pricing of petrol in Nigerian oil sector, let me draw our attention to provisions being made in the budget. Pronouncements being made by the National Assembly. One, the president says the subsidy is gone. Regulatory agencies, NMPC, are all talking about under recovery. And in the budget and in the statements being made for the National Assembly, provisions are being made to cover the under recovery. Please help me, because I'm coming from point of ignorance. What is the fundamental difference between under recovery and subsidy? Is one a euphemism for the other?
Yes,
under recovery and then subsidy.
Well, the first time I heard the term under recovery was when Dilani was the Minister of Petroleum.
Yes.
You know. And I think that was a very ingenious coinage in order to avoid using the bad word subsidy, because they realized that the Nigerian public had already become tired of hearing the word subsidy. So they had to find a new name, you know, to call the bad dog, you know, before they hang it. So they now call it under recovery. But they all refer to the same thing, you know, just the clever by half acronym, you know, or coinage, you know, for subsidy. But subsidy in itself is not a death sentence. It's actually not a wrong thing. Since 2012, you know, when Nigerians had the first subsidy strike, you know, the drama that led to Lawan going to prison, being pardoned by this government, you know, and all of that. You know, the dollars that were hidden under a cap, you know, and all of that. You know, probably one of the darkest, one of the many dark moments, you know, in this economy, in this country, you know, where we now are totally numb, you know, to scandals. You get the point? But then it was actually a serious scandal. And Nigerians went to the streets. You know, I think Jonathan was the president at the time.
Yes, he was.
You know, in 2012. You know, that was when I started making public appearances on television
on this
to discuss this. You know, and over time, I want to, without due regard to modesty, say that I've developed expertise in this area. I've studied everything that can be studied. And because I also think very clearly, I've thought through this very clearly. You get the point? And I've discovered that, you know, what Nigerians have been paying for, and the government has been arrogantly calling subsidy, has actually been inefficiency. The government's inability to manage the economics around a liter of petrol, or a liter of diesel, or a liter of kerosene, or for that matter, 4 liters of lube oils, because they all come from the same process, or even the cooking gas, you know, which also is a byproduct, you know, the LPG, which is a byproduct of the petroleum refining process. You get the point? So, you know, what Nigerians have grown under, you know, since oil was discovered, and since the military regime came, you know, and introduced the subsidy as a palliative, I think in 1973 or something.
An equalizer.
And they set up the Petroleum Equalization Fund, which should never have been set up in the first place. Because you are not equalizing the price of Gary, or you are not equalizing the price of basic products that are necessary for human life, like pharmaceuticals, you know, or you are not equalizing the price of education for children. And you come and you say you want to equalize the price of petrol, so that petrol can be sold in Maiduguri, you know, at the same price as it's sold in Port Harcourt, where there are 2 refineries, or, you know, in a place like Lagos, where they have several petroleum depots, you know, and the product is there. I don't see the economics that, you know, that
warranted that
informed that Petroleum Equalization Fund, you know, in the first place. And to think that billions and billions of dollars was sunk into this funny process of trying to keep prices the same throughout the country. And then, you know,
well, that was what that removal of subsidy was supposed to also address that issue.
Yes, but now we are 2 years plus into the so-called subsidy is gone. If we ask Tinubu a question today and say, Oga, please, this is not about politics. It's about you carrying out a half-term review of yourself and being honest to Nigerians. Your statement of subsidy is gone. What has been the positive financial impact on
Yeah, and that is exactly the question many Nigerians are asking. Removal of subsidy was supposed to have saved billions, if not trillions.
Trillions, actually.
Now, under recovery is costing the country money. Price of petrol is still high. Are we not suffering triple jeopardy? We talk about double jeopardy. Is the country not suffering triple jeopardy?
If not a quadruple whammy. It is, the problem is that because the lives of government officials are 100% subsidized. So when they are complaining that the economy is not making enough money, what they are actually saying is that we don't have, how much of your money we are spending on frivolities, is not increasing. So even though we want to enjoy more, we are unable to enjoy more because the revenue that's available for us to spend as we please is depleting because we are not, bringing enough into the till. You get the point? That's the truth. And I say this pointedly because, I've lived in this world now for 59 years. This is going to be my 60th year on earth. I can't remember anything that the government of this country has ever done for me. Nothing. And that's the truth. You get the point? My education was purely through the effort of my parents, who were poor civil servants. My father was a poor civil, was a normal civil servant who didn't collect a dime as bribe throughout his 96 years that he lived on earth, And, but he eked out a living and brought all 17 of us that he sired into this world. All the way to university level. So I grew up knowing that my father had nothing. He gave of himself completely. I've never seen anybody make that level of sacrifice, for his children. You get the point? Same for my mother, who didn't go to formal education but was very wise and was doing her petty trading in the Tuko market, selling grains all her life until she died 3 years ago. But you see the pain on the faces of Nigerians, and they live their lives from day to day without the existence of the government. You get the point? And I say this with pain in my heart because I know that governments elsewhere exist to be able to make life livable.
Now let us borrow from Dangote because I'm coming to the crux of this conversation. Dangote is giving out figures. He's raised two fundamental issues in the past 2 months. First, he told Nigerians that gantry price of petrol in Dangote refinery is about 693 naira per liter. The gantry price. In other words, the tanks that come in to take petrol to go and distribute, they buy at 693 naira per liter. But that what actually Dangote refinery sells that petrol is about 391 or 93 naira. The additional 300 naira on top of what he would have sold ordinarily goes to the regulatory agencies, goes to the unions. In other words, when the president said he had removed subsidy and petrol sold at over 1,000 naira per liter pump price has gone down now to 890 or 890 or 840, 820, at least in Abuja.
NNPC 815.
Thank you. And Dangote is telling Nigerians that what he sells is 693, but what actually Dangote takes for his 1 liter of petrol is 393. That additional 300 naira burden is not determined by market forces. It's determined by the demands of regulatory agencies to collect money for not being part of the production process or selling process, and the unions. What does this amount to? Because what Dangote said is known to the government. Mark this, my last words. What Dangote said is known to the government. In other words, the government knows that a 300 naira per litre burden is placed on Nigerians in order to service a regulatory agency that doesn't add to production. Unions do not add value. What ought to be the government's handling of this kind of situation?
Honestly, I don't know. Your question will just, make one to just run away from this country. But the truth of the matter again, Chief Njoko.
Well, I didn't want to give you the statistics. The fact didn't make up the facts.
Exactly. Dangote, I think, is one of the most patriotic Nigerians ever to be alive. And I make this point not oblivious of the fact that I have always been a very strong critic of Dangote because I had this notion that he's a monopolist, and all he wants to do is make money. If Dangote wanted to make money from the petroleum industry, which is actually a late entrant into, he has always been a commodities person, sugar, I remember
cement,
water even, he had his own brand of water in those days. All sorts of things, semolina, anything, salt, there's nothing Dangote does not sell. And he still sells them and makes money out of those things. But a few years ago, he comes and says, I want to set up a refinery. Many people thought he was crazy. Because then, the feeling in the oil and gas industry was that, which I think is totally misplaced, was that fossil fuels were destroying the environment and that they needed to be phased out anyway. So you do solar, you do biomass, you do other things, but in fact, you even convert sugarcane to some kind of fuel.
That was the story.
Convert sugarcane or grass or whatever food that people are supposed to eat. You now convert it to fuel so that people can starve. You know what I mean? Now to make the environment greener. For God's sake, this doesn't make any sense. For another 50 to 100 years, oil is here with us, and oil is going nowhere. In terms of the mix. That said, we go back to pricing. Dangote's revelation, that 300 naira at least in a pump price, between 693 naira, and the 393 naira that he gets, that comes to his organization, out of which he pays salaries, he pays for crude, he pays tax, he pays the the loans that he took at the exorbitant rates, to help to build this massive refinery, which all that he gets, for all of this humongous, near out of this world infrastructure to deliver petrol and diesel and kerosene at our pumps is 393 naira. But that same product is sold at 820, 840, 815, whatever price they want to pay now. Nigerians have become numb. Before, 2 naira, 3 naira increase in the pump price could lead to a major national conflagration because the unions were leading the country in the wrong direction. They were whipping up some sentiment and saying, no, it must not be 700. No, then it was even in small figures like 50 naira. If they wanted to increase pump price from 50 naira to 55 naira or 53 naira, they will strike and grind the whole country down. Why are they not striking now? It's not even worse right now. You get the point. But Nigerians have been led by the nose for many years by people who are either ignorant and deliberately so, or genuinely actually ignorant because they don't know. This country is run by ignorant people. That's the truth. In a good country, they should line people up and shoot them, like the Chinese do. You get the point. There was a time somebody said that when the subsidy regime was on, that they were making so much money that he was tired of making money. I hope you read something about a certain person who had a name who said that there was so much free money, and you and I were here, almost dying of hunger, eking out an existence to pay children's school fees. You get the point. So what we are saying is this: we've been claiming to have ministers of petroleum, but most of them, I think all of them actually, they didn't know their left from their right. You get the point? They didn't know what they were ministering in that petroleum industry. That's the truth. We've always had, round pegs in square holes. And then they go on television, they tell all the stories around how much they know. The media, of course, you people.
I'm talking with you from point of ignorance. I'm not an industrial person.
What I'm saying is that the media pumps up their profile. They polish their CV, and then once the CV goes, this is the best man for this industry, blah, blah, blah. Whoever, package the person for the job, packages him, and then he comes pretending to know what he's doing, reads out stupid policies that cause more pain to the people when a country is paying an arbitrage of 300 naira for every 1 liter of petrol sold by the refinery at 693 naira. 300 naira of that is wastage on unions or regulators who regulate nothing, on all manner of things that don't add value to this economy. And we're talking. And why I'm actually very gratified about this information which you have put across is that since 2012, since this argument about subsidy or no subsidy, I have always maintained the fact that subsidy as we know it is a self-inflicted injury. We are just like a man carrying a cutlass and cutting his own leg off, and then he's complaining that there's a pain. We inflicted this injury on ourselves. Because even if the government wants to subsidize, and I've been saying this thing a long time ago. Before Tinubu government came, I wrote an article that said, even as you are coming, we can sell petrol at 300 naira per liter and we will not pay a dime.
I'm ready to answer this conversation.
I subsidy to anybody.
And
nobody took me seriously. I've been saying this thing since 2012. If a child born in 2012 will almost be getting ready to go to the husband's house as a female. You get the point? But this is the country of the deaf. The government is all-knowing, so no matter what you say, nobody is interested in what you have to say. It is who is saying it that matters. You know the point, how well the person has been packaged. Otherwise, whatever is there, how does he know? And that's the end. If we don't run a country based on knowledge, and we're running countries, you are running an entire people, 230 million people, based on the ignorance of their president and the people he chooses to be his aides, then honestly it is shameful. And it's actually an existential threat, to the future of this country.
Now, before we dwell on that threat, there is a second issue that Dangote has raised. He's raising the alarm that the current spiral in the pump price of petrol may hit 1,400 naira per liter unless something is done. And he is recommending what ought to be done. He's attributing it to the continued importation of petrol in a currency regime that is being devalued. Secondly, he's pegging it on the very limited capacity of local refiners. And he says it is a contradiction that Nigeria produces crude, has refineries, has given license for modular refineries, wouldn't help those refineries to operate and chooses to import petrol. That what kind of regulatory authority will claim patriotism, national development with this kind of self-defeating policy? And therefore he says, for the price to come down and stabilize, please increase local refining capacity. And there are many modular refinery licenses. Help them operate. People have always accused Dangote of being a monopoly or thinking monopoly. But to me, this argument doesn't sound monopolistic.
Not at all.
And then he says, naturally, the price of petrol, of petroleum products, will come down. But the way it is, where the regulatory agencies are interested in giving licenses for importation, they are themselves killing the national economy. Do you think Dangote is fighting the international oil cartel by this argument for his own survival? Or is he being really patriotic and being a reasonable player in the national economy?
Again, you should be a professor. You know why you're not lecturing in the university? Because, if you were a teacher, students would really be afraid of you. The reason is that, nobody will have an answer to your questions. But again, I go back to, let me cut off the comedy. I'm actually a part-time comedian, I tell my children that if I were not lawyer, I'd be a comedian. And I think I would have made more money from comedy than
we're talking national challenges now.
Nobody pays me for being a lawyer, but that's a story for another day. Now, I think that the country should do away with the National Merit Award, and then all these they are meaningless, Grand Commander of this, Grand Commander of that. You get the point. Let's set up a National Genius Award. You get the point. And when we set up a National Genius Award, the first candidate, the first awardee of the National Genius Award should be Alhaji Aliko Dangote. Because not only is he patriotic, he is thoroughly patriotic. You get the point. Now I can, I said this without I've been on global television before to call him a monopolist. And one of the programs are there. And I had good reason to say so. When he was complaining about about the importation of substandard petroleum products when his refinery was just coming on board. And I was saying it at the time that why will he say that when we have a regulator that's supposed to be checking standards? We now know that regulator was paying outrageous amounts of money in school fees for his child in Switzerland, allegedly. But he's now no longer an allegation. The man ran away from his role, with his tail in between his legs. When Dangote put him on the spot. And that was actually a good thing. In a good country, that man should be in prison right now, while investigations are going on. But in Nigeria, everybody gets a slap on the wrist. In fact, I'm told that EFCC is only interested in cases depending on the size of the corruption. Because they will be asking themselves, how much of this amount will they get if the money is small? So if the money is small, you will not get them interested in the case. And that's the truth. And I can look the chairman of EFCC in the face and tell him that this is the feedback that the market has for you. You get the point. Now, I still find that so the National Genius Award is all we need. I don't think we need to award more than 5 of them in a year. So we clearly identify those whose genius has helped this country or had the potential of helping this country to move to the next level. Dangote has single-handedly contributed more, to the growth of this economy in all ramifications than anybody alive or dead. You get the point? So Dangote should be seen as an enigma, as as some object to be studied. You get the point? Because it takes more than somebody who wants to make money, for himself and all of that to be a Dangote. You get the point? All the other people are rent-seeking, profiteers who just want to create avenues to make money. But quite frankly, if Dangote wanted to make money, what he should be doing is to struggle to increase his market share from his humble 393 naira and inch closer to the market price that at the gantry. He can insist that the entire gantry price should come to him because after all, he's the one that owns the refinery. But he's saying that, he's declaring to the world that this gantry price I'm charging is not my money. Well. I'm helping the unions to collect their money. I'm helping the regulators to collect money to go and spend on their children's school fees abroad. I'm helping. So, there's Nigeria is not being run based on any understandable economic model. Nigeria is being run as a moving crime scene as far as I'm concerned. I want to be as harsh as I can be, on this program. You get the point? Without caring what it is, because I have free speech. We are in a country that's supposedly run by free speech, and we need to be able to talk, and say the things that are wrong. Every single thing is wrong with this economy. You get the point? And the way the economy is managed. But nobody seems to care. And there's no consequence for foolishness. And then for running this country aground. The other day, the president came and forgave the trillions of debts that NNPC said they were owing. He said, yes, just don't worry, don't pay it. Who does that? Shouldn't there be an investigation to say where did that debt come from? Because recently NNPC has been cooking their books and declaring that they are making a profit. So how can an organization that's supposed to be a commercial organization that has been pretending, and cooking books and telling the whole world that they are making profit, suddenly come and say we have made so much losses? And the president, with the stroke of his left hand, says, I forgive you the debts, without wanting to find out how those debts arose. How do we make progress as a country if we sweep
inefficiency,
performance. Exactly, clearly, brazenly. And every year we budget in trillions, and then a huge percentage of that trillion goes into servicing dubious debts. And at the end of the day, you say you are running an economy, they should be ashamed of themselves. Quite frankly, I don't listen to the national budget anymore.
Okay.
Before, they used to bring me, and other people to come and analyze national budget. This is how much they say they're going to spend on education. This is how much I say, but I'm no longer interested. They will invite me, I used to do that on a number of the channels TV, this and that. I don't go. You invite me, I say I'm not coming. It's a waste of my time. I would like, nobody pays us, pays anybody for being on television and saying anything. If I give advice, at least, if you will implement even a modicum of it, so that you can improve something, then it makes sense. But if you are shouting at the dead wall, you know what I mean, and then nobody cares, then I'll keep coming to come and talk. There are times Chimjoku have actually asked me to come, and I say I'm doing a media blanket. I'm not coming. And I will not come. But it's out of respect for you. And this your program is probably the only one I now still show up in.
Let me take us to solutions. Because one thing they accuse the media of is that we raise issues, we criticize policies, and we don't even try to get from our guests, the experts, what ought to be done. I'm going to raise two issues that require making suggestions to the president. The first is, Dangote has spoken about the figures, and the president, if he did not know, now knows that Nigerians could have gotten petrol at a much lower price if regulatory authorities had been decent. So what Nigerians are paying for is to sustain an agency whose function is to regulate. We are paying them. And those agencies are budgeted for in the budget every year. What will you tell the president in that regard?
Well, my first advice would be for the president to, for once, appoint a competent person to be the Minister of Petroleum. You get the point? Right now, honestly, it's a mess. The politician after politician who know next to nothing about the industry are put in charge. So even when they are running rings around them, they do not know. You get the point? And the oil and gas industry is so central to this economy that you cannot afford to run it on the basis of politics and mediocrity. The president has no business being the Minister of Petroleum, substantive Minister of Petroleum. And then every year in, year out, there's the culture of, appointing a Minister of State for Petroleum, Minister of State for Gas. Because they say the ministry is important, the president should take charge. The president is totally incompetent as far as the oil industry is concerned. He claims to have worked in, Mobile and all that, but I don't know the quality of work that he did there.
But the president is an accountant.
Yeah, but an accountant, is not necessarily a petroleum economist. He's not necessarily knowledgeable even, because the knowledge that Dangote is using to tell us these figures that are shocking, you know what I mean? It's not the knowledge that he gained in the university for what he studied. You get the point. Accountants count other people's money. When my son was going to the university, the mother filled jam form with him, and they said he should go and study accounting. When they gave him admission and he was supposed to enroll in Veritas University, I said, sorry, you can't go and study accounting. Rather than count other people's money, I'll prefer for you to study entrepreneurship. So he went and we changed it, and he went and studied entrepreneurship, and he's doing great. He's now in Malta studying for a master's degree, in digital marketing, ways that will empower him to become a rich man, and to employ accountants to count his money. Instead of him to be, that clever accountant that he calculating figures for. If you tell me 2 plus 2, I may not know the answer, but if you say 2 naira plus 2 naira, I know it's 4 naira. You get the point? So just put a currency figure in front of the figure and I will know it straight. The only subject I never passed in school, I came first in. Every single time I write exams, I come first. The only subject I had an F9 in, proudly. And I can put that certificate on my face like they gave certificate of dismissal to some people from political parties recently. I can put that certificate on my face and with pride that I did not pass mathematics. I couldn't understand the way the figures. What is algebra? What is find X? X is on the paper, and you're telling me to find it. It is there. If all the people who have been finding X, what is going to do with it?
But they found it in
do some funny calculation and they say X that has been on the paper since morning. You are finding it. And then you have found it and you feel satisfied that you have found it. Okay, you find it now. Let's see how that translates to the cost of Gary.
So
let's
advise.
The advice the president, let competent people run this economy. And there are many of them. There are many people who are so competent, they know this industry like the back of their hands, but they will never be put in charge. Do something about this. You get the point.
Okay.
If your interest is actually in running this economy and improving the way this country, you don't have any business borrowing a dime from any source. So when they are doing deficit budgeting, I just don't understand. There's so much money to be made from this economy. And the first thing to do is to stop selling crude oil. For every barrel of crude oil you sell, you are shortchanging this country heavily. Because if the people who are buying your crude for cheap are not making money from the refining process, why would they buy it? Do you understand? So I say, crude oil producing country, we must stop selling crude to the international market. We must add value. It is that value that Dangote is adding by setting up the biggest oil refinery in the world, here in this country. Nobody thought it was possible. It's the single biggest single stream petroleum refining in the world, and he wants to increase capacity. So if the business of refining were not profitable, why would all the why would there be more than 100 refineries in the US? You get the point. The US, surprise, you may not know this, but the US produces more crude oil than any other country in the world, including Saudi Arabia. Yeah. Everybody hears about Saudi Arabia's crude, but the US produces and still buys. They buy because crude is cheap, and when they know that when they add value, they will make so many times more money than they will make by selling crude. Those who sell crude are the ones who quickly want money, in whatever currency, and then they just go and then slush it away.
So please get the right people to run the sector
who know about this industry to run
selling of crude.
Selling crude oil.
Now,
then
yes,
the issue was never subsidy, but what was being subsidized.
Now, I'm coming to that because I said I was going to raise the creed, because in my last conversation with you on this matter, you said to me then under Buhari that you had a model that could bring down the pump price of petrol to 300 naira then without any talk of subsidy or no subsidy.
No, interestingly, it couldn't have been 300 naira because under Buhari, petrol never went.
It was 194. It was 194. Yes, I think so.
So that model, which I developed in 2012, would actually have brought petrol prices to a small fraction of what it was then and what it has now snowballed.
Now, why I'm raising that matter now, because that's another critical issue I want you to address. We are buying petrol at 8.15, 8.20, 8.40. Dangote says, remove 300 naira being given away. It will count about 393.
That's 400.
Call it 400. The people will truck their whatever and add their transportation costs. Let's give them under 100 naira per liter to cover their costs. It may come to 500. Is it possible for Nigeria to sell petrol under any method, under any model, for less than 500, 600 naira per liter?
Completely.
Tell me how.
By looking at two things. First of all, we have no business buying crude oil for refining locally at the international price of crude. We've been doing this for years. And the example again is not rocket science. I produce yams. I want to give food to my children. And then I say, because 1 tuber of yam is $10 in the US, then I must index the cost of the value of the food I give my children against $10, which is the amount that somebody who doesn't produce yams is prepared to pay for the same yams. You get the point? It doesn't make sense. If we price our crude oil for refining And if we refine everything that we produce actually, then there will be no need for saying you want to earn foreign exchange and all of that. It's a joke.
Yeah, but the government will say that.
No, but the government doesn't need to earn any foreign exchange. You will need to rejig the international economy so that the currency of every country is that currency. So if I'm buying something from a country that the currency is rupee, I'm not even buying the dollar. You get the point? So it's naira to rupee. So if the country is buying something from me, they pay me in naira. If I'm buying something from them, you know, I pay them in rupee. You get the point?
Let me call your name, Madakame.
Yes.
Would you want Trump to listen to you this morning?
Well, I don't know.
Do you want him to hang you?
I don't know about Trump. You get the point?
No. Do you want him to hang you? Because you're asking, this model is circumventing dollar denomination of crude business.
Why should dollar be the marker for international trade? I find it extremely funny. A Nigerian wants to buy something from China, and then they say they open the letter of credit in dollar. So when you now buy the dollar, then you have to convert again to yuan to be able to pay at the source country. What most people do now that makes sense is that because the economies have become global, if you're buying something from the Chinese will have a naira account. You credit the yuan equivalent in naira into the naira account of the Chinese company, and the Chinese company just simply pays, gives you value in yuan and sends your product to you. That way, no dollar has been involved. This is being done on a reg. So that's why the CBN their bogus infrastructure and the difficulty around getting their. How do you think that most of the Igbo people import the things they import into this country? If you want to wait for CBN to give you dollar, to be able to import something in yuan or in rupee from India or China, the whole year will end and you will not do any business. You get the point. So people have cleverly, avoided the CBN now, and they're just doing their own thing. You get the point. Because we can actually.
Have you heard the other side of the story of Trump's adventure in Venezuela?
Yes, I have.
And it's in fact a reaction to what you are just saying this morning. A reaction to what you are saying this morning.
But you see, a wrong thing cannot be sustained for long. You get the point. Every country, like we can have a crazy Nigerian president who says, yes, the naira should become the currency of Africa. So anybody who wants to buy anything should buy something in naira. And then he's doing that and bullying them because he has planes, and bombers who are ready to attack any country that says, no, this doesn't make sense. You get the point. It's also the fallacy of borrowing money in foreign currency. The US government survives on printing the dollar, and they can print any quantity because they know it will be mopped up. But the Rwandan president, Paul Kagame, made the point the other day that no sovereign nation needs to borrow money from another country. Print it. You get the point. You want to construct a road from here to Makurdi, and then you are going to borrow dollar in order to pay Julius Berger. Let them print the naira that's required to make this.
And give it to
Julius Berger. Give it credit. In fact, you don't even need to print it. Just these days the digital alert them in the amount that needs to be that they need to be able to pay the engineers and Nigerians. Everybody, if they have to bring us parts from abroad, because they're working here in Nigeria and they're spending money to buy gari, and okra and all that, let their income be in naira. And then the roads are constructed. Why do we inflict pain on ourselves, understand, thinking that we studied economics or studied something else, when it is native knowledge that keeps the world running? You get the point?
No, Madaki, this morning you are cutting trouble.
Oh, God.
And you are cutting trouble for the Nigerian nation, because the international politics around the dollar can make a number of presidents and governments victims if they don't.
If they are victims because they lack knowledge or the courage to run their economy, so be it, quite frankly. I think we need more victims.
I think I can tell you for free that Maduro had courage.
No, he didn't.
He had courage to run the economy.
He didn't. I think he deserved to have been handcuffed the way he was. And a few more presidents actually deserve to be handcuffed. I don't want to name the names here.
Please don't. They don't name any names. But Maduro was trying to protect his country.
It is called the Maduro treatment. Many more presidents deserve the Maduro treatment.
Because Trump, an American analyst said that Trump was not going for Maduro's oil. that Moduro did not commit any drug offense, and that Moduro did not have any.
Yeah, it was because of bypassing the dollar. Yes,
it's bypassing the dollar, and that's what you're here preaching this morning.
And he's also going to, the next target is Iran. It's not about executing his citizens. The Iranians have always executed their citizens. You get the point. But the man has said, anybody who is doing this current riot that has lasted for almost a month, if they dare execute them, that is coming there. And they have put all the executions on hold because they are afraid of the bombs. You get the point?
So please, I'm also afraid of you this morning because what you are saying might attract bomb to us, and I dissociate myself from all that you said about circumventing the dollar this morning.
It will not. But the truth of the matter is that, what is right and what is wrong is wrong.
Okay, but if this is done, you believe that the cost of the...
We can do 100 naira. We can do 100 naira per liter. Honestly, we can actually today do 100 naira per liter. Let me explain to you why. The wellhead cost of a barrel of crude oil is so much lower than the international price of a barrel of crude oil. And the price of crude oil is 80% of the price of refined products at the pump. You can ask Dangote, he will tell you. You get the point. So at the end of the day, the cost of refining, paying salaries, bringing out all the equipment now just accounts for less than 20% of the cost of that 1 liter that we buy. But honestly, no matter how inefficiently the oil companies produce, if they are reporting their costs honestly and they're not padding, no single barrel of crude oil, and when I talk of a barrel, we are looking at 190 liters. You get the point?
Yes.
About that, 195 liters. Should cost more than $5 a barrel, no matter how inefficiently you produce. In fact, when I was in Shell, and I left Shell 18 years ago, by the way, when I was in Shell, we were going on a strike because the owners of the Shell International, the international owners of Shell said that the unit operating cost for Shell was too high and that they needed to downsize. So they wanted to cream off the top management that were Nigerian, so that they could bring their own people. And the justification was that we were running an inefficient unit operating cost for crude production. So I was the union leader at the time. I was vice chairman of Pengasson, in Shell. So, because some of us try to introduce intellectualism into unionism, unions think that it's by shouting and going on strike and all that they achieve ends. No. You can achieve so much as a unionist without shutting down for 1 day, without going on strike. You get the point? Because strikes are actually,
destructive.
Very disruptive. It's almost like economic terrorism. While I was in Shell, I tried to avoid strikes all the time because I developed a concept called dancing around the barrel. As long as you keep threatening the company that you will shut down, they don't want the barrel to tilt. So whatever you ask for, they will do it. But once you have shut down, you have done your worst. So I kept telling my fellow union leaders, I said, let's not shut down. Because if we shut down, we have done our worst and they will dig in and we will lose. There was no struggle we went for at the time that we did not win while I was in the leadership position at that time. Because we were matching them intellect for intellect. And on this issue of unit OPEX, do you know that we caught their lie? We went to DPR. Because the top management felt threatened, they now made information available to us that we will never have been privy to. So one certain big man, and I wish he's still alive, but I won't call his name, called me to his office, gave me a flash drive, and said I should copy. He copied an information on Excel spreadsheet from DPR, which compared the unit operating expenditure of all the 5 major oil companies at the time. That was Shell before it became Renaissance.
Yes.
And all that. And Shell was the biggest operator at the time. Do you know what we found out? The unit cost of production of Shell, that was supposed to be the behemoth, the most inefficient producer, was even lower than that of every other one because of economies of scale. Because we were producing over 1 million barrels a day at the time. Our unit operating cost was $3.25. $3.25. The dollar has never changed. I hope you know. The naira has been bastardized because they keep messing it up. You get the point. My salary when I left Shell was 1.4 million a month. It was $10,000 a month that time, because the exchange rate was about 140 to 1. Today, $1,000 is 1.5 million naira. You can imagine how far gone we have been. The dollar has still remained the dollar. So when they are making this noise about they're using $20, $30 to produce one barrel of crude, I say, how is that possible? Where is it coming from? So the point I'm making is that if they really want to even go down, Dangote is talking of gantry price being, whether the gantry revenue being $393 to him, it can actually go much lower and it will still be profitable to him. Because that is gantry revenue of 393 naira, per liter, is based on an inefficient pricing template for crude.
Well, my producer is flagging me. Now, what we can take away from this conversation very quickly, and this is critical for us, and that is that Nigerians can get the pump price at 100 naira,
and not more than 100
naira per liter, even in our current circumstances.
Exactly, and there will be no subsidy for one moment. It should not be more than 100 naira. It can even be less, especially if you handle the inefficient exchange rate. Why should $1 exchange for 1,500 naira? It doesn't make any sense. The purchasing power parity of the dollar to the naira is still so much in favor of the naira. The other day, my daughter sent me $50 from the US. Now how much it came to? 73,000 naira. What $50 can buy in America? You know what 73,000 naira can buy in Nigeria? $50 will never dream of buying in the US. So what is the basis?
Well, that's the much we can take this morning. Issues around the pump price of petrol. Dangote's revelations last year, and now that the president is getting into a new year, what with the budget is already in the National Assembly, what policies we ought to be looking at? Madaki has said certain things which I said is on his own. Let Trump not come here. But thinking seriously, those are issues for deep thought and deep consideration. Do we design policies to favor our people, or do we design policies to sound international players? I think what Trump is doing is saying the international play must draw from domestic efficiency. And that's what Madaki is saying this morning. Efficient management of our oil sector can bring down all the price. And all this noise and quarrel be forgotten. And Nigeria's economy can run more smoothly, more efficiently. And you and I can enter the market and buy things at humane prices that can keep our families going. Not the way we're moving this morning. All we can do this morning is to thank Madaki. Thank you very much for coming to the program.
Always a pleasure.
Well, I will keep, any time of the day. Thank you very much. I will keep conversing on issues affecting our polity and our nation and our people day after day. My name is Wabos Njaku. Please enjoy the rest of the day and good morning.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
I'm here to invite our first distinguished speaker for this evening's conversation, Mr. Onyebuchimba. So Mr. Onyebuchimba is a distinguished educationist, public affairs analyst, and disability rights advocate who has dedicated his life work to promoting inclusivity, accessibility, and dignity for all. With a passion for empowering individuals and communities, he has made significant contributions to the fields of education and disability inclusion advocacy. Mr. Onyebuchimba has an NCE in English and Political Science from the ENUGU State College of Education, Technical. He has a degree in education from the Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Awka, and currently he is studying for a master's degree in education management. As an educationist, Onyebuchimba has demonstrated a deep understanding of the complexities of the education system and has worked to promote innovative and inclusive approaches to learning. His expertise has been invaluable in shaping education policies and programs that cater to diverse needs. Onyebuchimba's advocacy also for disability rights has been instrumental in promoting awareness and understanding of the challenges faced by persons with disabilities. He has worked closely with organizations and governments to develop and implement policies that promote accessibility, inclusion, and equality. Through his tireless efforts, Onyebuchimba has made a lasting impact on the lives of countless individuals and communities. His work has helped in the enactment of the 2023 ENUGU State Discrimination Against Persons with Disabilities Prohibition Law, promoting a more inclusive and equitable society where everyone has the opportunity to thrive. As a champion for education, disability rights, and human dignity, Onyebuchimba continues to inspire and motivate others to join the fight for a more just and compassionate world. His legacy serves as a powerful reminder of the importance of empathy, of understanding, and collective action in creating a better future for all. And this evening, Mr. Onyebuchimba will be taking the stage to speak on a very important topic, Onyanga na Nwanne, advocating for a more inclusive Ala Igbo. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together for Mr. Onyebuchi as he comes off the stage to make his presentation. Please keep clapping until he comes up.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I feel so excited hearing my name being mentioned in them, as in, I feel like, who am I? However, today is a special day, I must say. Special thanks to the management of Center for Memories. Director, I salute you and your team. More grace to function. I want to say that I think my standing here is like that of the John the Baptist, because he appeared to clear the road for Jesus. So I am standing here to clear the road for my boss, Sir David Daniele, the Honorable. One of the greatest voices, or one of the greatest voices you have had in the Eastern Nigeria and Africa as a whole, talking about disability inclusion and driving that most desired change in our society. So I salute you. You're welcome to the city of ENUGU. My other fellow persons with disabilities, the media, and our other guests around us here. I will not also forget my very good friends, the students who have been here with us since afternoon. I appreciate each and every one of us. And like I said, my presentation this evening will not take much of our time, knowing that the boss is here. And I think he's one of those who taught us the job, who taught us whatever you see us do today, whatever you hear us say today, is part of what he has planted in us that we are trying to, practice. And I must continuously thank you, Sir David. Yeah, the topic of Onyaya na Nwanne, the concept of Onyaya na Nwanne, I think has been an old-time adage in Igbo land, an old-time concept in Igbo land that some of us grew to meet and, unfortunately, will I say, failed to make it a part of our daily lives. Because the concept of Onyaya na Nwanne, I think, has gone beyond even the international treaties, the Africa Charter, the Nigeria Disability Laws, and other documents that speak about the rights and dignity of man. The concept of Onyaya na Nwanne reminds us about Onye, that of Egbebere, Ugobere. Eziokwu na na-asị Egbebere Ugobere nke si ibe ya Ebele. Asị nkwukwa ya, mana we don't say so these days. We always say, Igosi eboga, Igosi eboga ebe. Maka na ikwa maro ibezi ya. So the concept of Onyaya na Nwanne advocating for a more inclusive Ala Igbo. Ala Igbo means Anambra, Abia, Imo, Ebonyi, Enugu, including our other brothers that are on the other side of the geographical zone of the country that are also Igbos. Unfortunately, like I said at the issue, the Onyaya na Nwanne concept appears to have been lost because these days a whole lot of things have changed. While I emphasize on the concept of Onyaya na Nwanne, let me also begin this brief presentation by first letting us know about who is Onyebuchi Mba. Onyebuchi Mba, briefly, is born and brought up here in Enugu State, Uzuwani precisely. Onyebuchi Mba, the only child of his late parents. Onyebuchi Mba was not born blind, but by the provisions of nature, will I say unfairness of nature, I saw myself in the disability world. At the age of 11, by children playing, I lost my first sight, as in my right eye. And by that play, a whole lot of things began to manifest in my life. Knowing the family I came from as such poor family background, and being the only child. Unfortunately, the poor parents couldn't change anything because that saw me through. You making use of my one eye, I finished up my primary education, was taken to Lagos as Igbo man now, pure typical Igbo man, Igbo boy. While in Lagos, I had another incident that a colleague also slapped me on the remaining eye, and that brought about the closure of both eyes. That particular slap that happened in Lagos in 1996 and happened again in 1998 August was on a different occasion by different individuals. And in the year 2000, Onyebuchi Mba, after armed robbery attack that nearly took my life in Lagos in our shop, I told my master that I need to go home. For a living dog, the Bible says, better than dead lion. I returned back home, meeting my poor parents. My mother, in particular, seeing me return back home blind, was shocked and fainted. And that shock, after 5 years, she passed on. My father also passed on. Onyewuchi was left alone in the house. You know, people come in, if you want to eat, come to my house. If you want to drink water, come to my house. A reverend father took me to intervene and took me to special school Ojiriba. That was the turnaround to my life, because by then, I actually felt I was the only blind person. But getting to Ojiriba special education made me to begin to see life in another dimension. I not only saw other fellow persons with visual impairment, but began to gather the courage that in spite of this so-called visual impairment, blindness, I can still make it, and I can still make it. One thing that also inspired me was that there was a time on Radio Nigeria that I do listen to radio very well, and there was this program called You Can Make It. I don't miss that program. I don't joke with that program. I continue to listen to that program, and it continued to inspire me. And here am I today, from OG to CIC, from CIC to College of Education to Nnamdi Azikiwe University, and counting. Onyewuchi is still standing, and this is not the key. So, why are we saying all this? We are saying all this because somebody somewhere desires that inspiration. Somebody somewhere may be down, thinking that all hope is gone. If you are here and you know a boy, a girl, a child with disability, any form that is down there in the different families, maybe the family may have been hidden and hiding that child. Go and tell them that there is hope in every disabled child or in every physically challenged child. Go and tell that family to bring out their child, that child can still be useful, not only to himself, not only to the family, but to the society. So I want to say that I would like to introduce us to international documents that will speak to the dignity of man, that will speak to the inclusion of one another in state and societal affairs. Unfortunately, it appears we have a whole lot of documents and policies that were never implemented and that have not really served the problems of man, including, particularly persons with disabilities. If you talk of United Nations rights on persons with disabilities, the Convention of UN on Rights of Persons with Disability, it speaks on three key concepts: accessibility, participation, and inclusion. And if you are to bring it down to Igbo, how is that accessibility in our own society? How is that participation in our own society? How is that inclusion in our own society? I understand the fact that disability law sometimes, a few years ago in Nigeria, appears to become the order of the day. But like I said also, we have too many policies, too many documents, but the problems appear to be on the increase, unsolved. Lamentations, issues affecting persons with disabilities on the rise without much attention given to it. And one is beginning to ask a different question: what is the problem? There was a time we thought disability law, absence of disability law in Nigeria has become the problem. But we had disability law. 2018, this is 2025. About 23 states or more in Nigeria have actually domesticated this law. And Southeast in particular, Abia has done this. Disability Commission is ongoing, running. Anambra has also done this. The commission is running. Imo State has also passed and signed into law, waiting for the Disability Commission to come on board. Ebonyi State has also done this, waiting for governor's assent to the law, to the bill, for it to become a law. Enugu State also did this in 2023. And then 2 years down the line, there is nothing to show about the much desired Disability Commission. And we are asking, what other measure, what other approach can we begin to adopt to get not only the attention of the state actors, but also you and I in the society, but also the market women, but also the religious leaders, for us to connectively know that we are talking about Egbebere, ugobere. Onyaya na nwanne ya. Onyaya na nwanne ya concept in United Nations, they call it Operation Leave No One Behind. Leave no one behind is a slogan from UN. And we're asking that question. In Nigeria today, Southeast as a region, Ali Igbo, how far are we? Where are we in all of these? Is it that we are to leave the aspect of the laws? What stage are we currently? The state actors appear not to be giving a listening ear to disability matters. The followers appears not to be giving a listening ear to disability matters. How do I mean? Every society, Nelson Mandela said that every society is measured by the way and manner such society regards and treats issues affecting the vulnerable. Our political leaders today, appointments 2 years down the line, and too many appointments have been made. Commissioners, SSAs, this and that. In ENUGU State and the whole of Igbo, how many persons with disabilities are there? Policies are being made. How many persons with disabilities are there speaking? Like I said, the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities focuses on 3 key concepts: accessibility, participation, and inclusion. How accessible is our government house here? Assuming I walk into the government house now, even to see, as a citizen, bona fide one for that matter, to see my leader, how accessible. Not to talk of the public infrastructure that we do see, houses built here and there that wheelchair users cannot in any way access nor enter. Too many questions begging for answer. Participation is far-fetched, not to talk of inclusion. But we will continue to cry this cry. If you read that of African Charter on Rights, on Human Rights and People's Rights, 1981, it also emphasizes on 3 key concepts of dignity, equity, and justice. And that same question is, being asked, where is the dignity of man in Igbo land? Where is the equality that man desires in Igbo land? Echem na ndị Igbo na-ekwu okwu na-asị n'eme onye ka emere ibe ya, obi adị ya mma. How can we now get to the leadership ladder and then you forgot the fact that name will be Sepota? There is no family or no village here that will tell me they have no child or no single man or woman with disability. Over 25 million persons with disabilities are in Nigeria today. More than them. Like that's why I said over. And then if we are to break that 25 million down to states, how much do you think should be the quota of ENUGU and Igbo in particular, in general? In a civilized society, the number of persons with disabilities in ENUGU State alone can vote in or vote out a governor. If in a sane and a society where things work the way it's supposed to work, the number of individuals with disabilities can determine who governs a state. But here in this part of the world, the reverse is the case. In the ongoing voter registration processes, what are the plans to capture these individuals? What are the mechanisms put in place for the interest of this? In fact, myself standing here personally, I've reached out to ENUGU INEC office on how to deliberately plan for how persons with disabilities could be brought into the region. And the feedback I got after some days or weeks was to tell them to return back to their various local government areas. Yet, in INEC office, we have a disability desk. So this calls for worry. And when we talk of all of the concepts where international treaties and chapters about human rights and persons with disabilities focuses on, that of National Discrimination Against Persons with Disabilities Prohibition Law of 2018 also speaks to the dignity and rights of individuals with disabilities. But the question now is, how much are we enjoying those rights as provided? Like we were sharing before coming on stage, I remember some of us following up that of ENUGU State Disability Laws passage in 2023, and you can hear some of our representatives, honorable men, saying, no, Honorable Speaker, this document is a white man document. Our environment is entirely a different thing. In fact, Honorable Speaker, the way I look at this document, it cannot sell here. Our environment is totally a different one from that of Oyibo man. It's a different one from that of Oyibo, but the phone we are using is not a different one from that of Oyibo. The vehicle we are driving is not a different one from that of Oyibo. The plane we are entering is not different from that of Oyibo. Every other thing, the mansions and the monies we are packing and making are not different from that of the white men. But when it comes to matters affecting a certain segment of the society, it becomes Oyibo man property. We are preaching sustainable development goal as the SDG provides from 1 to 17 all over Igbo. Tell me one of it that is functional, targeting individuals that all of these policies and programs were meant for. From that of zero hunger, from that of zero poverty, from that of quality of education, from just name them, from that of accessible and decent workplace and all that. None. And that is why I keep talking about our leader who is seated here, a boss I respect so much, Sir David Daniele, who in years past when he was, traveling all over the country, ENUGU was one of the states where he implemented his programs. And that was part of the capacity that gave us this voice you are hearing today. That was what actually opened our eyes. He said that days of charity are gone. We cannot continue to live in charity. Charity has not changed in my life because give me 100,000 naira today, I will spend it tomorrow. And then I will return back next tomorrow to ask for more. But teach me how to get that 100,000. I will make a way to be getting it for myself and for my family. Who says that a person with disability does not deserve a life of dignity? You went to the primary school, I went to the same primary school. You went to secondary school, I went to the same secondary school. You went to higher institution, I went to the same higher institution. And then we came out to struggle for opportunities. Who do you think will have that better edge? It is a call for our governors in Igbo land to begin to be intentional on disability matters. No longer charity, not pity, not sympathy. It is all about empathy. Look at yourself. Think if you are the one. Put yourself in my shoe. Anyone seated here or standing here under the sound of my voice, close your eyes. Just try to close your eyes within a minute or two. If you wouldn't mind, walk around closing your eyes. Ask yourself, how do you feel closing your eyes to navigate? If you can find a wheelchair, find it and practicalize it. Use wheelchair to move around. You feel it and know how it pains, it teaches. If you are here and find something and close your, just put up your two ears and then know whether you can hear and hear well. These are some of the practical ways of getting to know what others are feeling. In public infrastructure provisions, no state in Igbo land is intentional in making our roads accessible for individuals with disabilities. That is what accessibility is all about. You can say you build 10 kilometers of road in your tenure, but how accessible are those roads? How accessible? Can a wheelchair user navigate through the same road? Can a blind man or woman, a blind child, I am using this word for us to understand this language. Otherwise, you know that UN and the international standard says visual impairment, hearing impairment. But I discovered that in this part of the world, until you use a raw phrase or phrases, people will not get to know it. Like in Atensoka some months ago, I was in a bike, and a police officer stopped us, asked us to park. I said, sir, please, can you allow us to go? I'm a special person. And he said, come on, go and park there. Special person. Who told you? Are you the only special person in Nigeria? I mean, to be a special person. Go and park there. I told the Okada guy, please go and park. And then we parked. By the time the police officer later met us and said, show me this. I said, oh, God, I think I pleaded with you to allow us know that I'm a special person. I'm blind. And then he said, now you are talking. You should have told me that you are blind and you are telling me special person. So that is the situation we are in. I got admitted into one of the tertiary institutions in the state. And you know what? During the first semester, I wrote to the management of the school for them to approve a copper or any one of their choice to come into the exam hall and read question papers to my hearing while I make use of my typewriting machine. Second in command, after reading my letter, queried why I was admitted into that school. Who admitted a blind person in this school? How did I get here? By that time, Onyebuchi of today, well, life they say is in stages. If it is today, I would have helped him to, get to the other side. But I still thank God that while he was, querying my admission, another lecturer came in and then told him, Oga, hey, you don't know that there is a policy called inclusive education policy that allows these people to school at any school of their choice, be it primary, secondary, or tertiary, so long as they can, fit in. It was then after that he now said, okay, no problem. And then what the man did was, during every exam, he will enter into exam hall and come and stand on my side. He will stand to be watching and know the possibilities in impossibility. But to God be the glory, man was proving wrong. I didn't only graduate from that school as just normal, but I graduated in a very clean sheet. So that is the ability and disability we are talking about. Well, we that are in disability world, we are not such persons that will graduate and begin to ask, where is your certificate? If you need my own, I can publish it. I know of a colleague at UNN who walked into a lecturer room where the lecture was ongoing while he came in. The lecturer asked him one derogatory question. Where are you from? He said, I'm coming from outside the school. From outside school? I said, yes, sir. Who and who did you see at the gate while coming in? The man responded, I saw people selling this, selling that, standing, doing this. He said, no, there are other categories of individuals that is at the other gate. I need you to mention them. The guy continued until he mentioned those that are begging. I saw those begging at the gate. The lecturer now responded, yeah, that is where you're supposed to belong. This is more than disability itself. This is more than disability itself. The attitudinal change of the society is very much important and paramount to what we advocate for. Inclusive Igbo can only be possible when you use phrases that promote the dignity of man to individuals with disabilities, knowing that what is good for the goose is also good for the gander. It can only be possible when we begin to feel the pains of one another. I want to appreciate the media, ENUGU media houses. So many of them are doing wonderfully well supporting persons with disabilities, giving us voice. But we need more, like Oliver Twist. We need stations that will take up disability matters as a steady program on radio. So that our society will begin to know what they never knew. Sometimes I also know. I must not also forget the fact that some act in ignorance. Some actually do not know what they are doing. Just like Jesus will say, forgive them, for they do not know what they are doing. We understand that side. But Tonya Nakuzi without Sikemota. Because learning is not only the classroom. When you see me standing on the way to, flag down any vehicle or keke rider going to any part of Enugu, many times if I'm to share the experiences that persons with disabilities face, you will cry. And that is why we say it is not by sympathy. It is by empathy. Join us. Take up this matter as part of your work. Speak on behalf of the vulnerable, the weak. Let the strong carry the weak. Let's continue this journey together. We need one another. I will stand on the way to, I'll come out early in the morning going to work or going to any place. I may end up going late because why? The keke riders will see me. The moment they notice that I'm a person with a visual impairment, the person will zoom up. Hey, I can't carry this person. If you're on wheelchair, the person, if you ask them, they will say, hey, no, how can I be carrying person on wheelchair? Is that what I came out for? Forgetting that that same thing that happened to that mama, that papa, that boy or girl can happen to anybody. It is not me tomorrow, it can be me tomorrow. I mean, it is not me today, it can be me tomorrow. The message is clear. I want to emphasize more and round off by saying that a call to ENUGU State Disability Commission is no longer, it has become a matter that should no longer be postponed. We call on ENUGU State Government, we call on Ebonyi State Government, we call on Imo State Government to implement and inaugurate the Disability Rights Commission of their various states. And by crying the cry of each other, we will have an inclusive and legal that will serve the interests of all, irrespective of ability or disability. I will end here for the purpose of time. God bless us all.
All right, so very quickly, I'm going to be introducing our next speaker for today's conversation, and that will be Mr. David Anyele. So David Anyele is a pioneer chairman, the pioneer chairman of the Abia State Commission for the Welfare of Disabled Persons, and also the founder and executive director of the Center for Citizens with Disabilities. A respected advocate for disability rights in Nigeria, he has dedicated over 2 decades to advancing inclusion, equality, and social justice for persons with disabilities. In 1999, during the Sierra Leone Civil War, Mr. Anyele survived a brutal attack that resulted in the amputation of both forearms, transforming personal tragedy into advocacy. He has since become one of Nigeria's most influential voices for disability rights, playing a key role in the passage and implementation of disability legislation at both state and national levels. Please let's put our hands together for him. Mr. David Anyele holds a Master's of Science degree in Law and Diplomacy from Babcock University, a Bachelor of Science in Management Science from the University of Education, Winneba, Ghana, and a Diploma in Public Relations. Widely regarded as a seasoned administrator and visionary leader, he continues to inspire resilience, self-empowerment, and collective action among persons with disabilities across Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding round of applause, please let's welcome Mr. David Anyele as he comes up to make his presentation. Please keep clapping until he gets there. Keep clapping, keep clapping. Thank you.
Igbo, Mamano. Yeah. Igbo, Bueno. Yeah. Igbo, Bueno. Yeah. Enugu, Mamano. Yeah. I'm so excited to stand before the city owners of Enugu and to share my thoughts around the topic today. I must commend Onyebuchi Festus for opening our eyes on key issues we need to appreciate around people with disabilities and Southeast Alibu in particular. I always hear about Nkata Umuibe. I've seen some of my leaders coming here to participate in conversations that have to do with our people. When I saw the likes of Dr. Chidodi Nkalo, Chinenye, Mbozubu, who is more or less my colleagues in government, and other eminent personalities coming here to lift our mind on some of the things we need to understand. So, here I know Nahem Nabi Kubwa, I'll be leading us to understand where I'm coming from. Maybe Abia. Onyibo, when disability now, you know, what disability occur, what we experience. In his CK and by disability may kind of hurdles we struggle with as people with disabilities. Some of the laws that has to do with disabilities. I will only be sharing with you. Come see there, Niger State. Then, about the question we did, ije ho na nkọkwara ihe kwesịrị ime as ụmụ Igbo, a kind of recommendations why we have this conversation. Permit me to state here that everything I'm going to say is my personal opinion. It has nothing to do with the office I occupy, I've occupied before, but personal experience, because as they told you, I'm a political appointee and I work with government. Ladies and gentlemen, disability is real. Disability can occur at any time. As we are sitting here, someone, somewhere, is losing either his eyes, his ear, or his limbs. If you want to understand what I'm talking about, you can go to orthopedic hospital here. You will see people, either their hand is up or their leg is up. You can see other people who are struggling with part of their body. So it has nothing to do whether I'm rich. In fact, the more rich you are, the more vulnerable. You can suffer diabetes, and diabetes can amputate your 2 legs or your 2 hands. The more poor you are, the more susceptible you are to acquiring disability. So if you are poor, you will face disability. So when we talk about inclusive Alibo, we are looking at to what extent do we accommodate everybody, whether you have disability or not. I don't know much about disability until you had a part of it when I lost my 2 hands in Freetown, Sierra Leone. I'm a businessman. I started life as a clearing and forwarding agent in Port Harcourt. I did clearing. From clearing and forwarding, I started exporting. I was exporting to Angola, to Rwanda, to Sao Tome and Principe. I was also exporting to far South Africa, Mozambique. Then later, I also started investing in business around West Coast. West Coast is from Ghana, Liberia, Sierra Leone, Senegal, Burkina Faso, and all the rest, because I enjoy export. Export is like when you do pound 1 from 10. You know, when you export, they pay you in dollar. By the time you get back to Nigeria, if you change it with the current exchange rate, you'll be smiling. In those days, the exchange rate was $1 to 18 naira. So when you know what it means, you do export, when you come back to Nigeria, you are happy. So if you can do once in a quarter, if you can load 1 container load of goods and you export it, you're okay for the quarter. So export was good for me. So I decided to invest in West Coast. Unfortunately, the RPF rebels, they were fighting to overtake the government. They captured me because of my identity as a Nigerian. And in the course of the interrogation, they decided they are going to cut off my 2 hands. I begged them. I said, go to my warehouse, go to my residence, anything you like, just take. But don't cut my hand. But they told me that the instruction was that any Nigerian found in this place must be killed. Better still, the 2 hands must be chopped off. So while I was arguing, negotiating for them to release other Nigerians that were captured within my area, they came and said the instruction was that my 2 hands must be chopped off. So they asked me to push up my hand in a stool. That same stool and the knife has been used to cut other people's hands in my presence. One of them is Benedict Ebuna. He's from Anambra State. And Emma Ebuna. They are all my friends. And Benedict did not survive it. Benedict died on the spot. But Emma also survived like me. But my own was more severe. So when they cut my left hand, I said, how much do you want? Let me buy the right hand. I don't want you to cut my right hand. They said, no. That the instruction is that my 2 hands must be chopped off. So I started begging. While I was begging, the rebels, about 14-year-old boy, cocked the AK-47. I wanted to open fire on me. I said, okay, you can cut the right hand. So I gave him the right hand. I put it in a stool. They cut it and cut it and cut it. So as I was crying and shouting, I was calling on God to help me. One of the rebels came to me and said, why did I call God here? That we don't call God here. So they brought fuel and poured on me and set me on fire. So while the fire was blazing, the commander came and said, who set me on fire? They should remove the fire, they should off it. And the instruction is that I should go and tell the ECOMOG commander, who is a Nigerian, General Maswe Kobe, that they should leave Nigeria, leave Sierra Leone, that Sierra Leone is not for Nigerians. So as I was moving from that place, as I was going, they pour water, they remove off the fire, and then I started walking along the waterside junction. It was there that the UN contingents came to rescue me. The Nigerian contingent of ECOMOG cleared the way, captured the area, and I was asked to move me. And from there, they moved me to Kodot Hospital in Freetown, where I was given first aid. The Nigerian contingent of ECOMOG came, and they lifted me and took me to ECOMOG Hospital, where I was treated. Then they brought their aircraft called Charlie, and they brought Charlie. I was evacuated with Charlie with a helicopter, flown back to Lunge Airport, from Lunge Airport to Yaba, Lagos. That was on the 3rd of February, 1999. And I was in the whole of 1919, that's February till August, I was being treated at the military hospital in Yaba. I was confirmed stable, August 30th, and I was discharged. Discharged to face the reality. Discharged to see how it means to be a person without hands. So everybody believed that the future is bleak and nothing good will come out of me again. In the moment I got back to Aba, where I was raised, where we live, stigma, discrimination, isolation was activated. So I was like, how am I going to do? How am I going to live life? How am I going to overcome the stigma of disability? My friends, when they see me, because we live in a first floor, when they see me, they will pass the other way so that they will not see, interact with me. Sometimes when guys are drinking in the bar, they will be discussing me, and when I'm coming, people will put their hand in their pocket to look for money they will give to me. So immediately I was classified as a beggar. But something happened. I was writing to different governments, asking for support. I wrote to Abia State government. My request was rejected. I wrote to ENUGU State governor. All the governors in the eastern states of Nigeria, I wrote to all of them, asking for support. Because my case was televised in the television. People were listening to it. It was being read everywhere. And guess what? Nobody cares. Nobody was interested in my story. So, what I did was it got to a stage, it was affecting my mental health. So I had to leave Alibo. I have to leave Alibo and move to Lagos. On getting to Lagos, the governor then of Lagos State, his name is Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He was the governor of Lagos State. The same letter I wrote to my governor, I sent it to him, and he replied me and asked that they should conduct medical examination on me and advise him. So the doctors in Lagos State, they called me, they said, His Excellency, I should come. I came, they examined me, they looked at my condition, they asked me questions, and they wrote back to the governor and told him that I need to be evacuated to Germany for medical treatment. Ladies and gentlemen, I must thank the government and good people of Lagos State for rehabilitating me. If there is anything good in me today, beyond my family, it is Lagos State. I must tell you the truth. Alibo is the most hostile place to live with disability. We go to church, but we don't know church. We pray to God, but we don't know God. Alibo, if you're a person with disability, if you want to marry somebody without disability, it's a task. You can't. The sister of the person you want to marry will say no. In fact, our stigma starts from our sisters and our mothers. If your mother accepts you or your sister accepts you as a person with disability, the whole world will accept you. If your sister rejects you or your mother rejects you, the whole world will reject you. What helped me was that my mom and my sister accepted me, and they keep pushing me to where I am today. The question is, why am I here standing talking? I didn't mean to come. When I came back, I was flown to Germany, Ottoburg, where my fisher hand was fixed. My tuition was fixed. It was the people that contributed the money. They did a fundraising for me. And they got the money. I was flown to Ottobock. The hand was fixed. So when I came back, I discovered what it means to live with disability in Nigeria, or to be a person with disability. I was like, what can we do to help other people with disability for them to recuperate, get rehabilitation, and start to live a better life? That's how we founded an organization called Amputees Rehabilitation Foundation, because we believe that charity or through medical, that we can be able to support people with disabilities. And we tried it and tried it. It was the most difficult thing to do. Because the bulk of the Constitution says the welfare of security and welfare of the citizen is the purpose of government. The citizens individually may find it difficult. And the rights of people with disabilities were grossly abused. Nobody cares. Even the civil society group do not understand their role and responsibility in protecting people with disabilities. It was while I was interfacing with Amputees Foundation, I was engaging with the mainstream civil society organization using CLO as a point of contact, that the likes of late Chimobane, Professor Chido Denkalo, late Innocent Chukuma, and many other, forceful men and women with capacity, they began to mentor me, to lead me on what it means to do this work, because they begin to see what I was seeing. Because every time they publish a book, I say there is no conversation around disability issues, and they say it's correct. That was how we had to change the name of our organization from Amputee Rehabilitation Foundation to Center for Citizens with Disabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, there are different models of disability, and these models of disability represent the way we treat disability issues in our community. One of the first models we use as a people to address disability issues is what we call religious or traditional model of disability. The religious model or traditional model of disability postulate that people with disability suffer disability by reason of the sins they committed. Therefore, for them to recover, they should confess, or sacrifice should be made to the gods, so that they will be able to come back or accepted or regain their lives. So people who promote religious model of disability, what they do is that when they see people with disabilities, they pray, they do fasting, they do anointing service, they do a healing program. In fact, when they want to do crusade, what we'll be hearing is that the lame will walk, the blind will see, the deaf will hear. But is that what people with disabilities want? No, that's not what they want. That's not what they want. So if you go to church, if they say stretch out your hand, every church member will target the person with disability. And when they stretch your hand, if your hand didn't come, they start suspecting you that this one. they begin to suspect you that your sin is too much, and your faith is very weak. That is why you're not. So because of that, people with disabilities, they don't go to church. You don't see them in churches because they feel that they will be target of prayer requests. And the traditional way, the traditional people, they will ostracize you, they will stigmatize you. Your parents will not have a voice in the community. If they want to discuss, they say, hey, Mama nka na ahozo. Hey, Papa nka wandi na ahozo. Onka mpa ya na ewa aka. So they will not call you by your name. They will call you with your type of disability. Am I made clear before? Yeah. You've heard it before, eh? So that's what that's how they describe you. So that model believes that if they make sacrifice, if you confess your sin, or if they do anointing service or deliverance, disability will not occur again. That one is there. The limitation is that it promotes stigma, it promotes exclusion, it also promotes other harmful practices. Then there is another model of disability which we call medical model. The medical model of disability postulates that every disability has a medical solution. Every disability has a medical solution. So you are not seeing where we bring contact lens, we bring all manner of operation. They will take you to one surgical doctor or the other. In fact, your family will know all the doctors in ENUGU that can operate the eyes, because they believe that with medical model you can be able to recuperate and gain your sight or your limb, or your whatever type of disability you're undergoing. Yes, medical can support, medical can help. Science is increasing, but the issue is that when families focuses on all this without paying attention to other related issues, the individual will probably suffer stigma, discrimination, and other harmful practices. The barrier will continue to increase day by day. Another model of disability, which we also provide and other people uses it, is the social model of disability. The social model of disability postulates that it is the society that makes people with disabilities to struggle in life. That if societies are able to remove the barrier that hinder people with disabilities, that people with disabilities will be able to participate and enjoy freedom, liberty, and contribute to the socio-economic development. So the social model postulates that we all must take responsibility for the pain and agony and the barrier people with disabilities faces. So the question is, when you go to church, when you go to school, what barrier do you see that hinder people with disabilities that you need to remove? We'll be discussing this barrier. Then the other model, which we also use, is the right-based approach. The right-based approach postulates that we should treat people with disabilities with dignity and respect. That they have right to education, right to health, right to rehabilitation, right to community life, right to access to public infrastructure, communication, name it, all the rights. That is right-based approach. So if you apply right-based approach and social model of disability, you will discover that people with disabilities will be able to participate in the society on equal basis. The question is, what are the hurdles that people with disabilities suffer in their communities? One of the first hurdles is that hurdle called attitudinal hurdle. What do I call it? Attitudinal hurdle. That attitude that says, he's disabled. He has disability. Don't go to him. If you go to him, you will get disability. Don't touch him. Don't relate with him. It is that promotes stigma. It is that promotes isolation. It is that attitude. Because attitude, you can't see it. Can you see attitude? Can you see attitude? But people can behave it. Am I correct? People can. So, because it is a behavior, consciously or unconsciously, you won't know when you did it. You just shift. You just say, my friend, let's go. I don't like sitting beside this person that is blind. Oh, he doesn't have hand. I don't like sitting beside him because of the nature of disability. So attitude is a very wicked, barrier that makes people with disabilities to struggle in life, without knowing. The other barrier that people with disabilities suffer is the barrier that has to do with environmental barrier. What do I call it? Environmental barrier. That environmental barrier states that people with disabilities struggle to participate in the society due to lack of access. So, in your school, in your church, in your community, can people with disabilities enjoy the facility? Yes, people will say, oh, we have barrier. Oh, sorry, we have RAM, like the one Center for Memories has. Where is Inhaim? You need to go and review that, I've told them that they should go and review it. That place is a suicide joint. But what I'm trying to say is that when you have RAM, access is beyond RAM. It's beyond what? It's beyond what? So access includes that the toilet. The toilet. Can a person on wheelchair use the toilet? So if a person with disability cannot use their toilet, what that means is that he can access your church. But imagine a woman with disability, if she's pressed on wheelchair, how will she do it? Just look at your church toilet. All of us go to church. Am I correct? We go to church. We go to school. We go to work. Just look at your either your office or your school or your office where you work. Look at the toilet. Ask yourself, if this my comrade on wheelchair enter your office, if she says she's pressed, where can she use your restroom? So if the restroom is not accessible, there is no access. So I want you to pay attention to it, because when we say we are the one causing this difficulty people with disabilities are going through, look at yourself and hold yourself to account. That is environmental barrier. There's another barrier called institutional barrier. What do I call it? Institutional barrier is, I heard when Festus was saying, we have laws, but they're not implementing it. It's beyond law. So when organizations do not have law, do not have a policy that speaks and say, in this organization, we don't discriminate by reason of disability. If you don't have such statement, if you don't have such value in your organization, if you don't have such statement in societies where you belong, there is institutional barrier. Because institutional barrier postulates that you should have law, you should have policy, you should have guidelines that ensures that no one is discriminated, no one is blocked, no one suffer barrier by reason of disability. Then the other barrier or hurdle people with disabilities struggle is communication barrier. What do I call it? Communication barrier. Communication barrier has to do with ability to communicate. You can see this fine lady beside me here. She is communicating to the deaf community. And the deaf community is hearing what I'm saying. Because there is a sign language interpreter interpreting to her. The blind community wants to hear, wants to understand, wants to feel, wants to know what is going on within the environment. So, to a blind person, he needs audio. He wants to hear what you are saying. He needs description of the environment so that he can be able to hear, to communicate, and be able to fit in within the society. So, if we're able to understand how this barrier manifests in different areas of our work, then you will understand why the laws we have are very, very important. The reason is because we have, as he mentioned earlier, the United Nations Declaration of Human and People's Rights, including the UN Convention, the Discrimination Against Persons with Disabilities Provision Act, the Nigerian Constitution, as well as state disability laws. All they are saying is remove barrier. Nobody is saying. All these laws, they are saying remove barrier, remove barrier, remove barrier, and ensure that people with disabilities are able to participate and be able to enjoy the benefits others are enjoying. And when these barriers are removed, what are we going to get? What we are going to get is that you will see more people with disabilities participating, contributing. You will see the burden of taking care of that person with disabilities lifted, reduced in their family. You only see, improve socio-economic status of these people with disabilities. You can see Festus. He's learned, he has gone to school, he works, he earns, so he takes care of other people, not just for himself, but he takes care of other people. Unlike other people that are not privileged to go to school or be lifted, every members of their family are involved in taking care of them. Today, Chichi will take care. Next tomorrow, Chukwudi will take care. The other day, Ifeanyi will handle, because the individual is not able to live independently like every other person. Another thing is that it increases poverty. It increases what? It increases what? Because disability causes poverty. The cost of taking care of one person with disability is so high. Do you know the artificial hand I'm using now? This artificial hand, when I bought it in 2003, it was $5 million naira in 2003. But today, it's 28 million naira. 28 million. So even if you go to a governor and say, hey, Mr. Governor, I want you to help me to buy artificial hand. Immediately you tell him how much. He said 28 million naira. The first thing you remember, I can use it to mobilize people to vote for me. I can use that 28 million naira to do empowerment. You want me to give it to only you? I don't think it's possible. You understand what I'm saying? Because that's how politicians think. That's how they think. So it's so when we are able to open barrier, allow people to participate, allow them to be part of the society, the burden of taking care of them is highly reduced, and the life become more easier for them to participate. Ladies and gentlemen, you may ask, what are we doing? Say, Mr. David, they say you are commission chairman. What are you doing in Abia State in order to change the status quo?
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, Presidency lists rail, road, health investments, says Tinubu not neglecting Northwest. Peter Obi Southeast leaders meet Jonathan behind closed doors. UK to appeal High Court's ruling that granted Palestine Action a victory. And Trump administration fires all members of U.S. National Science Board. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Nigeria's presidency has pushed back against claims that President Bola Tinubu has neglected the Northwest, insisting that the administration has made major investments in infrastructure, healthcare, and transportation across the region. The response came during a media briefing in Abuja organized by the Renewed Hope ambassadors ahead of a nationwide project tour set to begin in Northwest states. Senior Special Assistant on Media and Special Duties, Tunde Rahman, said the initiative aims to counter what he described as false narratives about the administration's performance in the region. He pointed to ongoing projects in road construction, healthcare, and rail development, including the Kano-Maradi standard gauge rail line linking Nigeria to Niger Republic, which is reportedly about 60% complete. Also speaking, Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, said the tour is intended to close an information gap and give Nigerians first-hand access to government projects across the country. A technical presentation by Finbar Zira from the Federal Ministry of Transportation outlined progress in the rail sector. He described the Northwest as central to Nigeria's long-term rail integration plan, with major corridors under development, including the Lagos-Kano line. According to Zira, segments such as Lagos-Ibadan and Abuja-Kaduna are already operational, while the Kaduna-Kano stretch is nearing completion. He added that the Kano-Katsina-Maradi extension, spanning roughly 400 kilometers, remains the largest rail project in the region and is advancing steadily. The rail expansion is expected to position Kano as a major transport hub, connecting multiple roads and reducing pressure on road transport by shifting freight movements to rail. The briefing also highlighted a proposed high-speed rail project linking Lagos to Kano and Port Harcourt, alongside efforts to improve public awareness through a new digital platform showcasing government achievements. Presidential aspirant of the African Democratic Congress ADC, Peter Obi, on Monday held consultations with former President Goodluck Jonathan over the state of the nation and preparations for the 2027 general elections. Obi disclosed this after a closed-door meeting with the former president in Abuja. He was accompanied by the delegation of Southeast political leaders, including serving and former lawmakers, as well as former Imo State Governor Achike Udenwa. Speaking to journalists after the meeting, Obi said the visit was part of ongoing consultations ahead of the 2027 elections. He explained that the discussions focused on national issues and efforts to build broader political cooperation across the country. Obi has recently stepped up engagement with political leaders nationwide as part of his consultations ahead of the ADC presidential primary for the 2027 general elections. Last week, the former Labour Party presidential candidate also met with Bala Mohammed in Bauchi, alongside Southeast leaders, where they held a closed-door meeting. After that meeting, Obi said his objective was to promote national unity and strengthen cooperation between different regions of the country. He stated that Nigeria needs unity and a new direction, stressing that the country cannot continue on its current path. Obi added that his consultations are aimed at building support for a more united and stable Nigeria that would benefit all citizens. Nigeria's federal government has stepped in to address the worsening aviation fuel crisis, urging marketers to sell directly to airlines and offer a 30-day credit window to ease mounting financial pressure on operators. The directive followed a series of high-level meetings coordinated by the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, after earlier consultations led by the Ministry of Aviation. Key stakeholders, including the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, Nigerian Airspace Management Agency, and Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, alongside airline operators and fuel marketers, called for urgent intervention to stabilize prices. According to the meeting's resolutions, a new indicative pricing band for aviation fuel, also known as Jet A1, was agreed, with rates projected between 1,760 naira and 1,988 naira per litre in Lagos and slightly higher in Abuja. However, stakeholders warned that ongoing global volatility, particularly tensions linked to the US-Iran situation, could still push prices upward. To streamline operations, regulators were also tasked with reducing the number of airside fuel distributors, ensuring only companies with verified infrastructure and capacity remain active. In addition, the Ministry of Aviation is expected to mediate between airlines and marketers to resolve outstanding debts running into billions of naira. Nigeria's aviation sector has been under intense strain as fuel costs surge. Domestic carriers say they now spend over 7 million naira to power a single flight. Meanwhile, the federal government is considering broader measures, including incorporating aviation fuel into its Naira for crude policy, aimed at reducing reliance on foreign exchange and cushioning price shocks. Stakeholders say while the immediate interventions, such as direct sales and credit facilities, may provide short-term relief, long-term stability will depend on improving crude supply to domestic refineries and addressing inefficiencies across the fuel distribution chain. At least 29 people have been killed after armed men attacked Guyaku and Telebala communities in Gombe local government area of Adamawa State, Nigeria. According to eyewitnesses, the attackers stormed the communities on Sunday around 5 p.m. during a football match at a primary school. The gunmen reportedly opened fire randomly, causing panic as residents fled for safety. The attack occurred about 1 week after a similar violent incident in Mayolade in nearby Hong local government area, where attackers also burned down religious buildings. Residents described scenes of chaos and grief as families mourned their loved ones. Adamawa State Governor Umaru Fintiri visited the affected communities after cutting short his official engagements. He described the attack as heartbreaking and confirmed that about 29 people were killed. The governor said the violence was carried out by suspected Boko Haram-linked militants and assured residents that security agencies have been deployed to restore order and protect communities. During his visit, Governor Fintiri inspected areas where motorcycles were burnt, homes were destroyed, and a church building was set on fire. Many residents were seen fleeing with their belongings. Authorities say additional security measures will be introduced to prevent further attacks. 11 people have been killed in a fresh attack by suspected armed bandits in Gorbi community in Kankara local government area of Katsina State, northwestern Nigeria. Security sources say the attack occurred on April 26, 2026, at about 2:40 p.m. when armed men stormed the village and opened fire on residents, killing 11 people and injuring 2 others. The injured victims were rushed to a nearby hospital for treatment, while the bodies of those killed have been released to their families for burial according to Islamic rites. The Katsina State Police Command confirmed the incident, stating that a joint security response team, including police, military, and other agencies, was immediately deployed to the area after a distress call was received. According to police spokesperson Abubakar Sadiq, the attackers fled the scene after sighting advancing security forces. He added that normalcy has since been restored in the community. The State's Commissioner of Police, Ali Fage, has ordered the deployment of additional tactical teams to the area and directed intensified patrols and intelligence-led operations to prevent further attacks. Security agencies are also working with local communities to strengthen surveillance and information sharing. The United Kingdom is set to appeal a High Court ruling that declared the government's ban on activist group Palestine Action unlawful. The two-day hearing, which began on Tuesday at the Court of Appeal in London, marks the latest phase in a legal battle over the group's designation as a terrorist organization. Earlier this year, High Court judges described the ban as disproportionate, dealing a blow to the government's position, though the proscription remains in force pending the appeal. Palestine Action, known for targeting companies linked to the Israeli military, has been at the center of widespread protests across the UK, with thousands participating in civil disobedience campaigns. Human rights organizations have criticized the ban as an overreach, warning it risks undermining freedom of expression by equating activism with terrorism. The Court of Appeal is expected to determine whether the government's actions were lawful, with the outcome likely to shape the future of protest rights in the UK. The administration of United States President Donald Trump has dismissed all 22 members of the board overseeing the National Science Foundation, sparking concerns over the future of science policy and funding. The mass firing affects the National Science Board, which sets policy for the government-funded agency and plays a key role in guiding scientific research and education in the United States. Former board member Roger Beachy said members were not given any specific reason for their dismissal, raising questions about the direction of the agency moving forward. The move is part of broader efforts by the administration to restructure federal institutions following cuts and changes to several government agencies. Democratic lawmakers have criticized the decision, warning it could undermine scientific independence and weaken the country's global leadership in innovation. Ukraine has summoned Israel's ambassador over what it describes as an inadequate response to shipments of grain allegedly taken from Russian-occupied Ukrainian territories. Ukrainian Foreign Minister Andriy Sybiha said a vessel carrying what Kyiv calls stolen grain arrived in Haifa, prompting a formal protest and a demand for action from Israeli authorities. He warned that such trade could undermine relations between both countries, as Ukraine seeks to curb what it considers illegal exports from occupied regions. In response, Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar rejected the claims, saying allegations must be backed by evidence and criticizing Ukraine for raising the issue publicly. The diplomatic dispute comes amid intensified fighting, with Ukraine launching fresh drone strikes on Russian oil infrastructure, including a major refinery in the Black Sea region. Iran has launched an intense diplomatic push across multiple countries, proposing the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz while delaying nuclear talks with the United States. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi held a series of high-level meetings in Pakistan, Oman and Russia over a 72-hour period, seeking regional backing for the proposal focused on maritime security and de-escalation. Talks in Muscat reportedly centered on reopening the strategic waterway, regional security guarantees, and a broader framework for ending hostilities, with nuclear negotiations set aside for a later stage. Pakistan has emerged as a key intermediary, relaying messages between Tehran and Washington after earlier direct talks failed to produce a breakthrough. The United States has yet to formally respond to the proposal, with President Donald Trump reiterating that Iran must not obtain nuclear weapons as a condition for any agreement. New Zealand's military says it has detected a suspected breach of international sanctions by North Korea during surveillance operations at sea. The New Zealand Defence Force said one of its P-8A Poseidon aircraft observed what appeared to be a ship-to-ship transfer of illicit goods in international waters near North Korea. Officials say the activity was recorded in the Yellow Sea and East China Sea while monitoring compliance with United Nations sanctions. The operation identified about 35 vessels of interest in the area, with authorities now reviewing the evidence for possible enforcement action. New Zealand says the surveillance forms part of its contribution to international efforts to monitor and enforce sanctions against Pyongyang's nuclear and missile activities. That's it for our package. I am Uchenna Chimdi Olua. Thanks for watching.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Hello and welcome to Things Should Know, the show where we listen, learn and grow. The TSK show is where teenagers are empowered with the right knowledge to thrive and parents are equipped with the tools to guide them, because when teenagers know better, they do better. My name is Ifoma the Prof Nwato and I'm your host on the TSK show. I want to welcome you to another exciting episode of the TSK show. We all know that the teenage years can be overwhelming, emotional changes. We have the peer pressure, which is like an identity for the teenagers. We have identity questions and the push for independence. Yet, the guidance and presence of parents remain very important and crucial. That's why on this episode of the TSK show, we'll be diving into a powerful conversation, which is the struggles of a teenager and the role of parenting. And to help us unpack this important topic, I'll be joined with someone who is a voice among the young people, but we'll meet her right after a short break. Please do not go anywhere. Stay tuned. So I'm calling you up now. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, welcome back to the TSK show, and today we are looking at the struggles of a teenager and the role of parenting. And my guest on the show today is Nwebo Ifesinachi Crystal, a dynamic leader. She is a speaker and she's an author of a book who is passionate about helping young people and women live with purpose. She is the executive director of the Youth Being Initiative and an author of a book titled You. She brings rich experience in leadership, mentorship, and personal growth, inspiring individuals to unlock their potential and thrive. So this conversation promises to be a raw, practical, and insightful discussion for both parents and teenagers alike. So don't go anywhere. Bring your seat closer because it's going to be an amazing and interesting one. So welcome to the studio.
Thank you.
Welcome to TSK show.
Thank you.
Finally, we met.
Yes, and I'm so happy to be here. So happy to be here.
We've been talking online and we've not seen, and I'm happy to have you. In fact, not just happy, I'm honored to have a woman of influence on the TSK show. And I believe that teenagers who are watching us at home are going to be blessed. Let me speak like a pastor now.
Of course, thank you.
So, okay, you've been working with teenagers and young people for some time now.
Yeah.
I know sometimes, like somebody asked me, what's my passion? What is the drive? Why did I choose to work with teenagers? The person was like, were you abused when you were younger and all of that? So I want to know, what inspired you? What's your motivation?
Okay, what inspired me would be my own struggles while I was growing.
Okay.
I'm very much a young person. But while I was a teenager, you know, I had a lot of challenges, you know, ranging from identity, rejection, low self-esteem, you know, all of these things. I had experienced all of them, and you know, and even while I was struggling with all of this, I also had the opportunity to interact with young people, and I saw that it's a common challenge. And you know, God helped me, and I overcame all of those, and it became my passion, my singular mission, to also help teenagers while, you know, I grew
You know, it's always very interesting and helpful to mentor from a place of experience, because you've experienced it firsthand. So you can actually use your story to encourage others. So let's say, can you share one memorable experience that shaped your struggle?
Okay, I think it would be mine. I want to be very personal, right? I think it would be my experience, because like I said before, I grew up with a lot of self-rejection at home, you know, the situation, my background and all of that, low self-esteem. I barely used to smile, right?
But you smile a lot now.
Exactly. So if I don't tell you, you won't know, right? So I barely smiled, and that's because, you know, I was all up in my head. You know, nobody liked me. I didn't want to go out. I didn't want to have friends or hang out, you know, until, you know, I now began to come out of my shell. God helped me. I'll just say God helped me. And then I now, you know, had conversations with my mom, because I didn't used to talk with my mom. I didn't have a good relationship with my mom at the time. And then I just came out of it, and I'm like, okay, this is something that can also help other young people, because I know what they are feeling. I can understand where they are. And yeah, that's it.
From your experience now, so what do you think is the most commonest struggles of teenagers of today?
Off the top of my head, I would mention two. The first is identity crisis. The second is lack of proper mentorship. And mentorship not from an outsider, but from parents.
From parents.
Exactly. So these two are very crucial things that I would say are lacking in the lives of young people and teenagers.
I know that our parents of these days are very busy. And there's this emotional disconnection between the parents and the teenagers. So why do you think that many teenagers feel that their parents don't understand them? Because I equally work with teenagers, and most of the times you see them saying, nobody understands me. They don't understand. Some will even tell you that their parents want to stress them out. So why do you think they feel that way?
I would say is times are changing. In fact, times have changed. And our parents are not flexible to adapt to the times. Right. I would use myself as an example. I've mentioned it here, you know, a few minutes ago. My mom. So I had to decide, okay, let me have a conversation with my mom. And I told her, what is going on? This is how I feel. This is how. And good a thing, my mom listened, right? My mom is a teacher. So I think that was the beginning of our bliss in our relationship. So I believe that parents are not willing to listen to their teenagers. And I'm not saying listen to them as well, let them tell you what to do. I'm saying listen to their perspective. They have a perspective, and you just have to listen and then balance it, because you're the adult. So you know what they don't know, but listen to their own. So give them a listening ear.
Okay. No, there's always a gap between parents and teenagers, and the parents don't always find it difficult to step into the world of the teenagers.
Yes.
Okay, now, having said that, what are signs that parents should look out for to know that my teenager is silently struggling?
First off, if you don't know what is going on in their lives, right, all you just know is that you feed them, they have their bath, they go to school, and they come exactly
give
their
them
school fees,
food.
give them food, and that's it. First of all, I think you should check out for the details of their lives. There are other details, emotional. Who is your friend? Why do you think, do they feel need to be validated by other people? My friend is doing this, so I feel the need to do that. So they should pay attention to other things aside from the basic needs that they have. If you don't have an idea of at least who the friends of your child is or are, right? It's already a red flag. You don't know what it is that interests them. You just assume this is what this person will like, right? So not being able to pay attention to their psychological, mental and emotional needs. It's very important. So those are the signs, I think.
Let's use your own experience, because you talked about communication. You have to speak to your mom, so for her to understand how you feel.
Yes.
So what is the place of communication in all of this when a teenager is struggling? And again, like you said, it's not just about hearing what they are saying, because most of the times the parents will just say it. Let me just is that all? Sometimes they invalidate the feelings of these teenagers. So what is the place of communication between the parents and the teenagers, and this time from a place of passion, compassion and empathy?
I think it's the lifeline of progress. That's communication. Do you understand? Between parents and their teenagers. It's the engine, right? If a parent actively listens. We did a survey because my organization, the Youth Being, runs school campaigns. So we go to secondary schools and do outreaches, and we speak to majorly senior secondary. And we did a survey in about 6 schools. And one of the questions in the survey is, how do you think your parents can support you in discovering your purpose? And majority of them, 90% of them, said they wish that their parents would listen to them and not impose their decisions on them. Do you understand? So it opened my eyes to see that you have to actively listen, and ask questions. If you're understanding what I'm saying, you would ask me, so this is what you mean. So do you want me to do like this? You want me to do? Do you understand? So don't just listen to them as per in passing and let them just finish. Okay, I've heard you.
And also that parents not just listening. Some parents listen to discipline.
Yes. So you now use it against them.
Yes.
You understand? So they are trying to open up to you, and the next thing they're telling you, I had this friend that did this, and like, how would you do? The next thing you're
turning. Some people call for deliverance.
Exactly. So
like imagine a 14-year-old teenager telling the mother, I have a crush on my classmate.
Those kind of things.
She will clap and call all the village people and say this side.
It's very crazy. I have cousins that I closely mentor that are teenagers, and one of the things that happened is their parents are not willing to listen to them, right? They are just in their space, and I give them that listening ear, and I say, it's okay to do this is okay, but you understand? So I try to put them in balance and all of that. So it's communication is really important, and you have to see it from their perspective. Yeah.
Okay. We know when we talk about teenagers and peer pressure are like husband and wife.
Yes.
So whenever, though adults go through peer pressure, but it's as if it's more common. The pressure is more when they are teenagers, because they are also still developing and forming and all of that. So how can parents, because we are also looking at the role of parents in all of this, how can parents guide their teenagers in navigating peer pressure, overcoming peer pressure without being controlling? Like I said before, you walk up to your parents and say, this is what my classmates are doing, because it's a normal thing for teenagers to want to feel among, to want to fit in. And the parents is like, oh, God forbid, not in my house, without understanding that this is actually age appropriate. So how can parents handle peer pressure, help their teenagers without being over controlling?
I think you should help them know why they want to do what their friends are doing. If you want to address a problem, you go to the root. Do you understand? So take for instance, my child comes and a teenager comes and says, everybody in class is doing this, is buying this. I'm like, okay, why do you want to buy this? Why do you want to be part of everybody in class to do this? Like, it will look like I'm different, or I'm not. So why do you feel the need to be validated by? Do you understand? Exactly. So those kind, then you now begin to address that issue, because them just want being pressured by their peers is just the surface. That's not the root of it. So you now begin to address, so why do you think you need them to validate you and all of that? And then you now begin to tell and that stems from identity crisis. So tackling that issue from identity crisis, it's the foundation, is where it's going to, help. So that's what I think.
Okay. Thank you very much for sharing your experiences with us and your own personal struggles, because it's always good to share your experience when you're working with young people, and some of them, they think you just talk, you don't understand, but when they know that you've been through this journey and you understand very well. So from hearing what inspired you and your own struggles and how you can help teenagers and how parents can help teenagers, I believe that parents and teenagers who are at home and young people watching us can relate, because the struggles teenagers face today are often misunderstood. But I know that those who have watched us so far will relate that, oh, this is normal, this is what happens every day, the distance between the parents and the teenagers. And this are not just issues out there. They're happening in our homes, in our schools, in our communities. So viewers at home, the conversation doesn't end here. We are going to go on a short break, and when we come back, we are going to look at practical ways parents can step in, not just with discipline, but with empathy, wisdom, and guidance that truly makes a difference. You don't want to miss this, so stay with us. We'll be right back.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back to the TSK show. If you've been following, you already know how insightful this conversation has been. In the first half, we explored the struggles teens face and the gap that often exists between them and their parents. So now we want to go even deeper. This next part of our discussion will focus on solutions, how a parent's lifestyle and emotional intelligence shape their teenagers, what to do when there's rebellion or disconnection, and most importantly, how parents and teenagers can rebuild and thrive together. My guest is still very much in the house, and she is a voice when it comes to the youth and teenagers. So we are going to be asking her questions, because I know you don't just work with teenagers, because once you're working with teenagers, you're working with their parents, because parents will come and tell you, this your boy, this your girl is giving me headache. So how much does a parent's lifestyle and emotional intelligence influence the way their teenagers navigate struggles? Because I believe that parents are like mirrors. They are the first the family is the first social unit every child experiences. So now, how does the lifestyle of a parent?
100%. The question is, it's 100%, because research shows that the life of a parent affects their child's decisions from 0 to 7 years. you know, and it reduces from 7 to 12 and, you know, all of that. But at the early stage, at the foundation stage of the child's life, the parent is like the mirror that they are seeing, the model they are seeing, the mentor they are seeing. And that's why and also leadership, which is very important. Every parent must take responsibility for leadership, leading their children. Because it's not just about, John C. Maxwell said that a leader knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. So when you're a parent and you're a leader, what it means is that you're the one that is practically leading your child to whatever path you want the person to go. So it's not, and leadership is not do as I say, it is do as I do. So you find parents that are doing something else and they're telling their parents and their children, their teens to do something else. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't. So if you're not somebody that is very particular about how you want you want to model a particular life to your child, you find out that you would breed something that you regret later as a teenager. Yes.
Okay. It happens that John Maxwell is one of my best authors.
Amazing.
And I've read so many of his books on leadership and people management.
Exactly.
So now let's look at it like when teenagers are showing signs of rebellion and disconnection. Because there's something I tell parents, most of the times when teenagers feel they are not being heard, they become rebels. Like they don't care again. They just want to do what they want to do. So when this is happening in the life of a teenager, what can a parent do to build trust and reconnection? Because when there's that emotional gap, some of them want to survive on their own. They want to take decisions on their own. So how can a parent step in and let there be a balance?
Okay, first I think what the first thing to do is to know is that it will take time. Second is you must be intentional.
Very, very.
Very intentional. So begin to pay attention to the teen. What do they like? What are the things that interest them? Now begin to get involved. Because usually why they even, disconnect from the first place is that they feel like even if you're doing it, you're not doing it the way that they would hear. It's just like when they say there's 5 love languages. There are languages that I prefer to receive more than others. So if my love language is affirmation and you're giving me gifts, I may not receive it and appreciate it as much. So for every child, there's something unique, a way to get that child's attention. So for some, they are most interested in entertainment and stuff, and you use that as an avenue. It's called intentionality, basically. So you have to be intentional. And to gain their trust, you have to be in their affairs. Show them that you care. Do you understand?
Yes.
Show them, not tell them, I'm your mother. I love you. We all know that. Exactly. We all know that you love your child, but show them the way they would see it and appreciate it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what advice would you give to parents and teenagers on building a relationship that fosters thriving, not just surviving?
Family is the smallest unit of the society. The armed robber, the prostitute came from a family, had a mother or have a mother and a father, right? The advice I would give or the counsel I would give is your home is your first ministry. Whatever you're doing outside is secondary. That money you're finding, you're chasing as a parent is secondary, right? And your child must be your utmost priority first, because it's that child that is your legacy. Whatever that you acquire as regards to certifications, applaud from people doesn't really matter. I found a lot of influential people lose touch with their children. Because they are constantly outside. They are constantly caring about other people and not their child that is at home. So I would say that parents should prioritize their teenagers and their children, their health, their well-being, emotionally and psychologically. A lot of things are happening. Let's not even delve into what is happening in the society.
And let's also not pretend.
Exactly. That we don't know that these things are happening, right? So I would advise, and then teenagers, we know better. We should know better. Let's do the right thing. If your parents is not understanding you, try to make them understand you. Be patient with your parents. If they knew better, they would do better.
Of course.
Right.
So now, I want to ask, because you're talking about parents not understanding and teenagers also trying to help themselves.
Yes.
So what is the role of mentorship for a teenager?
It is, I permit me to say, it's almost everything at that stage, because like I said in the beginning, two common identity crisis and lack of proper mentorship. And mentorship is not controlling someone. Because that's the ideology that a lot of even teenagers don't even want mentors anymore, because the idea that has been sold to them is that this mentor is dictating what you should do.
So they want to figure things
and
out.
And nobody wants to be in that in that place, right? So mentorship is very important. Mentorship is simply guidance, right? And allowing that person to also make mistakes.
Okay.
So
it's been an amazing one. So finally, let me ask you now a very direct personal question. What has been the most rewarding part of this journey for you, working with teenagers and their parents?
The most rewarding part would be the satisfaction, the fulfillment, because no amount of money, would suffice for it. The satisfaction, for me, I believe it's my calling. It's what I'm here for, and that's what gives me joy and satisfaction.
The life of impact.
Yes, impact.
Okay. Thank you so much for coming on the TSK show, and I appreciate you for sharing your insights and depth of knowledge.
Thank you.
Working with teenagers is not easy.
It's not.
And I love the fact that you're satisfied. Yes. You're satisfied and you're living your dreams, and you're living your vision and your purpose. Oh wow, what a powerful conversation. We've seen teenage struggles closely, and also how parenting through communication, empathy and emotional intelligence can help teenagers rise above them. A very big thank you to our guest, Webo Ifesinachi Crystal, for sharing such wisdom. And to every parent and teen watching, remember, thriving is possible when we choose connection and understanding. My name is Ifeoma the Prof. Nwatu, your host, and this is the TSK show, where teenagers are empowered to thrive. Until next time, keep building bridges that empower our teens to thrive. That's a wrap for today on the TSK show, and bye for now.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what is called CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them. At one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them.
Good day, Nigeria. Welcome to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. I'm your baby girl, Queen Nwokonta. I'll be walking you through a lot of stories today, a whole lot of stories today. We tend to talk about stories that are making around in the entertainment industry. Today is Tuesday, so we'll be looking at Playlist Pal as... No, today's Tuesday, right? Celebrity Pig, not Playlist. Oh God, I love Playlist Pal so much. Yeah, so today's Celebrity Pig. So we'll be looking at some celebrities that are actually underrated. Yeah, but first of all, let's talk about what's trending in the entertainment industry. Nollywood actor and entrepreneur Solomon Akiyesi has passed away. The sad news was confirmed on Monday by Abubakar Yakubu, president of the Actors Guild of Nigeria, AGN, who stated that Akiyesi died in his sleep on Sunday. His body has since been deposited in a mortuary in Abuja. Yakubu further stated that the guild is still awaiting more details from the actor's family regarding the circumstances surrounding his death. He explained that Akiyesi went to bed and did not wake up, and confirmed that the incident occurred in Abuja, where his remains are currently being kept. He's a native of Edo State from the Akoko-Edo Ososo area. Solomon Akiyesi had a long-standing career in Nollywood, featuring in several films such as Heart of a Saint, Desperate Ladies, Pretty Liars, and Breach of Contract. His passing has shocked many Nigerians, with tributes around pouring in as our colleagues and fans react to the unexpected loss. Honestly, I love this man so much, and I enjoy watching his movies. He has a very beautiful voice, and the way he speaks just tends to draw your attention, because why is one person so fine? Why is one person so fine, have a great voice and speak so well, and also act so well to top it all? And then he's from Edo State, but unfortunately we lost another great actor and of course a legend in Nollywood. Why is it? It's as if every year we tend to lose somebody in the Nollywood industry, and it's disheartening. This one, at least he did not go through a whole lot of pain, maybe in the hospital or some sorts. It's more like he went to sleep and did not wake up. But I mean, we would still tend to hear more details about his death. Maybe he had high blood pressure or was sick 2 days ago and all that, but according to the story, he slept and didn't wake up the next day. May his soul rest in perfect peace. He has gone to be with the Lord. All right, Nigerian rapper Olamide has revealed that he often feels nervous before going on stage. So speaking in an interview with YouTuber Korti EO, the Bado Krona explained that his anxiety stems from traumatic experiences during past performances. He recalled several unsettling incidents where individuals unexpectedly rushed the stage and attempted to grab personal items such as his chain or hat. He described those moments as frightening and unpredictable, noting that such experiences have continued to affect his confidence whenever he is about to perform. And that is, you know, at the beginning I was like, you tend to feel anxiety when you're coming on stage, something you've been doing for how many decades, right? But then he had to go into details that, you know, it gives you PTSD, and that's one thing that Burna Boy just tend to like avoid. You know, people tend to say he's too arrogant, he's too this and that. There's nobody that if Burna Boy is performing on stage that would come up and say, oh, I want to grab his jacket, I want to get his chain or some sort. He'll match you with his Timberland. You know that. It's either he'll match you or he'll push you out or something, right? So I tend to understand Olamide because it throws you off guard, you know, especially when you have a flow, when you have a pace, especially when you have you have everything figured out of how you're going to perform on stage and make everyone enjoy your performance, and then you just tend to feel that anxiety that, oh my God, if I go up that stage, I'm sure that one or two crazy person is going to storm up on that stage with me and try to drag my chain. It just makes you feel uncomfortable, and you know that, trust me, people would always make that particular scene go viral. That's how we are, you know. So let's move forward. Nigerian rapper Speed Darlington has taken a swipe at Singer Portable, arguing that the latter's claimed wealth is not reflected in his appearance. So the Bank Dadang Krona made this remark during a recent live stream with Pella while explaining why he does not upload his music to the streaming platform Audiomack. So when encouraged by the host to follow Portable's example by putting his songs on the platform, Speed Darlington declined, insisting that there was no real financial benefit from it. He maintained that he does not, you know, this is actually very funny, because there was a time I was looking for Speed Darlington's song on Audiomack and I didn't see it, and I was wondering what's going on. How come it's not there? But is trending on all platforms. Content creators are using his sound, people are using his sound, so let's tend to get a full music on Audiomack, but I didn't see it. In fact, the fun fact is that when he performed on stage, you would enjoy it, because last year, I think during the festive period, he was invited to one of the shows, right, to come perform. Speed Darlington has fans. People were literally vibing to his lyrics, like word to word. It's more like they even know the lyrics more than he does. So he's like, what's the point of putting my song in the platform when there's no financial benefits from it, and I don't see even the portable you're telling me to emulate? If he's gaining money from it, it's not showing in his lifestyle, it's not showing in his body. There's nothing to say, okay, let me emulate and put my music there, since you're seeing, because these two people, should I call them controversial singers now or what? But their song tends to just make you laugh, right? You would still vibe with it. Anyways, moving forward, okay, let's go on a short break. We would continue the stories after the short break.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
No.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. So let's continue with our gist and stories. Afrobeat star Davido has been named Best International Act at the 2026 Liberian Entertainment Awards, emerging ahead of competitors including Ghana, Rema, and Tyler. So the award was presented on April 25th at the ceremony held in Listener Auditorium in Washington, D.C., United States. The win was later announced by music chart platform Chart Africa on X. So this latest achievement adds to Davido's expanding list of international accolades and highlights the growing global influence of Afrobeat. It also reinforces the strong presence of Nigerian artists on major global award stages. So the Liberian Entertainment Award was established in 2009, and it recognizes excellence and innovation across music, film, fashion, sports, and community services, celebrating the impacts of Liberian creativity both at home and in the diaspora. And our very loving Davido went there and came back with the award and represented us very well. Now, moving forward, this one is a shock to me because it was just yesterday we heard that Michael, which is a biography of Michael Jackson movie, grossed a very top charting blockbuster number. So the biographical film Michael, based on the life of Michael Jackson, has made a powerful impact at the global box office, earning an impressive $217 million during its opening weekend. Now, the figure marks the highest debut ever recorded for a biographical film starring Jafar Jackson in the lead role. Now, the film was released midweek and quickly gained traction across international markets, surpassing previous records in the January. It has overtaken Bohemian Rhapsody, which opened with $124 million, as well as Oppenheimer, which earned $180 million in its debut weekend. So studio executive attributes the film's strong performance to its wide audience appeal. Adam Vogelsen, chairman of Lionsgate, noted that the turnout reflected enthusiasm from diverse group of moviegoers, indicating a strong connection with audiences despite its commercial success. Michael has received mixed reviews from critics, while some have questioned aspects of its storytelling and tone. Audience reactions have been far more favorable. So on Rotten Tomatoes, the film holds a critics over 38% compared to a 97% audience rating. Wow. The film continues a recent trend of successful musical biopics, joining titles centered on global stars such as Queen Elton John, Elvis Presley, Bob Marley, Amy Winehouse, and Whitney Houston. Backed by Jackson's estate, the production features its original vocals and focuses heavily on his rise to global fame and musical legacy. Now, however, it has also sparked debate for omitting the child sexual abuse allegations that surrounded the singer. Reports indicate that the storyline was revised after legal concerns emerged, resulting in the film ending its narrative in 1988 before the allegations became public. It was directed by Anthony Fuqua. The movie faced several production challenges, including expensive reshoots that contributed to its report's $200 million budget. Wow. Now, following its record-breaking debut, Michael is expected to remain a major talking point as it continues to its rollout across global cinemas. I don't think that movie is in Nigeria, but oh my goodness. Now, I'm so eager to see this particular movie. It's not even up to a week. They spent $200 million. They're going to make 10 times that money. Trust me, because according to the story, the production, everything that is... Imagine the critic is just 38%. So it means that, okay, this movie is good to go. And it tells the real story. I mean, it's his niece. His nephew. It's his nephew that is taking the lead role as Michael Jackson. Alright, so moving forward, late night host Jimmy Kimmel has defended controversial joke he made about Melania Trump, describing it as a lighthearted remark despite backlash that followed. The controversy began after a sketch aired on Jimmy Kimmel Live, in which Kimmel referred to Melania as an expectant widow. A comment the First Lady condemned as hateful and violent. The White House also called on ABC to take action against the comedian. So just days after the broadcast, the gunman opened fire at the White House correspondent dinner in Washington, D.C., which was attended by Donald Trump and Melania Trump. Authorities indicated that the attacker may have been targeting members of the Trump administration. Now, addressing the issue during a subsequent monologue, Kimmel explained that the joke was intended as a mild roast focus on the age gap between the president and his wife, noting that Donald Trump is significantly older than Melania. He maintained that the remark was not meant to incite harm. Melania Trump later expressed her displeasure in a post on X, arguing that individuals like Kimmel should not be given a platform to spread what she described as harmful content. The incident adds to previous controversies involving Kimmel. In September, he was briefly taken off air after making remarks about the killing of Charlie Kirk. His comments at the time were criticized, with some accusing him of politicizing the incident. The show was reinstated a week later, and upon his return, Kimmel acknowledged that his remarks may have been poorly timed and unclear. That's the problem with most of this comedian. Now, we had a comedian, I'm gonna review that interview to you, because sometimes they tend to say things out of joke and they don't know that the people they're talking about tend to take it very serious. Imagine calling the First Lady an expectant widow. It's more like calling her, you're trying to tell her that, oh, you should expect to be a widow, your husband is gonna die soon, you know. You can't tell me, oh, because of the age gap between she and her husband. Yeah, it's a joke, but she didn't really take it as a joke. And imagine that after saying that, a few days later, he was shot. So it's more like, what? There's a link to it, and she didn't find it funny. So all comedians should always know what they say on stage. You should read the room before you tend to say things, so as not to put yourself in trouble. He made something similar during Charlie Kirk death, and it made him go off air, right? He just returned on air few months ago, and now he has made another statement. Now the First Lady is saying he shouldn't be given opportunity to share talks and informations like this that would actually incite people, affect people emotionally, or psychologically. All right, that's all I have for you in the news segment. To go on a short break, and coming up next is Celebrity Peak. So please stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
Oh.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Alright, welcome back. You're still watching eVibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Today's Tuesday, and as usual, we always have Celebrity Peak, where we tend to talk about our lovely celebrities. So today on Celebrity Peak, we are flipping the spotlight to the stars who don't always get enough of it. In an industry where hype often moves faster than talent, some celebrities continue to deliver top-tier performances without getting the recognition they truly deserve. From Nollywood standouts like Bimbo Ademoye, Deyemi Okonlawon, to music talents like Johnny Drill, these are the names quietly putting in the work and winning, even if the spotlight doesn't always follow. So today we are asking the big question: who are the most underrated celebrities right now, and why are they still being overlooked? First on my list, I know this one would sound off because she is actually noticed, but not to the point where we expect. Bimbo Ademoye. So she's known for strong versatility across comedy, drama, and romance. She consistently delivers standout performances. Despite her growing filmography and strong audience appeal, she's still not always positioned as a top-billed lead in major production, and that's the truth. And I wonder why. Honestly, Bimbo is a great content creator. She's a great actress, a great director, producer. What else is she? But you know, there are levels you put some actresses, and you want to put her there because she's everything. Fashion, she's there. Do you need it emotional? She's there. Do you need comedy? She's there. I mean, she literally portrays all characters greatly. And let's not even talk about movies she tends to produce these days. They are blockbusters. There are some of her films that I tend to see and I'm like, this one is supposed to be on Netflix and cinema now. Why is it just on YouTube? Do you get? So, but she doesn't get the... It's not like she's not recognized. She's recognized, but to some extent, there are some actresses that when you call their names, you'll be like, oh, you know. But Bimbo, we love her and we expect her to be at that toppest top. We know that people have their prime, yeah, and sometimes your prime comes and go. Bimbo is still in her prime, so we expect her to be at the top. We expect her to be at the level where we see other great actresses, because she is every single thing and more. Let's talk about another actor, Deyemi Okonlawon, a highly skilled and disciplined actor known for switching easily between intense drama and commercial roles. He has built a solid reputation in Nollywood, but is still often cast in a supporting or ensemble role rather than being the central lead. Now, you know, I used to have a problem with Deyemi because Deyemi is, when he's acting as a husband, they are always giving him roles of an aggressive, toxic husband, a domestic, violent husband, an abusive husband, right? And sometimes you tend to see him as assistant actor, right? Deyemi is a very great actor. Let's be very realistic. Deyemi is a good actor. He knows how to switch. His facial expression is top notch. So you know, when you mention names, there are people that, okay, when you mention their name, we need to see they and me as part of there. We need to see, yeah, he actually comes up on blockbuster movies. Let's not dispute that. But like, there are levels we expect him to see. You know, the fun fact, I went to his Instagram and I didn't even see much. It seems he's very, very private. But it's not part of the reason why we don't see him at the top. We expect him to be at the toppest top because he is a great actor. I know people will say everyone can be at the top at the same time. We know, but I mean, there should be a little space for some of these people that bring in the work and their craft and everything to make you enjoy a movie, you know. Okay, next is Toby Bakre. Transitioned successfully from reality TV into acting, showing clear growth in performance and screen presence. However, he is still in the process of fully, you know, shedding his reality TV image to be seen as a fully established Nollywood lead actor. Now, let's talk about him in behind the scenes. What? Toby outdid himself. You know when they say that reckless, one of the reckless child in the family that has decided to amount to nothing. Toby actually did exploits in that behind the scene movie, but he surprised me when this switch happened. He happened to be the only sibling that had his sister's back. Toby is a great actor. Yeah, we know him in Big Brother Nigeria, right? I mean, that is where people tend to, when you go to the house, you come out and then people see your talent, they bring you to work with them. So we need Toby to be put up in that point. Toby was constantly seen in, he's not the lead actor, neither the lead actor, one of the most important person, but his role was very, very significant. Like, you can literally notice him that, okay, this one, if you send him 20 million, he's spending it like right now, right? And the whole Agboro vibe and oh, he got it. I was even surprised. I was literally surprised. So we expect Toby to be at that top too, when we tend to call names and then we hear, okay, Toby is, you know, things like that. Another person is Kiki. Kiki is a very funny content creator. No, so now she's known for strong personality, comedic timing, and consistent delivery on engaging content across social media and live platforms. So despite her creativity and ability to command attention, she's often overshadowed by louder or more viral online creators, even though her work shows strong originality and structure. You know, even though she's not always, you know, out there the way we tend to see other content creators. I was so proud when she was one of the moderators in that creators, what's that program again? Oh my goodness, you know the program I'm talking about. And she had to share insights. She had to tell us what it takes to be a content creator, things you shouldn't do, things you should do and shouldn't do as a content creator, to not to, you know, get the she's not even getting, she's getting the visibility, but not to the point we expect. God, you people don't know the charisma it takes to be a very funny content creator, to think that you're actually a mother. When she was like, oh, she's a very funny person, her husband is not funny, and yeah, we tend to see her shoot content with her daughter. She only does that when her daughter is on holidays and not when she has school. So she has timing for things like this, you know. So we expect people like this to be seen at the top, right? Other than other people that tend to do controversial content and boom, they're already there. Alright, finally on my list is Mr. Macaroni. We know Mr. Macaroni as Dadiwa. He's a comedian and actor known for his Dadiwa character and strong use of satire in addressing social issues. While widely respected, his death is he's an activist and performer, is often overshadowed by the comedic side of his online persona. In fact, the comedy side of him did not show up in behind the scenes, for real. You know, he's actually a different person when it's time for him to shoot content, and a different person when he's serious talking about Nigerian matters. He's also a very different person when he's shooting a movie. They gave him a very serious character, and I was surprised he pulled it out so greatly. So these are people that we tend to see them do more and more exploit, and should be put at that spotlight that, okay, these people, they are creative and they're doing great in this place, so we need to always see them, other than those that create controversial content that would affect somebody mentally, you know. Anyways, that's all I have for you on Celebrity Pick today. Coming up next is an interview we had with comedian Slim Saint, a very charismatic comedian. So enjoy the rest of your day.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
No.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
For the major show starts 7.
All right, no wahala. Till then, so let's start with this, right? What is it about live comedy that makes it feel so different from watching skits or clips online?
There's this feeling it gives. To be very honest, there's this feeling live. There's this there's nothing beats it, you know. There's no sound effect. There's no laugh at the end. You're not fixing anything.
Yeah.
What you give, actually, that's the fastest communication. You know? Once you give, you get a feedback immediately. Once you say your jokes, you get the laughter. If it's funny, if it's not, you get it instantly at the spot. So unlike digital comedy online, if you post, you have to edit. You retake it. You do this. Then if it's not even funny, you feel they add sound to make it, and then you do it. Then people will start laughing and start commenting. But no. Stand-up comedy, live comedy is actually one of the hardest crafts. Yeah, because they get your results immediately. You don't have to wait. In 5 minutes, you don't already know. So that's how it works.
So at what point did you realize that, okay, yeah, I want to go into comedy? Because, you know, most of the comedians we know, AY, the rest of Funny Bone, Clint the Drunk, you know, name them. Physically, they look funny. Facially, they look funny. But you're looking like a fine boy. You don't look like somebody that...
Please. I'm not looking like a fine boy. I am.
Oh, shit!
Yes, so please.
Okay, you're a fine boy.
Yes, thank you.
Your face does not attribute a comedian in any form. So, at what point did you realize, okay, I want to go into comedy?
First of all, it's not my fault that I look this good, you know. It's a +1 to my brand. Because I don't want to look like the joke.
Okay.
You know, that's it. And I think comedy for me started when I was in primary school. I think I was in primary 5. I just realized that I love to make noise. I love to be in noise maker.
Your name is always the names of noise maker.
So I make noise a lot. I go to the other class, primary 5B. We'll go find trouble. They go laugh. They go write my name for another class.
Can you imagine?
So I never knew it was called comedy until you know I was joining drama club, joining all till my SS1. You know, started watching stand-up comedy. I love Sheilo, Ajebo, Elenu, Acapella, you know, Basket Mouth. Those were my go-to then, and I was like, I love this stuff. But I think I wanted to start it then. But one of my friends discouraged me. He said, bro, you look too good. You know if you do this thing, they don't go laugh. So I waited for like a year.
Yeah.
I was in SS2. I just told myself, I'm going to do this thing. And I started doing it from there and get admission to UNN. And it has been all God, all the way.
So your mouth and your voice speaks louder than your facial expression.
Exactly. So the comedy don't pass when person go climb stage. You don't begin
they laugh.
You know.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's not about the face. Some people even book me because of how I look. You know. Yes, now I look worth it. I look branded. Like.
Why is pride written all over you, this guy?
Because it's not pride. It's just me telling you how valuable I am. You know.
Yeah.
So. People, when I come on stage, they underrate me and I like it. You know, before I go on stage, people are like, okay, for me, actually, that kind of thing. But when I begin to talk, so it's my mouth that is my office. My mouth is my strength. So once I begin my performance and all, you have to like me and pay attention to me.
True. So do you think digital platforms have made audience easier to access than having them live on a show?
Yeah, because the world is global. The world is digital. If I would say it's everyone is now using their phones. Everyone is now online. Everyone is browsing. People are always on their phone, like almost all the time. So obviously, people promote their posts. So you get reach. You get people to view your stuff. You get audience online. So I guess yeah.
Well, have you ever made a joke that actually glared people up online, and when you came on stage, people didn't find it funny?
I have to think.
You won't claim that say no get anyone.
Any joke when I talk online?
Yes.
Is it stand-up comedy?
Yes, stand-up comedy, the one you made online, and then you came on stage and people did not find it funny?
No. None of them. All my jokes, I did critic, like, you don't know the way I write my jokes. So they had before ENUGU funny.
Yes.
I have like team. I have people that I contact, Before I will say this joke. I go guess I have underground study. I make my research. I do a lot of background check, then publish the joke online. For online people to accept the joke, it will sell offline. But most times it has to sell on offline first. If people laugh like now, if I post it online, definitely people will obviously like it. So I think it's the other way around. Yeah.
Okay, so would you say that social media helped build hype for live shows or reduce it?
Yeah, it helps. Social media is like I said, it's where we do our PR, our ads. So social media is actually helping. Like this is my show now that I'm planning, this Sunday at Amadu Event Center. I was in Lagos putting the whole PR, pushing the whole show, and I was making the location ENUGU.
So how does that work?
It's as social media now, because you place ad on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and you make the location to be ENUGU. So people that are in ENUGU, you can be in Lagos and be promoting a post in this ENUGU, and people will be viewing it in ENUGU. So when I'm here, people are like, I saw your flyer on my feed, you're having a show in ENUGU. But people in Lagos too might not really get the reach. But because you set the location to be in ENUGU.
Yeah.
So yes, it has helped. It has helped a lot, especially for publicity and ads. Yeah.
So this one is quite personal, right? How do you deal with silence and unresponsive crowd during a live performance? When like you crack a joke and people are not laughing. There was a time we heard that they used to spray tear gas then.
Yes.
When you're not there live, when you're watching it, they're always laughing even when the thing is not funny. So tell us your whole experience, if you have experienced such thing, like you made a joke and people did not respond, they didn't feel like, oh, this is funny.
To be honest, every comedian watching this knows that there is always a bad day at the office as a comedian or as creative or as a worker. There are times where you crack joke, it might not really sit well with the audience. Yes, and you have to just either your hands strong enough to talk something again to find way, maneuver a way to make the joke funny, or you just have a bad day totally. But for me, I just have a way. God just used to help me. I just have a way. Once you are distracting me, I know what to say because I was on a show last week Sunday at the same Amadu, and people were coming in, people were walking in, table, these dignitaries and all, they were walking in, and so distracting my performance. But there were other people that were paying attention. So I just said something that caught their own attention, and people that were listening to me got the message that this guy, they tried make these people understand, say, I did stage, that kind of thing. So I was saying a lot of things and people were laughing, and those people now settled and started paying attention to me. So the baseline, the point there is, you just need to know how it works. Like your hand, you guys stay confident on stage, you have to be quick on your feet, because some people might just get thrown off once they see people walking, they distract their performance. But once you are confident, once you are good, you know what you want to do and what you want to say. So
would you say that reading the room is maybe one of the attributes to give you inspiration on the next joke to crack?
Definitely. Definitely. That's like a cheat code that I do tell people. You don't just come and perform. You come before the show, observe, see what they are laughing to, okay, understand the environment, okay, this is what this person said that make them laugh. And do I have a joke relating to this? You know, it makes your work easy. You know, you cannot go to a church setting and start saying vulgar joke, you know. So all those things, then a lot of underground study that works. You know, you don't just come and just want to go and perform. So you get to a level when you're big, like very big, you just go and they know that this person is always funny, so you just go. But you know, when you're still up and coming, you have to understand the whole thing behind it.
You know, I used to have a problem with some comedians that come off stage and they're literally yapping somebody, right? Yapping people, both dignitaries and non-dignitaries, right? No, I want to understand, you know, that whole reading the room kind of thingy. How on earth do you tend to just pick, because you might be yapping somebody that is going through a lot and the ones you slap on stage, right? So I want to know how you people, because I know there's no script for this. It's not like you're coming up to do a red carpet show or something. This is a talent that flows within. I want to know how you people tend to read the mind of somebody that, okay, I can yap this person and nothing will happen.
It just takes grace of God.
So there's no fear within you that somebody, and I was asked, do they come to you people at the end of the day, like maybe after your performance, and they're like, I don't like that thing you said about me?
That's why, yeah, sometimes some of them used to come. Sometimes you be smart enough to go and meet them first. Babana joke, that kind of thing. You know, like this my show now, is start funny and reckless.
Yeah.
So we are gonna be saying funny jokes and we're gonna be talking recklessly too. Do you understand? So like my last show in Lagos was My Jokes in Your Head.
Okay.
So I actually put my jokes in their head and people were laughing, you know. And after the show, they still had my jokes.
Yeah.
But this one is just funny and reckless. I did the first one, and this is the second one in ENUGU. So it's me, like you said, yeah. You talk about things that people might not really find good. You get to pick on them. It just depends on your mindset. It depends on how your charisma is on stage. Yes, so because there are some times where I'll just pick on somebody and the person will some audience that's why it depends. Some audience they are fun. They like when you some when they will throw shades, they will even tackle you before you even tackle them. When you're on stage, they might say, Koya Abusef,
yeah.
So it destabilizes you mentally, you know. So if you're good, if your hand is strong in this thing, you go guys talk back and make the person the joke, because you are in power, you have the mic, you know. So sometimes it's like that, and sometimes you just have to do crowd work. They call it crowd work. You have to do crowd work, do some spontaneous things that will make people laugh too.
Okay, now do you think live comedy is still the ultimate test for a comedian?
Yes, no.
So you have to host a show, or you must be invited for a live comedy show, so that people
will know that you are funny.
Yeah.
Yes, no.
But I mean, we're in the digital world, like you are great.
The thing is, it's easy. It's understand. Everybody knows this thing. If you are online making a joke,
yes,
it doesn't. It's not 100% that is going to be funny off stage.
Okay.
Yes, it's one thing people need to understand. But when you are funny offline, like on stage, legit live audience, like you put up a show and people are laughing, you are funny. It's obvious that you are funny, you know, and people will be laughing. Yeah, that's my.
I know you're going to blush.
That's my performance right there.
Yeah. So do you I don't know, is there any most unforgettable moments of you on stage, like maybe the way an audience reacted to your comedy?
Is it a good way or a bad way?
But good and bad.
Yes, good way.
So tell us the story. How did you react to that? How did that make you feel?
A whole lot of times. That happened a whole lot of times. A whole lot of times. There are times, yeah, a whole lot of good performances that I have. When I even went for a competition, the Nigeria Spirit Talent Hunt,
yes,
as at 2021, and I won the competition as the second runner-up. You know, when I won the competition, the feeling during the performance, like I performed to like 1,000 people, and you know, the feeling I got, the response, because I have a slang. Then he choke, I mean, you know, choke. They say he choke. They say so like. It was, the feeling was different, you know, and when I won the competition, it was mind blowing. Performances, when I performed at a hotel in Lagos, I think the Stalkers show and at the bus show too, the feeling, the audience reaction. Then Kenny Black show too in a hotel when I performed last year. It was amazing because people were like laughing, and then comedy clubs in Lagos, you know, they laugh, people, the laughter, the feeling it gives, it makes you know that okay, yes, this I'm working, I'm putting in work, and the result is good.
Yeah.
But for the bad parts, I'm trying to think of maybe if I've said something that did not really sit well. I'm not sure.
All right. Now, when you step on stage, when you walk on stage, what changes your mind mentally, especially when you see the crowd?
It's showtime.
You don't fret, you don't feel some kind of maybe an anxious. And I also want to know, right? Do you people have like strategic steps to your
jokes?
Yeah, jokes. Like, okay, when I go on stage, I'm going to see this joke first. And
why you won't make I expose like my work? But like first question you asked was
yes,
the fear stuff, yeah. When I started comedy, to be very honest, I used to be very scared. I used to have stage fright, 100%. I'm not even going to deny that. I used to be very scared. I used to, I would wonder what I want to talk now. We go make these people laugh, and then it was students now. So I was just trying to get to understand the whole algorithm of how stand-up comedy works. But when I left school, and I think my 300 level, 400 level, I started, you know, posting my own shows, appearing at people's shows, performing and making myself, you know, big. Then when I went to Lagos, it was like the best thing I did for myself. I started, you know, going to bigger shows, understanding the whole thing, and my hand was, you know, I was rehearsing, writing new sets and all. So when I'm going on stage now, I don't have any fear in me. Like if this was me 4 years ago planning a show, I'll not even be here, because I'll be very scared first off, because I never fixed this one, I won't do interview. How? But then like we're on media tour and I'm relaxed. God is in control.
Yeah.
But then for the jokes scripted, if you're doing a show, like this is my show now, definitely I have jokes that I've written for ENUGU. Like I said, I just did my show in Lagos, November 23rd. So I wrote a different set, like I performed for 1 hour. It's on YouTube, Slim Effect TV, streaming globally too, and it's a nice set. So I did like 1 hour, 20 minutes set, but during editing we have to cut some parts. So it was 1 hour, different sets from this ENUGU. Now this ENUGU is funny and reckless. So there's a different joke, so I have what I want to tackle, what I want to talk about, and how I'm going to do it, then how I'm going to sign out. So that's how it works. But if you're going for a comedy show, you are a comedian, I just know that this is a Muslim. You guys talk about this very dark man. You guys talk about
very dark man should don't come for you.
No, like he's somebody that if you talk about, people won't laugh, and I have jokes about him. Yeah? Funny jokes, but not insulted. No, very dark man. Then you know, the trending topics. You should have things to talk about them. So then you should have your own jokes too, and your sign out jokes. So, but I don't advise comedians to have it crammed. Like I must say this first joke once I must say it after this one. No, it doesn't work like that sometimes. So you might say the first one. So you might say the first one, and maybe someone might distract you. You lose your line of thought, and you can't remember the second one, and get a messed up performance. So it's not always good to cram lapo in comedy. No, you just freestyle, do your thing.
So what does comedy really mean to you? You know, this Nigeria, there's nothing funny. As I'm speaking to you now,
Yes,
nothing is funny in this country, and we tend to have people hosting comedy shows, and I tend to wonder what is funny that you want to come and say on stage and make people laugh, right? So what does comedy really mean to you?
Comedy is life.
How is it life?
Like, I'm happy doing this work. I'm not even going to lie. I'm happy because I keep seeing reasons why I am doing this work. Like, how do I explain it now? When I started, I was seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. But at least now it's clearer, you know, and it's just like I'm a go-getter. So I'm seeing it. I'm like, oh, this is the life I prayed for 2 years ago, and this I'm still praying for more. I've not gotten to where I want to be. I mean, you know, but I'm on the right path. So it's a good thing. It's a thing of joy. I'm happy doing it, and not like I don't have other things that I'm doing aside from comedy. But like, this is what I tag as, you know, a great job. I know there's nothing funny. I know. That's why I say comedy no really hard. Now you want funny. For a crack joke, you know, laugh.
You go crack joke now. You crack joke now. You need to make both me, producer, director, to laugh. So I mean, your life now, you know, right? This one is life stage.
No, this one.
But the difference now is that you're sitting down.
That's sit down comedy.
Yes, sit down comedy, not stand up comedy. So we would like you to crack a joke, and then we will ask you the last question before we let you go. I want to see I will take crack.
No, you're putting my spell moments now.
But now you say we don't need cram jokes. Now you say we don't need cram jokes.
My jokes are not for this audience here.
I don't understand.
These people that are looking at me.
Bro, crack joke.
Anyway, there's nothing funny in the country, and you and I know there's nothing funny. The person while they follow in footsteps don't go match poison. That's the beginning of the. Who promised to stand by me, don't go sit down, you know.
Yes.
And motivational speakers in ENUGU, they are doing a very bad work. I was on my way to Agopa which day. Now one guy tell me one motivational quote. And the way it stands now is like this, the other way around, because this morning, 2 birds nearly use 1 stone kill me. One they target my eye, the other one they shout, kill! Yeah, it's a crazy thing, but I'll say that in ENUGU, people are trying. In Lagos, all of them want to say the heart of Lekki. Lekki is heartless now, as I speak to you. It's heartless. And the houses, they don't have lights. I pay for 2 years, lights no in my house. As I speak to you, my room is very dark, man.
I see why you did
let me say you know be graduate.
You know, one thing is, even without you cracking a joke, I actually find you funny. I think it's your charisma and all, right? You embody this life of the party kind of energy and vibe.
The Gen Z.
The Gen Z comedy. Okay, so now what makes live comedy irresistible? Is it the fact that you come to meet other people or just watch that particular comedian?
All of them.
Everything I just said.
Yeah, all of them approve. It works that way, sharp. Like most people just come out to, you know, have a great time. Not like you have anything special. Sometimes comedy is to be honest, I tell people comedy has gone beyond this. You get one guy. That guy now the open pay, they carry on yesterday. So you don't get any guy
the open pay.
So yeah, please tell them about my show. Or should I do it?
You will actually talk about your show like several times. I did that in the intro. We forgot to.
Yeah.
I will be talking about your show that is always in Amadio and all that.
This Sunday.
This Sunday. Yes. Anyways, the director said I should ask you one question, but I'm not going to ask you.
Why?
He said I should ask you if it was an option for you to go into comedy or did you feel jammed?
That's a very good question. Thank you very much, Mr. Director. The work we are doing behind camera. Is it the work you studied in school? Because according to that voice right here, you'll be like IMT.
What do you mean? I don't know.
Choice University. Director with first class and you're doing directing. No problem. Well,
you had a great time, right?
I studied mass communication.
Okay. Oh, really?
Yeah, UNN, University of Nigeria and Soka. So this is the life I chose. Yeah.
Interesting. We had a great time with you, Slim Saints. We had a great time with you. I love your charisma, and I would like to see you perform on Sunday. I really want to see more of this whole vibe and pride that is moving. Sorry,
just oral.
You know yourself. Oral. You just know yourself.
We call it oral. Say oral.
Oral.
Good. Please, you guys should come early. 7 p.m. at Amadi Event Center.
All right.
See you all.
Okay, thank you so much.
I really appreciate
we had a great time doing this with you. The show has come to an end. I'm sure you were laughing your mouth out. I don't want to say the other word. So join us same time tomorrow for more interesting stories and conversations like this. Enjoy your weekend. It's gonna be a beautiful week ahead, right? Believe it will happen for you. Follow all our social media platforms, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and of course enjoy the rest of your day. I remain your baby girl, Queen Wokonta.
Bye bye.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, Presidency lists rail, road, health investments, says Tinubu not neglecting Northwest. Peter Obi Southeast leaders meet Jonathan behind closed doors. UK to appeal High Court's ruling that granted Palestine Action a victory. And Trump administration fires all members of U.S. National Science Board. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Nigeria's presidency has pushed back against claims that President Bola Tinubu has neglected the Northwest, insisting that the administration has made major investments in infrastructure, healthcare, and transportation across the region. The response came during a media briefing in Abuja organized by the Renewed Hope ambassadors ahead of a nationwide project tour set to begin in Northwest states. Senior Special Assistant on Media and Special Duties, Tunde Rahman, said the initiative aims to counter what he described as false narratives about the administration's performance in the region. He pointed to ongoing projects in road construction, healthcare, and rail development, including the Kano-Maradi Standard Gauge Rail Line, linking Nigeria to Niger Republic, which is reportedly about 60% complete. Also speaking, Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, said the tour is intended to close an information gap and give Nigerians first-hand access to government projects across the country. A technical presentation by Finbar Zira from the Federal Ministry of Transportation outlined progress in the rail sector. He described the Northwest as central to Nigeria's long-term rail integration plan, with major corridors under development, including the Lagos-Kano line. According to Zira, segments such as Lagos-Ibadan and Abuja-Kaduna are already operational, while the Kaduna-Kano stretch is nearing completion. He added that the Kano-Katsina-Maradi extension, spanning roughly 400 kilometers, remains the largest rail project in the region and is advancing steadily. The rail expansion is expected to position Kano as a major transport hub, connecting multiple roads and reducing pressure on road transport by shifting freight movement to rail. The briefing also highlighted a proposed high-speed rail project linking Lagos to Kano and Port Harcourt, alongside efforts to improve public awareness through a new digital platform showcasing government achievements. Presidential aspirant of the African Democratic Congress ADC, Peter Obi, on Monday held consultations with former President Goodluck Jonathan over the state of the nation and preparations for the 2027 general elections. Obi disclosed this after a closed-door meeting with the former president in Abuja. He was accompanied by the delegation of Southeast political leaders, including serving and former lawmakers, as well as former Imo State Governor Achike Udenwa. Speaking to journalists after the meeting, Obi said the visit was part of ongoing consultations ahead of the 2027 elections. He explained that the discussions focused on national issues and efforts to build broader political cooperation across the country. Obi has recently stepped up engagement with political leaders nationwide as part of his consultations ahead of the ADC presidential primary for the 2027 general elections. Last week, the former Labour Party presidential candidate also met with Bala Mohammed in Bauchi, alongside Southeast leaders, where they held a closed-door meeting. After that meeting, Obi said his objective was to promote national unity and strengthen cooperation between different regions of the country. He stated that Nigeria needs unity and a new direction, stressing that the country cannot continue on its current path. Obi added that his consultations are aimed at building support for a more united and stable Nigeria that would benefit all citizens. Nigeria's federal government has stepped in to address the worsening aviation fuel crisis, urging marketers to sell directly to airlines and offer a 30-day credit window to ease mounting financial pressure on operators. The directive followed a series of high-level meetings coordinated by the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, after earlier consultations led by the Ministry of Aviation. Key stakeholders, including the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, Nigerian Airspace Management Agency, and Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, alongside airline operators and fuel marketers, called for urgent intervention to stabilize prices. According to the meeting's resolutions, a new indicative pricing band for aviation fuel, also known as Jet A1, was agreed, with rates projected between 1,760 Naira and 1,988 naira per litre in Lagos, and slightly higher in Abuja. However, stakeholders warn that ongoing global volatility, particularly tensions linked to the US-Iran situation, could still push prices upward. To streamline operations, regulators were also tasked with reducing the number of airside fuel distributors, ensuring only companies with verified infrastructure and capacity remain active. In addition, the Ministry of Aviation is expected to mediate between airlines and marketers to resolve outstanding debts running into billions of naira. Nigeria's aviation sector has been under intense strain as fuel costs surge. Domestic carriers say they now spend over 7 million naira to power a single flight. Meanwhile, the federal government is considering broader measures, including incorporating aviation fuel into its Naira for crude policy, aimed at reducing reliance on foreign exchange and cushioning price shocks. Stakeholders say while the immediate interventions, such as direct sales and credit facilities, may provide short-term relief, long-term stability will depend on improving crude supply to domestic refineries and addressing inefficiencies across the fuel distribution chain. At least 29 people have been killed after armed men attacked Guyaku and Telebala communities in Gombe local government area of Adamawa State, Nigeria. According to eyewitnesses, the attackers stormed the communities on Sunday around 5 p.m. during a football match at a primary school. The gunmen reportedly opened fire randomly, causing panic as residents fled for safety. The attack occurred about 1 week after a similar violent incident in Mayolade in nearby Hong local government area, where attackers also burned down religious buildings. Residents described scenes of chaos and grief as families mourned their loved ones. Adamawa State Governor Umaru Fintiri visited the affected communities after cutting short his official engagements. He described the attack as heartbreaking and confirmed that about 29 people were killed. The governor said the violence was carried out by suspected Boko Haram-linked militants and assured residents that security agencies have been deployed to restore order and protect communities. During his visit, Governor Fintiri inspected areas where motorcycles were burnt, homes were destroyed, and a church building was set on fire. Many residents were seen fleeing with their belongings. Authorities say additional security measures will be introduced to prevent further attacks. 11 people have been killed in a fresh attack by suspected armed bandits in Gorbi community in Kankara local government area of Katsina State, northwestern Nigeria. Security sources say the attack occurred on April 26, 2026, at about 2:40 p.m. when armed men stormed the village and opened fire on residents, killing 11 people and injuring 2 others. The injured victims were rushed to a nearby hospital for treatment, while the bodies of those killed have been released to their families for burial according to Islamic rites. The Katsina State Police Command confirmed the incident, stating that a joint security response team, including police, military, and other agencies, was immediately deployed to the area after a distress call was received. According to police spokesperson Abubakar Sadiq, the attackers fled the scene after sighting advancing security forces. He added that normalcy has since been restored in the community. The State's Commissioner of Police, Ali Fage, has ordered the deployment of additional tactical teams to the area and directed intensified patrols and intelligence-led operations to prevent further attacks. Security agencies are also working with local communities to strengthen surveillance and information sharing. The United Kingdom is set to appeal a High Court ruling that declared the government's ban on activist group Palestine Action unlawful. The two-day hearing, which began on Tuesday at the Court of Appeal in London, marks the latest phase in a legal battle over the group's designation as a terrorist organization. Earlier this year, High Court judges described the ban as disproportionate, dealing a blow to the government's position, though the proscription remains in force pending the appeal. Palestine Action, known for targeting companies linked to the Israeli military, has been at the center of widespread protests across the UK, with thousands participating in civil disobedience campaigns. Human rights organizations have criticized the ban as an overreach, warning it risks undermining freedom of expression by equating activism with terrorism. The Court of Appeal is expected to determine whether the government's actions were lawful, with the outcome likely to shape the future of protest rights in the UK. The administration of United States President Donald Trump has dismissed all 22 members of the board overseeing the National Science Foundation, sparking concerns over the future of science policy and funding. The mass firing affects the National Science Board, which sets policy for the government-funded agency and plays a key role in guiding scientific research and education in the United States. Former board member Roger Beachy said members were not given any specific reason for their dismissal, raising questions about the direction of the agency moving forward. The move is part of broader efforts by the administration to restructure federal institutions following cuts and changes to several government agencies. Democratic lawmakers have criticized the decision, warning it could undermine scientific independence and weaken the country's global leadership in innovation. Ukraine has summoned Israel's ambassador over what it describes as an inadequate response to shipments of grain allegedly taken from Russian-occupied Ukrainian territories. Ukrainian Foreign Minister Andriy Sybiha said a vessel carrying what Kyiv calls stolen grain arrived in Haifa, prompting a formal protest and a demand for action from Israeli authorities. He warned that such trade could undermine relations between both countries, as Ukraine seeks to curb what it considers illegal exports from occupied regions. In response, Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar rejected the claims, saying allegations must be backed by evidence and criticizing Ukraine for raising the issue publicly. The diplomatic dispute comes amid intensified fighting, with Ukraine launching fresh drone strikes on Russian oil infrastructure, including a major refinery in the Black Sea region. Iran has launched an intense diplomatic push across multiple countries, proposing the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz while delaying nuclear talks with the United States. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi held a series of high-level meetings in Pakistan, Oman and Russia over a 72-hour period, seeking regional backing for the proposal focused on maritime security and de-escalation. Talks in Muscat reportedly centered on reopening the strategic waterway, regional security guarantees, and a broader framework for ending hostilities, with nuclear negotiations set aside for a later stage. Pakistan has emerged as a key intermediary, relaying messages between Tehran and Washington after earlier direct talks failed to produce a breakthrough. The United States has yet to formally respond to the proposal, with President Donald Trump reiterating that Iran must not obtain nuclear weapons as a condition for any agreement. New Zealand's military says it has detected a suspected breach of international sanctions by North Korea during surveillance operations at sea. The New Zealand Defence Force said one of its P-8A Poseidon aircraft observed what appeared to be a ship-to-ship transfer of illicit goods in international waters near North Korea. Officials say the activity was recorded in the Yellow Sea and East China Sea while monitoring compliance with United Nations sanctions. The operation identified about 35 vessels of interest in the area, with authorities now reviewing the evidence for possible enforcement action. New Zealand says the surveillance forms part of its contribution to international efforts to monitor and enforce sanctions against Pyongyang's nuclear and missile activities. That's it for our package. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
We are local.
International communities observing why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye. We have taken it by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Every second, Every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obitupo were from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
President Bola Tinubu has continued to engage with critical stakeholders, especially during the Ramadan and Lenten season, especially those he considered central to Nigeria's democratic and developmental processes. It was therefore the turn of leaders of the Newspapers Proprietors Association of Nigeria, the Nigerian Guild of Editors, and the Broadcasting Organizations of Nigeria, who joined the president in the interfaith breaking of the Ramadan and Lenten fast at the State House, Abuja. President Tinubu used the occasion to charge the media industry to help deepen the country's federal system by shifting greater attention to the activities of states and local governments, insisting that development must be driven at all tiers of governments. He told the media executives and editors that the recent reforms that guarantee direct funding for local governments have created a new opportunity for grassroots development, noting that the press must play a critical role in ensuring accountability at all levels. He added that state governments are also benefiting from improved fiscal space and must be scrutinized accordingly, as governance and national progress require collective responsibility among leaders, institutions, and citizens describing the media as an indispensable partner in nation building.
Leadership comes with responsibility of taking decision at the time it ought to be done. Otherwise, it's a failure. At the time we have to confront the subsidy, Nigeria was teetering on the edge of bankruptcy. But having asked for the job and getting it, I can look back other than make corrections as I move along. Save the nation, bring it back from the brinks. Today I can stand proudly before you that we are back from that brinks. Can you imagine a nation that is owing the airline for reimbursement of their tickets and galloping exchange rates, galloping inflation? Yes, I accept the asset and liability of my predecessor because I asked for the job and it was given to me, right? So I have to do it. But if anybody tells you it's easy, it's a lie. You people are.
Earlier, the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, said the Tinubu administration recognizes the critical role of the media in sustaining democracy and national development. He disclosed that the federal government has already begun engagement with major technology companies such as Meta and Google over their impact on Nigeria's media industry and assured that the administration remains firmly committed to press freedom.
All the time, because it is easier for them to meet me. They say, go and tell the president about this and that. The president has done, go and talk this one. Today they have an opportunity and they have said what they want to say. And let me use this opportunity to tell the MPO that indeed the Federal Ministry of Information.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to another edition of news on Signature Television. I am your chief newser, as it were. That position you by either was by selectorate or by electorate position you have put me there. Whichever one, I find myself being the chief newser on this program where we muse, and the muse is where we think and talk. And as usual, I say always in Nigeria now, we are advising that people should think before they talk. But if some people choose to talk before they think, well, we go on like the Igbos will always say, where if a goat is lying on the ground, is lying on his skin. So let's get going with what we have to muse about today. There are so much in the Nigerian news headlines that will draw attention to thinking and talking, but we have only selected few. So might not be exhaustive in the topics we want to think and talk about today. But one of them is that one that has been trending and is top on the agenda since the last 2 decades in Nigeria is the issue of bandits and terrorism. And recently in the news, you find out that they say all the thriving communities in Nigeria are empty. Many people are running away from their communities, their homeland, and their inheritance because some people that have been described as bandits and terror are that's chasing them away, burning down their communities, killing them, beheading them, raping, disarming, doing so much things that are tragic to them. And quite recently in the news, we also read about how almost 30 communities in Kwara State, their traditional rulers have run away with their families because they can't stay any longer, meaning they are submitting, they are throwing in the towel. It's like, let's run away, save our lives, let whoever want to take over the land take them. And of course, those who are taking over the land are the bandits and terrorists. And it's not talking, it's not, saying, it leaves a lot of sour taste in our mouth. And everybody who is right-thinking Nigerian, who is peace-loving, who has been a Nigerian, the resilient Nigerians, one of the happiest people on earth, have turned to become one of the most, what do we say, the most sorrowful and the saddest people on earth. And how did this, how did it turn around that a Nigeria blessed with so much resources, human and natural and material, now most of the communities are living in IDP camps. And you know what that means. IDP camps where people line up for rations in the mornings with their families, that is surviving ones, those who are alive. And when it has taken this turn, it started with bombings and setting bombs on mass transport vehicles in Abuja. It started with kidnapping of children in Chibok. A lot of campaigns were done, a lot of things were done. Where is the Chibok? Now, nobody, even the Chibok people are going to voicemail. Chibok girls who have been kidnapped are going to voicemail. And now, what are we talking about now? We are talking about that the communities, even their traditional rulers, are taking off, going into exile and leaving their communities and the people to their tent. It's like, to your tent, all Nigerians, your tent, all community members, those who used to be my subject, I am throwing in the towel because I can't survive there. Nobody can see death coming and want to stand. So it's only 3 that we hear that it will cut down and still stands there. The Igbo say no sisi no na egbu ekuleba. So even the traditional rulers who are running away now is because of what happened in the past, continuing in the recent, present, and in the future. And you find that there have been this idea of doing kidnapping and mass abduction of ordinary, innocent Nigerian citizens, and it has gotten to traditional rulers. We have had some side instances of school children, and now the bandits and terrorists are updating their games. They are upping their games to the point of taking over. And the Igbo say that when the big tree falls down, all the birds will find, they will scamper and find whatever, where they will find a tent, where they find safety. And that's what is happening. Now we are saying, for how long will this continue? So many communities up the north have been taken over by terrorists and bandits, and Nigerian security apparatus is doing all they can to fight these menaces, and it's even becoming overwhelming. We are saying the Nigerian security forces and the agencies and all the establishments are doing whatever they can do. But there is something that will happen when it gets to a point where something becomes overwhelming. It becomes a full-blown war. And you ask, with this number of Nigerians in the den of, in the camps or in the hands of bandits and terrorists, how many are left for the 2027 election that we're preparing? And for some other developmental things that we want to do in Nigeria. It calls for attention. It calls for serious attention. And the question has been, do we as Nigerians call for international communities to come and assist us? And do we then need for us to call them to come and assist us when Nigeria has been in the forefront of helping other countries of the world who have one kind of problem or another? Nigeria has been in the forefront. One of the achievements of the great Nigerian nation has been to contribute gallant soldiers to peacekeeping forces. And now Nigeria has found itself in this kind of war, whether declared or undeclared. And the international communities are watching Nigerians being decimated, being kidnapped, abducted, mass killing. And some of the things that have thrown back for us is to start arguing whether people who are mass abducted, kidnapped, or killed, or whatever, those harmful situations that people are going through. People are now going to the argument of whether are they Christians, are they Muslims, are they pagans, are they atheists, or do they even have anything, and we leave that. And every day in Nigerian newspaper headlines, people are being kidnapped by terrorists and bandits. Now our traditional rulers are on the run. For how long can we do this? And we are calling for attention. I am not the spokesman for Nigerian nation. We have Minister of Information. We have Ministry of Information. We have other agencies that are handling our diplomatic relations. Is it not time we call for assistance? Let the people who can help come over, like the Bible said, come over to Macedonia to help us. And in this case, we are saying, come over to Nigeria to help us, because we are in dire stress. And it's time that the international community, United Nations, we signed by agreement to be a member of that. We signed agreement to be a member of EU. We have a bilateral agreement with the AU. Of course, AU is our African continental union. And what are these organizations doing? A lot of international communities that have big business dealings with Nigeria, are they saying that the bandits and terror will take over Nigeria, that they are comfortable to do business with bandits and terrorists? Is it that they are not comfortable doing business with ordinary Nigerians and the government and the establishment that have been doing these businesses with them? Because we know Nigeria have a lot of things that international communities want. Can there be something be done? Is there a way to negotiate and we stop these killings? Why are we crying for killings? Because whenever any slave sees how a fellow slave is buried, he will eventually know that's how the same fate awaits him or her. We as Nigerian ordinary citizens are crying. Let something be done. We don't know who next will be kidnapped, abducted, beheaded, or raped, and we don't know whose people would have been taken into the dens of bandits and terrorists, and the ransom demand will be made. We even heard that for traditional rulers, their ransom money now has risen up to 400 million. I don't know whether it's for one person or for the whole royal family. But when that has happened, this greeting has passed the ankle. Because the Igbo say, once a kenega fe nkwaka, once greeting passing the ankle, he has turned to fight. This greeting that we started almost 2 decades ago with the bandits and terrorists has passed the ankle. It has now turned to fight. Let whoever wants to separate that fight come now. Or whichever strategy we use to stop this menace is welcome. Nigeria needs to be helped by everybody who loves Nigeria and by all peace-loving Nigerians. Let's put our hands together, whether we are Muslims, whether we are Christians, whether we are atheists, whether we are traditional worshippers, or whatever we believe in. Even if we don't believe in anything, I'm sure we believe that life is sacrosanct. Life is a right for everybody, and nobody has the right to take the life of another person without it being discussed. Well, that's about it. In Nigeria now, as a broadcast journalists, you hardly talk about any news, discuss anything on air without talking about bandits and terror. It has become top trending issue in Nigeria for the last going to 25 years, and we said it's high time something be done. Well, that's about that. I've talked several platforms about this issue. Can somebody add their voice? Let's see whether that will help. Well, the next thing we will talk about today on the news, a platform where we think and talk, is Nigerian National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, has recently issued a directive to all the broadcast media in Nigeria, talking about defaulting the broadcast code of Nigeria. That Bible that all broadcasters and people on the glare lights and the microphones and the people who use biros to write about information in Nigeria, but this is about broadcast journalists. And our regulation has been there. We recognize our regulator, the Broadcast Commission. But whenever the elections are coming, they find out that their constituency, that's the broadcasters, have the penchant of doing things that are also heating up the politics. But I say, if you think the broadcast media are talking and doing too much about happenings in Nigeria and going overboard to even commit offense, going beyond the code and doing things that are not contained in the code, which becomes an offense, let's look at even the situation and environment of Nigeria. Is it promoting, forcing the broadcast journalists to begin to do things ordinary way? Remember that when wrong things stay too long in a community, it becomes a culture. The Igbo say it becomes a culture. Does it mean that some of the people who do the things that broadcast journalists complain about have done it extraordinarily out of shape, so making it impossible for the broadcast journalists to talk about these things and report them the normal way that is written in the code? It takes two to tango. If you do too much, there's one warrior adage, they say, if you do too much, you see too much, you get too much, whatever the way they say it. Does it mean the Nigerian community and the people of Nigeria are now doing too much, making the broadcasting commission, National Broadcasting Commission, to regulate the broadcast journalists to say, you are now doing too much, you are talking too much, you are saying things out of the ordinary. But let's be very frank and serious. It requires that the broadcast journalists in Nigeria become very cautious, because you are not going to throw away the baby with the bathwater. If things are going offhand because of the way most Nigerians behave now, politicians, ordinary people in all sectors of Nigerian life are doing things out of ordinary. There are people who are not supposed to lose their heads even when others are losing theirs. And the only people that cannot do this, they put it to us, are broadcast journalists. So the broadcast journalists, you have a duty that even when others are going out of overboard, doing things that are not required of them, that you are not supposed to join them. So only Nigerians are the people who cannot join 90 million flies to eat what they eat. That's a tall order, very tall order for us, but we have to adhere to our regulatory body. The only thing we're saying, whatever we are doing in Nigeria, let's do it the right way. Let's also be able to stop any fight before the push. If you want to stop fight, let's stop the push. So Nigerians, the politicians, the political environment, the economic environment, all other environment, the ecosystem itself is overcharged with a lot of ordinary actors, and we think that it's time for Nigerians to move on to do. So the next item we have here to talk about is something that concerns every Nigerian, every African, every black man. We're talking about malaria sickness. The thing is alarming when they say that malaria defies medications despite ongoing eradication practices, activities that are feel everywhere. We are growing up, we heard about kick malaria back in 2020 or 2030, fight malaria, eradicate malaria. All those development organizations overuse words of eradicating, stopping, doing things. They use words like things that we are used to. But when we are hearing about vaccines for different diseases in the world, we are asking the question, why is it that those people who have the wherewithal to manufacture vaccines, develop vaccines, have done for HIV? HIV came into Africa and of course touched the whole world, and then the vaccine has been worked on over time, and then a vaccine in practice and in circulation where trials have been done, and some medicines that can even hold it up and shift up the HIV virus in the system for a very long time and make the person to live healthy. Why has malaria become the area of life where the people have said there's no vaccine over time? As maybe they're still working on it. But we said, for how long will it take these people, the medical world, in the medical sector, the World Health Organization, and all the big pharmacies, pharmaceutical companies of the world, to come out with vaccines that can stop malaria? And then somebody on the side said, if they stop malaria, how they could make money from Africans, from the health sector? When they say, today we started hearing malaria when we were growing up with simple 5 kobo chloroquine tablets. You swallow about 10 of it, and the way doctors will recommend it, before the 3 days runs, malaria is gone, and you go hit the street back. But now we have combination therapy that is costing more than, going at the average of 30,000 naira for an average Nigerian to treat malaria. When we know that if we are 240 million Nigerians, we have over 250 million of them having malaria in their system. And the mosquitoes are they mutating? Do we have species of malaria now that give, of mosquitoes now that bite people, and the malaria will be difficult to cure? The question we were asking, is the malaria those mosquitoes imported? Are the big pharmaceutical companies across the world, are they interested in making Africa, Nigeria, where I'm coming from, to come out of malaria epidemics? Or is it that it's part of the business as usual going on, so that get malaria? If 240 million Nigerians is a big market for malaria tablets and medicine, then it might be a tall order to tell somebody to find a vaccine that will stop that. But then let's look at it. Let us look at it very well. Which one is more? More Nigerians are dying now. Even malaria we have in Nigeria now are defying medications. Which way? For a Nigerian, they say the Igbos, my father will always say, he said, "Now yezuhoke, asonya dari bitohafo." So the sicknesses have not gone round, and you are now asking the man who has swollen stomach to also have swollen scrotum. That one. Is there nothing that can be done? I know the international community, the whole world has gone digitally and gone in a lot of high level of development across the world. We are calling for vaccines to eradicate malaria to be introduced so that we will stop. Now there is a very interesting thing for all motorists that have been going on in Nigeria. When the policeman stop you and say, "Yes sir, park here, bring out your papers," and they will flip through the papers and they will tell you third class insurance, third party insurance, you are still having it. Nigeria said you must have first class insurance, and that means comprehensive insurance to use your Tokumbo cars that you have managed to buy 1,500 naira fuel to put in it, and they will either impose fine or impound your vehicle, or you have to go to the station to explain to the Oga. Or if you are not able to do any of those things, you know what I'm talking now. Because in Nigeria, every offense, whenever you run into the hands of our friend, the police is your friend, I know. But whenever you run far or run into their net, I follow, will cost money. I don't follow, cost money. So which way? Nigeria. But it's a good news that SIN, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Falana, has gone to court and they has gotten judgment, and they say court now stops Police and Federal Road Safety Commission from imposing fines on defaulting motorists in Nigeria who do not have who have third-party insurance. And that means we can now use third-party insurance to drive our cars. It's some kind of so-called, knowing the hardship and hunger in Nigeria, what it takes an average Nigerian to survive. That is the few that still have their vehicle on the road, because 95% of Nigerians have parked their vehicles. Only the politicians and people working in government can use government cars, but with our tax money and our resources to move around with sirens, and some of the cars are even armored vehicles. No policeman can even stop them with in that convoy to say whether you are using third-party insurance or whether you are using comprehensive. The world is not straight. This one is not fair. But whichever way, whenever there is a move to help cushion a little bit the suffering of Nigeria, we welcome it. So, Nigerians, kudos, you can now drive your cars according to the report we have with the third-party insurance on Nigerian roads. Good luck, and let all the people who will fight for more rights for the ordinary citizens of Nigeria keep on fighting, because it's like we have two worlds now, they and us, and somebody need to be the middleman who will talk for the ordinary Nigerians, because if they don't talk for us, who will talk for us? Because even the rich now also cry. So imagine what it is for the poor and the wretched of the earth of Nigeria. I am not promoting defaulting. I am not promoting lawlessness or anything. But even in madness, they told me there's an order. Let's put order, even in hardship and hunger and the economic system of Nigeria, how we can survive. Let us shield ourselves from some of the suffering. Because, like they say, are we going to all to die and cry and squeeze us to death before certain cushion is introduced into the system? Thank God we cannot drive with third-party insurance in Nigerian roads. Well, that's if you can afford to buy the fuel. And somebody was saying engineering and other accessories they used to drive car in Nigeria. But most cars in Nigeria are second hand. Some of them are third, 10th hand, and we are still managing to drive them. But when the condition of driving them is adding up to hardship and hunger, it makes it so difficult for us to survive. Well, that's about it. The next item we have here, because we are running it up today, you can see that Muslim today is taking a fast lane. We are moving. NNPC has cleared the air. He said, we do not say that the refinery is now a scrap that is now standing for sale. They are warning people because Nigerians, let them not find themselves into the hands of 419s who will come and tell you that Port Harcourt refinery is up for sale because it's now a scrap, or that the Warri refinery is now up for sale because it's now scrapped, or that Kaduna refinery is now up for sale because it's now scrapped. NNPC said, we not talk about one, no. So if somebody comes to you, for the international communities where Nigerians, they think they will come and tell you, I am the minister of oil and gas in Nigeria. I am coming on behalf of Nigerian government and we are selling our refiners, who can buy. They put a caveat. NNPC has put a caveat. If you buy, buyers are buying at their own risk. Owners, if you park your car in certain hotels and some joints, they will tell you cars are parked. If you stop to buy one bottle of beer at expensive price, or buy any drink you drink, and you look around, you see a signboard saying that you are parking your car here at your own risk. Even in somebody's premises, you is running business, you say your car is parked at their premises. So everybody in Nigeria is on their own. So just like the NNPC is saying, if you go to buy, anybody who approach you and say he's buying our refineries, they may be scrap. Well, but then the NNPC and the Nigerian government has not declared them for sale yet. Probably they further notice. And somebody said maybe when it becomes scrap of, you have A class, you have C class, until when you get to Z level of scrap, that's when they will say. Now, I'm not talking on behalf of NNPC, but they know when they scrapped or whatever looks like refineries that cannot put turn around money into it. We have turned them around with a lot of budget in Nigeria for the last. It's as good as scrapped. But even at that, a lot of decisions will be made across board before we decided whether our refineries. In the cities, you find a house that looks old and dilapidated, where people, when you wrote, beware of my first son. This house is not for sale. Nigerian young men, because of lack of employment, say Nigeria has up to 80% of unemployment rate in Nigeria. That's what they told me, and here you can confirm from the Ministry of Employment and Labor whether Nigerian youth are employed. So they are looking for a way of surviving. They say, when the land is not good, those ones who are positioning as peacemakers and keeping peace, they are the ones who are thriving. in Igbo land when Indians and come to settle talk for you. You have to buy drinks and buy cola and even buy goat and kill. And before they settle, probably you have an issue, you are struggling to settle an issue of 200,000. It will take you about 200,000 to bring Indians and also the Indian Aladimma, those people who talk about Aladimma, when you hear Aladimma in Igbo land, is about let the communities be okay. What you take them to bring them as alternative dispute resolution platform is costlier than even what you are trying to settle. And you think Nigeria is going to be better? I'm not talking about when no talk say make there be crisis. So when there's crisis, they will invite Indians and also to settle. And if you bring the red cap chiefs to come and settle issues for you, they must chop something before they talk about the issue. And that's about it. So on that note, that's where we can draw the curtain on today's edition of the News, a program on Signature Television, a global TV that is, pushing the voice from the Southeast for the world to hear. We'll go to our social media handles, it's on your screen, comment and share, and let more people know what we are doing. Let's continue to do this together. As we grow together. So when we get there, we all share the profit. Thank you for having been with us today again. My name is Christian Chibuzo Maduka, your chief muser. Thank you for accommodating me in your sitting room with all my excesses. I will come again next time with another edition of News. Keep watching all the programs on Signature Television. Don't go away. Thank you for being here.
Women go through diverse health challenges ranging from reproductive and fertility issues to mental health challenges. Well, today we are discussing health and bring you solutions and information that will help you take charge of your health and well-being. I am your host, Chigichi Agorom, and I invite you to go on over to our social media platforms on TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, as Signature TV Official. We want to hear from you, and you can also access our previous episodes. Well, we're going on a short break, and when we get back, I will introduce the expert guests in the studio. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Well, if you're just joining us, this is still Inside Health on Signature TV. I beg your pardon. And we're discussing women, health issues that women have and how to address or manage them. Our guest in the studio is a registered nurse and midwife. Her name is Obianuju Elizabeth Okonkwo. Good morning, Obianuju Elizabeth. Thank you for joining us on the show.
Thank you.
And I must say, you look stunning.
Oh,
the color brings out every beautiful aspect of you. So you're welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
Right. So we're discussing women's health, and rightly so, because last week was International Women's Day. So I think it's still apt and in line. So we're going to be talking about some of the major ailments that women will have to, go through at some point in their lives. So I want you to just take us through more like an overview of some of the ailments that once you mention, they'll say, it's the disease of the women. For example, cervical cancer. But I want you to just take us through some of those, sicknesses and health challenges that, women normally go through before we dive deep into the conversation.
Okay. Women go through a lot of health challenges, some unnoticed, while some are noticed. Some, they suffer through these challenges quietly because of societal influence and societal stigma. And like cervical cancer is one type of cancer that no woman should die from. But a lot of women are dying silently because sometimes, because it affects an area that's, in quotes, we don't want to go there. And that woman keeps of it. And it borders on that stigma, society. Cyst, a cyst is a fluid-filled sac in the ovary. The ovary is is responsible for egg ovulation in women and